Chapter 3950. Not long after, Ingpa actually brought in 30 or so demons, and even an elder came along. Greetings, Master Xiao. The 30 or so demons obviously received Ingpo's orders, and saluted respectfully as soon as they came in. Master Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand, and get up, then this Xiao will be your master for once. Thank you, Master Xiao. The demons happily stood up. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and a green light flashed in the entire hall, and 30 or so green crystal threads entered between the eyebrows of the demons. In just a few breaths, all of the demons had painful expressions on their faces. Xiao Hua withdrew his soul technique and said indifferently, all of you carefully recall and comprehend after an hour, you should be able to remember half of what the demons left behind. Yes, this disciple understands. The 30 or so demons all answered, then closed their eyes and carefully memorized. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Ingpa, come over here. Yes, master. At this moment, Ingpa prostrated himself in admiration of Xiao Hua, and hurriedly walked over. Are the universe bangles ready? Here. Ingpa took out a dozen or so universe bangles. And it's almost enough. Xiao Hua held a universe bag in his left hand, and a universe bag in his right hand. In just a short moment, Ingpo's dozen or so universe bangles were all filled, and he said with a smile, this is the first time my Black Wind Ridge cooperated with the Luo Merchant Union, and I'm quite sincere. In the future, I'm afraid we'll have a long relationship. Ingpo was so excited that his face turned pale. Although there were many things, but it was enough to take his life. When he was bidding, he still had to consider the safety of the Luo Merchant Union, and it was really not easy. Ingpa took out a universe bangle and handed it to the elder who followed him, and said in a low voice, this universe bangle and the previous ones, you all discuss how to bid, do not attract the attention of other experts. And this old man knows. This elder could be considered to be completely at ease with Xiao Hua, and he cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and Ingpa, then hurriedly left. After the elder left, Xiao Hua asked again, Ingpa, what good things does the Luo Merchant Union have now? I'll let master know. Ingpa shook his head and said, previously I had prepared some things for you. However, when I heard that the Black Wind Ridge was gone, I bid for those things. However, if Taoist master needs anything, feel free to tell me and I'll have my clansmen search for it. Some news. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, news about metal and wood magnetism, metal and earth magnetism, wood and water magnetism. Also, where can I find the extreme magnetic ray? Ingpa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Taoist master, these. I'm afraid that our clansmen won't be able to find them. I'll help you take a look elsewhere. Alright, thank you, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of this information and nodded. As long as we can find it, the time doesn't matter. There's also a universe bracelet here. Ingpa took out another one from his bosom and smiled, I just took this from the storage area. It's filled with demon fruits, demon herbs, seaweed, seawood, and other ordinary items of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. These should be able to be refined into medicine. Alright, this old man understands. Xiao Hua took the universe bracelet and said, this old man will do his best to refine it. Throwing the universe bracelet to Green Robe, Xiao Hua asked with a smile, fellow immortal, what other good things do you have here? Ingpa shook his head and said, the Luo Merchant Union just held an auction, there aren't many things left. I reckon that they won't be able to enter Taoist Master's eyes. If Taoist Master wants to find something, Zhai Xinglu's auction is in 3 days. This one can accompany fellow immortal to take a look. There's an auction? Xiao Hua smiled and said, the day before yesterday it was Yazi Auction House, now it's Luo Merchant Union, 3 days later it's Zhai Xinglu's. Then Lilai Trading Company will also have one in the near future, right? That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, in Yuling Bay only our 4 clans are qualified to hold auctions. We usually arrange our own auctions according to Yazi Auction House's auctions, most of which are held recently. Tomorrow should be Lilai Trading Companies, but Sea Soul Scholars' items are mostly from the human race, and most of them are from Confucian cultivators. This one also went to participate, and I reckon that it's somewhat different from fellow immortals' expectations. Therefore this one suggests fellow immortal to participate in Zhai Xinglu's auction 3 days later. Their items are not inferior to Yazi auction houses, and are usually placed at the end, which is the so-called finale of the human race. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, since the Luo Chamber of Commerce has some relationship with the Lilai Trading Company, you might as well send one of your subordinates over to ask what the Lilai Trading Company has prepared for this auction. If this Xiao has any intentions, this Xiao can go over and take a look. That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, Taoist master is right. In every auction, if there isn't a special reason, we will make the items to be auctioned public. This one will send my clansman over to inquire. Not to mention that Ingpa sent his clansman to Lilai Trading Company to inquire. Just these 30 or so clansmen of Ingpa slowly woke up after a full hour. Xiao Hua originally had some expectations, thinking that the longer they comprehended, the more they would be able to remember. However, after asking, he was very disappointed. Most of them had forgotten 80% of the simple water fusion technique, and only 4 clansmen of the demon race had remembered 30%. It seems that the inheritance of the demon race really emphasizes bloodline. Xiao Hua thought to himself, it's completely different from my human race. This water fusion technique is not too complicated. As long as the cultivators of my human race put in the effort, even if they can't be outstanding, they can at least comprehend the majority of it by analogy. Waving his hand to let the 20 or so clansmen of the demon race leave, Xiao Hua said to Ingpa standing next to him, Ingpa, it seems that only these 4 clansmen can try to refine the medicine. Not only was Ingpa not disappointed, but his eyes were also abnormally fanatical, and he couldn't suppress the joy in his mouth as he said, Thank you, Taoist master. If it weren't for Taoist master's secret technique, how could my clansmen master the Taoist cultivation method? In the future, if my clan can prosper, I will have to thank Taoist master Xiao. Oh. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was enlightened again. He wasn't a demon, so his thoughts were different from the demon race. However, he forgot that as long as he taught these 4 clansmen of the water fusion technique, and these 4 clansmen of the demon race passed it on in the clan, perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, this water fusion technique would be integrated into the bloodline of Ingpo's clan. Ingpa and the other clansmen of the demon race in the future might be born with the water fusion technique. No wonder Ingpa shed tears of gratitude. Thinking of this, an inconceivable thought appeared in his mind. Damn it, this Xiao knows so many secret techniques of the demon race, and has obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint. Then this Xiao's descendants, what kind of situation will they be? This thought naturally flashed through Xiao Hua's mind, but how could Xiao Hua know? The hand of karma in his space was gradually taking shape, so how could all these thoughts appear out of thin air? Many of them were related to the karma of the river of karma. What he occasionally thought of might just be a small wave in the river of karma. Afterwards, Xiao Hua asked the 4 clansmen of the demon race about their comprehension, and gave them detailed instructions on how to use their demon power to perform the water fusion technique. Furthermore, in front of these 4 clansmen of the demon race, he refined the medicine again and again. Unfortunately, although the 4 clansmen of the demon race already understood how to control their demon power, no matter what, they couldn't display their demon power properly. This made Xiao Hua very depressed. When did he have to be so patient when teaching his disciples? Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and the others, which one of them didn't immediately understand when he casually mentioned it? Even Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle only had a single soul technique to teach them the cultivation method. How could these 4 wooden clansmen of the demon race compare? However, it was good that Xiao Hua needed to refine medicine for Bromine and the other old members of the sea race, so he simply patiently refined it again and again. After 3 days, Xiao Hua gave the refined medicine to Ingpa, and had him find a clansman to give it to Lu. He then looked at the demon race who were still frantically practicing the water fusion technique and said, This old man's teachings end here. As for how to practice in the future, it will be up to you. In the secret techniques this old man left you, there is also a method to use a pill furnace to refine medicine. When you find a pill furnace in the future, you can try it yourself. That way it might be much easier than now. You don't have to be too radical now. Reverend, rest assured, this one has already sent clansmen to look for it. The human pill furnace may not be easy to use, but our demon race should have something similar. Ingpa smiled at the side and said, Now, I will accompany Reverend to Zhai Xing Lu. Many thanks, Master Xiao. The 4 clansmen bowed and thanked this unfathomable Master Xiao with heartfelt admiration. Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating the 4 to continue practicing. He then followed Ingpa out of the Luo Yi Merchant Union. As soon as he went out, he saw a sea beast holding a conch-like carriage waiting there. Xiao Hua smiled, It's still better to have sea crystals. Previously when I followed Lu and Di, I had to rely on myself to fly. In the middle of the journey, I was interrogated by the sea race of the Feather Spirit Palace. Now that we are riding a sea carriage, there shouldn't be so many trifles, right? Reverend, please. Ingpa invited Xiao Hua onto the sea carriage and said with a smile, Reverend, these few days in Yuling Bay are different from the past. The Feather Spirit Palace caused a mess in Yuling Bay because of the matter of the Yazi Arena. Normally there are also many sea carriages. Even if you don't ride a sea carriage you won't be interrogated. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he asked again, this Xiao also knows about these matters, I just don't know. Has the North Sea Dragon Palace found the Confucian cultivator that caused trouble? Has the monster that escaped been caught? According to reliable information, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already sent dragon generals more than 10,000 li deep into the hidden immortal continent, but they still haven't found any traces of the Confucian cultivator. Ingpa replied, if the Confucian cultivator can't be found, then of course there's no news about the monster that escaped. Oh, Xiao Hua casually responded, but his heart was slightly bewildered. Damn it, could it be that Jiangxing was eaten by those leopards? But, whether they were eaten or not, what does it have to do with this Xiao? After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of wind gradually appeared outside the window. The sound of the wind was getting louder and louder. Not only was there a mournful sound, even the sea carriage was slightly shaking. Ingpa looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and said with a smile, it's rare that there's no tsunami wind these few days. Today it's starting to blow again. This time it will blow for several days. Chapter 39:51. Xiao Hua nodded when he saw how powerful the sea breeze was. The winds and clouds above the North Sea are unpredictable. No one knows when a tsunami will appear. Yuling Bay is right by the sea. Naturally, it will be the first to be affected. As he spoke, Xiao Hua looked outside. Whether it was the E-residence or the E-shop, they were all glowing. It was obvious that the demon array of Yuling Bay was slowly activating to resist the strong sea breeze. As Xiao Hua and Ingpa were talking, the sea carriage actually flew up again towards the foot of the mountain. Io. Xiao Hua looked up and saw a few majestic palaces standing at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the raging sea breeze, wisps of light appeared around the palaces. Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask in astonishment, could Jiangxing Lu be in one of these palaces? Damn it, I always thought that this was Yuling Palace's place. Yuling Palace is filled with the water clan of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Although they can leave the water, they still like to stay in the water. Yuling Palace is built underground in the mountain and is connected to the North Sea. They will not build their palaces on the mountain. Ingpa smiled. Only Jiangxing Lu is wealthy enough to challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace and build palaces on the foot of the mountain. Xiao Hua frowned and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the approaching palaces and asked curiously, is Jiangxing Lu so powerful? They can actually challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace? How powerful is Jiangxing Lu? This is a question that I considered when I first formed the Continuous Merchant Alliance. Then I started to gather information to find the answer. But, even now, I do not know the answer to this question. Actually, there is no need to think too much. Look at Yuling Bay. All the powers rely on the North Sea Dragon Palace. Only Jiangxing Lu has built palaces on the mountain. This is enough to show how powerful Jiangxing Lu is. Ingpa said with some fascination. Xiao Hua smiled. He had not expected that Jiangxing Lu, whom he had met in the Bronze Pillar country, would actually be so powerful. It looked like he would have to re-evaluate the words of Zhu Qing. However, thinking about it from another perspective, Duanmu Qing and Murong Tsongyun, who were both secondary first-rank aristocratic families, were well-behaved in Jiangxing Lu. Even the East Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy was well-behaved. Presumably, Jiangxing Lu would not be as unbearable as Xiao Hua had previously thought, right? Whoa! A huge gust of sea wind swept over, and the entire carriage finally couldn't withstand it. It spun in the air and crashed towards the mountain peak. Xiao Hua's figure flashed and appeared in midair. With a shake of his big sleeves, he covered the sea chariot. After that, Xiao Hua transformed into a rainbow and landed on the ground. Looking at Ingpa, who was unable to fly out of the sea chariot in time, he said with a smile, the sea breeze is so strong, you don't need to accompany this Xiao to the auction. You can go back first. Ingpa pondered for a moment and nodded, the sea breeze is indeed too strong. There won't be too many monsters participating in the auction. My strength is too weak and I might delay the auction. It's better for me to turn back. Then Ingpa reminded him again, the token of the Continuous Merchant Union in Jiangxing Lu's hands should be useful in Jiangxing Lu, don't forget to take it out when you enter. This old man knows. You can go back now. Xiao Hua smiled and transformed into a rainbow again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near the palace. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, Ingpa took a deep breath and muttered, Jiangxing Lu, I hope you won't disappoint this one. In order to pull Jiangxing Lu into the Merchant Union, this one had a falling out with the 9 elders. The affairs of the world were very strange. Many accidental factors were often more decisive than certain factors. If the continuous merchant union had developed normally, with the efforts of Ingpa and the elders of the clan, it might have been able to develop. However, this development was filled with hardships. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies appeared in the 3 continents. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies closed down. Perhaps, this kind of continuous merchant union would disappear one day. However, they had met Xiaohua. They had met Xiaohua, who had come to Yuling Bay to look for Ao Zhantian. This mere chance encounter had completely changed the fate of the continuous merchant union. Perhaps many years later, when Ingpa and the 9 elders thought about this seemingly hasty decision, they would be very glad that they had seized this one and only opportunity. Xiaohua didn't think as much as Ingpa. His figure was flying in the air, and he had already seen clearly that in front of the palace, there was a pavilion that was dozens of feet tall. On the pavilion, there was a signboard that was about 10 feet tall, with the words Zhai Xing Lu written on it. These 3 words looked exactly the same as the ones Xiaohua had seen in the Bronze Pillar Nation. They were written by the same person. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to underestimate them now. And when Xiaohua withdrew his contempt, those 3 big words looked extremely wonderful again. It was far from having the aura of the secular world that it had in the past. Damn it. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly. Are the words good, or is this Xiao's heart dirty? Along with Xiaohua's figure appearing in front of the pavilion, a respectful voice sounded out from within. Greetings, senior. Then, a light pillar that was like a ladder stretched out from the pavilion, and a young man in plain clothes walked out from within. He respectfully saluted and said, "Senior, have you come to participate in the auction?" "Yes." Xiaohua stood in the air. Although there was no light around him, the sea breeze didn't even lift a corner of Xiaohua's Taoist robe. "Senior, please." The young man took a few steps forward, and the light pillar also extended and covered Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need to use his magic power, and the light pillar brought Xiaohua into the pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was similar to the Zhai Xing Lu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. It was a huge open space and the ground looked like a huge glass. Xiaohua could clearly see the low vegetation on the mountain peaks swaying helplessly in the sea breeze. On both sides of the open space, there were already some dragon horse carriages. There were also some sea beasts lying obediently on the ground. Several tall sea race people were holding strange weapons in their hands, guarding these carriages. After the open space there was a huge palace. Behind this palace, there were also many interconnected palaces. It was much larger than the Zhai Xing Lu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. At this moment, the palace's doors were wide open, and more than 10 men in plain clothes stood there in an orderly manner. They all had smiles on their faces. "Senior, this way please." The young man was well trained. He waited for Xiaohua to pause for a moment and clearly see the situation around him, then he raised his hand and said respectfully, "En?" Xiaohua nodded and followed the young man to the front of the palace. The 10 men respectfully bowed at the same time and said in unison, "Greetings, senior." "Rise." Xiaohua nodded and walked closer to the Zhai Xing Lu. After entering the Zhai Xing Lu twice, Xiaohua was no longer the unknown Taoist cultivator of the past. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, the moment he entered Zhai Xing Lu, he was faced with the same screen. Xiaohua had originally wanted to pass by it, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned to the man behind him. "What's your number?" The man was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm here to welcome guests. I don't have a number." Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "In that case you don't know anything about this screen." "Screen?" The man was stunned, then his expression immediately changed to one of respect. He said, "Senior, since you know about the screen of my Zhai Xing Lu, you are naturally my Zhai Xing Lu's distinguished guest. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll ask the chief steward to come over." "Okay." Xiaohua thought for a moment and simply stood there without moving. The man didn't dare to leave. He took out a jade slip and flicked it. The jade slip flew out soundlessly. He then said to Xiaohua, "Senior, please wait a moment. My chief steward will come over immediately." In just a few breaths, a beautiful cloud appeared not far away. Then a woman even prettier than the clouds walked out. When the woman saw Xiaohua, a strange expression appeared on her face. She didn't even walk close to him and immediately said respectfully, "So it's Taoist Xiao. Junior Zhong Qiao greets Senior." Seeing that Zhong Qiao recognized him at a glance and flew over, Xiaohua was no longer surprised. Some people in this world were born to be chief stewards. Xiao Hua's strength was outstanding, and he believed he had a photographic memory for cultivation techniques and other aspects. However, he never dared to place high hopes on himself when it came to judging people's faces. Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow and raised a hand to lift Zhong Qiao up. He smiled and said, "I thought the chief steward was a man. I didn't expect you to be an outstanding woman. People often say that women are not inferior to men. Indeed is true." Zhong Qiao stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. I do what I should do and get what I should get." Well said. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "The matters of the world are so simple. However, many people don't understand." Zhong Qiao smiled and asked, "Senior, may I know why you've come to my Zhai Xinglu?" Xiao Hua was about to answer, but his heart skipped a beat and he asked again, "I occasionally passed by Yuling Bay and heard that there was a Zhai Xinglu here. I wanted to see if Zhu Qing was here." "Ah, I'm here." "Of course Zhu Qing isn't here," Zhong Qiao said with a smile. "As for where Zhu Qing is, I don't know either. In that case, I can only ask Miss about the matters of the Xingyue Palace." Xiao Hua asked again. "Senior, you're indeed here for the matters of the Xingyue Palace," Zhong Qiao said with a smile. "It looks like the Xingyue Palace is fated to be with you." "Oh." Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, "Could it be that there's news about the Xingyue Palace?" "This is not the place to talk. Senior, please come with me." Zhong Qiao looked around. Although it was the same as before and there were no other cultivators or members of the sea race nearby, Zhong Qiao still felt worried and said, Xiao Hua nodded. Zhong Qiao raised a hand and pointed, and a spiral staircase appeared beneath their feet. Under Zhong Qiao's lead, Xiao Hua came to a loft. Xiao Hua looked at the loft that was similar to the auction house in the past and said with a smile, "This is the high platform of the auction house, right?" Chapter 3952. Senior, you're right. Zhong Qiao smiled. "Since you're here, let's bid again. It's still early now, so I'll tell you about Xingyue Palace." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. "I remember Zhu Qing said that if I hear news about Xingyue Palace, I can find any Zhai Xinglu Xingyue can send me to Xingyue Palace. It's exactly as you said." Zhong Qiao smiled. "Senior's name and image have been left in Xingyue. As long as you appear in Zhai Xinglu, we will definitely tell you about Xingyue Palace. Moreover, you defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Immortal Palace and sowed seeds for justice, benefiting all living beings in the world. Now that your reputation is growing, as long as you appear in Zhai Xinglu, we will give you news about Xingyue Palace without any name or image." "Haha, I'm ashamed." Xiao Hua smiled. "It's just an act of fishing for fame, but you all know about it." "Hee hee." Zhong Qiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes rippling with an indescribable expression. "If you're fishing for fame, there won't be any good deeds in the world. Zhai Xinglu also wants to do such a good deed, but with Zhai Xinglu's strength we can't do it. This shows the importance of Senior's good deed. Moreover, when I saw Senior's good deed just now, I thought it was Senior's simple benevolence, but thinking carefully, there are too many things to ponder about." Seeing that Zhong Qiao did not talk about Xingyue Palace and instead changed the topic, Xiao Hua asked, "Why can't Zhai Xinglu do it?" "What did you see?" "If it's immortal herbs or demon fruits, Zhai Xinglu may be able to find them. But if it's so many seeds, where will Zhai Xinglu get them? There are many disasters in the hidden immortal mainland now, and only Su province and Yu province are safe. How can the people of these two provinces have extra food? Although there is food in the Western Paradise, the war between immortals and Buddhas is imminent. No one dares to take this risk. Moreover, how many primordial stones can this risk be worth?" Zhong Qiao explained with a smile. "After all, Xingyue isn't a piece of white paper." Xiao Hua sighed. "Once stained with the stench of money, even the white jade will be covered in dust." Zhong Qiao ignored Xiao Hua's sigh and continued, "Moreover, Senior has just offended the Immortal Palace. Now, taking advantage of the grain seed matter, you are wantonly gathering the people's support. If the Immortal Palace wants to suppress you again, I'm afraid they will be extremely scrupulous. Now that I think about it, I really admire your calculation. You can actually think of getting rid of the control of the Immortal Palace from the hearts of the people. This is something that I have never dreamed of." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. When he took out the grain seed, he never thought about it. If it had such an effect, it could only be an unintentional result. Also, Zhong Qiao continued, if Senior had been the only one spreading the news, the Confucian cultivators would have killed it long ago and no one would have known. However, the Confucian cultivators led by the four great clans were not convinced by the Immortal Palace, so they used Senior's matter to humiliate the Immortal Palace. As a result, Senior's matter spread like wildfire, and more cultivators knew about it. There were even many clans that sent Senior's grain seeds to various places in 9 regions. Taoist Xiao has become the savior of many people in the hidden immortal continent. As long as time passes, Taoist Xiao's name will certainly be known by all the people in the hidden immortal continent. Also, Senior Xiao, if this junior's prediction is correct, it won't be long before Senior will be pardoned by the Immortal Palace, and even be rewarded by the Immortal Palace. Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect that his seed planting in the God and Devil blood pool would be known by the world so quickly. Even more, he didn't expect that the speed of the Confucian cultivator clans was far beyond his imagination. How long had it been? They had already spread their grain seeds throughout 9 regions. In particular, he really envied Zhai Xinglu's source of information. This small chief manager of Zhai Xinglu actually knew so much. However, when he heard Zhong Qiao's words, he was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, How is that possible? This old man is already surprised that the Immortal Palace didn't arrest me. How can there be a reward? Presumably Taoist Xiao knows that your Tao school has an old senior called the Grand Mist Ancestor, right? Of course I know. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Since that old senior doesn't listen to the Immortal Palace and wants to go against the Immortal Palace, then the Immortal Palace naturally has to find someone who can go against that old senior. Zhong Qiao explained, and isn't Senior Xiao just the right person? Xiao Hua's mouth was bitter, but he still shook his head. Unfortunately, this old man's strength is too far from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is lacking. The Immortal Palace has countless methods. Raising Senior's cultivation is just a matter of lifting a finger. Zhong Qiao smiled and said, but if you want to find someone with such a good reputation like Taoist Xiao, you won't be able to find one even in 100,000 years. This is the Immortal Palace's plan to sow discord. Presumably, the Grand Mist Ancestor can see through it with a glance. Otherwise, this old man will be in danger. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Taoist Xiao. Zhong Qiao smiled and said, if it's that simple then it's good. In fact, Junior sometimes thinks about Senior's actions, although it's calculated very well if there's no time, or if Senior's luck is bad, even if you pile up grain seeds all over the hidden immortal continent, the Immortal Palace may not give face to the Confucian aristocratic families. Don't talk about rewards, perhaps they might even kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and warn the 4 aristocratic families. Senior, don't forget what you said in the Copper Pillar State. If the Immortal Palace wants to kill Senior, the 4 aristocratic families definitely won't dare to brazenly stop it. Oh? Where is this old man's luck good? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss as he was in the middle of the situation. Naturally, it's the war between immortals and Buddhas. Zhong Qiao replied. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Since it's a war between immortals and Buddhas, what does it have to do with this old man, a Taoist cultivator? The war between immortals and Buddhas naturally has nothing to do with Senior, but Senior has won the hearts of the people. Zhong Qiao's words hit Xiao Hua like a thunderbolt. Xiao Hua instantly understood. The Buddhist sects obtained believers in the hidden immortal continent, and their power infiltrated the lower levels of the Confucian cultivators' rule through the common people. This was precisely what the Confucian cultivators feared, and at the same time, it was also their shortcoming. The war between immortals and Buddhas was also based on this fundamental reason. And the appearance of Xiao Hua broke the situation where the Buddhist sects were the dominant power among the common people. Xiao Hua's good deeds were exactly similar to the Buddhist sects, and even more direct. Although the common people who knew or respected Taoist Master Xiao couldn't be compared to the common people who worshipped Mahavairakana, but in the future, under the intentional push of the Immortal Palace, a Taoist master who fought against the faith of the Buddhist sects would definitely be formed. This kind of faith was a powerful aid for the Confucian cultivators in the war between immortals and Buddhas. As for the threat that Taoist Master Xiao posed to the Immortal Palace, the Immortal Palace simply didn't put it in their eyes. The Immortal Palace was afraid of the Buddhist sects, but they were simply not afraid of the weak Taoist Master Xiao. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua laughed. Zhong Qiao also covered her mouth and said, Taoist Master really understands, it seems that Junior doesn't need to say it clearly. That's right, you don't need to say it clearly. Xiao Hua nodded. No matter how clearly this matter was explained, it was likely that no one would know the peculiarity within. No one would know that the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva revered by the Buddhist sect and the Taoist Tao sect's Taoist Shao were the same person. Since ancient times there had been many cases where the fishermen benefited from the fight between the snipe and the clam, but there had never been such a big fisherman like Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua actually wanted to know what kind of reward this snipe of the Immortal Palace would give him. Moreover, Xiao Hua also clearly knew that the Immortal Palace would definitely give him a reward, not only because of the support of the four great families, but also because of his merit and virtue, allowing him to confront the faith of the Buddhist sections. If that's the case. Xiao Hua thought again. Previously this Xiao vaguely felt that there would be a disaster, but now it seems that this disaster has nothing to do with the Immortal Palace. Senior. Zhong Qiao of course didn't know what Xiao Hua was planning in his heart and said, "These are all Junior's guesses. It's because Junior read the Book of Heroes and really admired the ingenuity of Senior's chess set, which is far more useful than the Demon God chess set. That's why Junior couldn't help but speak in front of Senior. If there's any disrespect, I hope Senior can forgive me." It's fine, Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao likes straightforward people the most. Since that's the case, Junior will tell Senior about the Star Moon Palace. Zhong Qiao paused and said, "Actually there's no clear news about the Star Moon Palace for the time being, but there are some strange phenomena. Judging from previous experience, I'm afraid that it will take at least 200 years for the outline to appear, so Junior can't tell Senior where the Star Moon Palace is, nor can I tell Senior the specific time." 200 years. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "That's not particularly long. The Star Moon Order says at least 200 years, there's no guarantee if it's more than that, maybe 2,000 years. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly raised his head, stared at Zhong Qiao and asked word by word, "What you said earlier? I'm afraid it's not your own thoughts, right?" Zhong Qiao's face changed and she hurriedly got up, bowed and said, "Senior, please forgive me. Some of it is Junior's thoughts and some of it is from the Star Moon Order passed down from Xingyun. It should be from all the managers of the star-picking towers. Senior, you don't have to worry. Other than these matters, there are also some related to the Confucian cultivators recorded in the Book of Heroes. For these human elites, Xingyun holds the greatest goodwill and cooperation, and can even provide some help." Xiao Hua's expression was a little cold, and he took out a jade eye and handed it to Zhong Qiao, saying, "This is something I need. Take a look, does Star Moon have it?" "Yes, Senior." Zhong Qiao did not dare to be negligent. She took the jade eye and looked at it, then said with a bitter smile, "Senior, you're making things difficult for me. Wood and water elemental magnetism, water and fire elemental magnetism, fire and earth elemental magnetism, and metal elemental magnetism are all things of legend. Where can I find them? Not to mention Khanate Wood Mother and Khanate Earth Mother. I'm not asking you to find them." Xiao Hua replied indifferently, "Don't you have Star Moon behind you? Isn't Star Moon willing to help?" Zhong Qiao did not know whether to laugh or cry and said in a low voice, "The things you want are too rare in this world even for Star Moon." Chapter 3953. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand with a smile. "You don't have to find it. Just give me the news. Yes, I will report this to Xingyue in a moment. Senior can inquire about it at any Zhai Xinglu in the future." Zhong Qiao felt that she had outsmarted herself. That's more like it," Xiao Hua said as he reached out and took out a jade eye. "What about the materials inside?" "Ah? So much?" Zhong Qiao was dumbfounded when she saw the materials used to build the teleportation array and the thunder boat in Xiao Hua's jade eye. After a moment of surprise, she said with a smile, "We do have these materials and many of them are being auctioned at today's auction. Senior wants so many materials I dare not make the decision. If possible, Senior only needs to bid." Isn't that the same as not saying anything?" Xiao Hua snorted coldly, scaring Zhong Qiao into cold sweat. Seeing Zhong Qiao's expression change, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I will bid later." "Yes, thank you, Senior. Senior is an honored guest of Zhai Xinglu. Everything will be discounted," Zhong Qiao hurriedly said obediently. "Oh, that's right. Besides me, are there any recent deeds of those Confucian cultivators in the Book of Heroes?" Xiao Hua asked. When Zhong Qiao heard this, her expression changed again. She hurriedly said, "Senior, please forgive me. I cannot speak of those things casually. After all, each person's secrets are hidden within." "Can you at least tell me the names of those Confucian cultivators?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. but in Zhong Qiao's eyes, his smile was full of conspiracy. Zhong Qiao thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "Senior, did you come to Jianghu Lu because you obtained some information?" Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped smiling and looked out the window. "What do you think?" "Alas, since Senior wants to find trouble with that person, actually, you can wait until that person leaves Jianghu Lu. After all, whether it's Senior or that person, they are both honored guests of Jianghu Lu and are protected by Jianghu Lu." Zhong Qiao sighed. "A few days ago, Long Jiang from Feather Spirit Palace forced his way to Jianghu Lu, but I did not reveal that person's whereabouts. If that person was Senior, I would still do the same. Therefore, I hope that Senior won't force me." Zhong Qiao's words made Xiaohua even more curious. There were quite a few Confucian cultivators who had enmity with him, but most of them were secrets. However, Xiaohua already knew how powerful Xingyu was. Perhaps they knew some secrets. Who was this person who deserved his bad luck? Duanmu Qing. That's not right. With Duanmu Qing's current cultivation, how could she be worthy of this old man's bad luck? Is Duanmu Liangxing? The first thing Xiaohua thought of was the Duanmu family and Duanmu Liangxing. Xiaohua even felt a little guilty, but he immediately shook his head. That's not right. This old man's grudge with Duanmu Liangxing is too secretive. Xingyue couldn't possibly know. Then, who is it? Suddenly Xiaohua was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and almost jumped out of his chair. Since it was Star-Picking Tower, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar State. Since there was Bronze Pillar State, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar Academy. Thinking of Bronze Pillar Academy, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of its dean and deputy. And since he thought of these two people, Xiaohua can already determine who the person who is worthy of his bad luck is. Other than Dou Shanjun, who had fought with him in front of Bronze Pillar Academy, and Dou Shanjun, who had revealed his extraordinary cultivation in the Black Wind Ridge Cave abode, who else was worthy of Xiaohua's bad luck? Who else could see Xingyu and the big hand behind the screen like Xiaohua? Xiaohua forcefully suppressed his surprise. He really didn't know what he was feeling now. Did he want to see Dou Shanjun, or did he want to quickly escape from this place? Facing Dou Shanjun, Xiaohua felt that he was a child without any strength to fight back. He really didn't like this feeling. This old man hasn't seen Professor Dou for many years and wanted to see if he was still as elegant as before. You don't have to be afraid. Since you don't want to say, this old man won't force you. Xiaohua said with a smile while stealing glances at Zhong Qiao's expression. Sure enough, Zhong Qiao's face was obviously relaxed. She said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior, for your tolerance." However, before Zhong Qiao's voice fell, a very strange divine sense swept in from outside. The restriction inside the pavilion was completely invisible to this divine sense. When this divine sense swept over Xiaohua, it immediately caused a very slight tremble in the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately became alert. He was greatly alarmed. He didn't need to think at all. His first thought was, this Dou Shanjun, what cultivation level is he at? This Xiao had only just mentioned him and he immediately sensed it? Since he knew that Dou Shanjun was in Jianghu Lu, Xiaohua's tone pretended to be respectful. He waved his hand and said, "We didn't get to know each other until we fought. Although he's a Confucian cultivator and I'm a Taoist, I've also practiced Confucian swordsmanship and have a certain relationship with Confucian cultivators. How can I find trouble with him as you think?" This is probably what a hero cherishes another hero. Zhong Qiao covered her mouth and laughed again. She looked very indescribably beautiful. Although Dou Shanjun's cultivation level can't compare to Taoist Zhao's, he can also see the secret of the screen. In the future, if the two seniors enter Xingyue Palace hand in hand, it may be another beautiful story in the future. This? Xiaohua was a little tongue-tied. Zhong Qiao's words were awkward no matter how he heard them, but he couldn't refute anything. Zhong Qiao had probably said everything she needed to say. She stood up and said, "The auction will begin in half an incense stick's worth of time. Junior won't nag Senior anymore. Junior wishes Senior a fruitful return today." I'll take advantage of your auspicious words." Xiaohua nodded, not standing up. Zhong Qiao took her leave. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to deliver spirit fruits and other things. Xiaohua asked, and this woman was indeed called Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had just left with the spirit fruits and returned in a moment, holding a visiting card in her hand. She said with a nervous expression, "Senior Dou Shanjun of Bronze Pillar Academy wants to visit." "Oh? Is that so? Why aren't you inviting him in?" Xiaohua was well aware, but he pretended to be surprised and stood up. Xiao Yi's expression relaxed and she said with a smile, "Senior, please sit down. Do Shanjun is here to visit. You're a senior, so there's no need to be so courteous." This old man and Do Shanjun are old acquaintances. It's nothing to welcome him. Senior is really amiable and approachable, Xiao Yi said and left the pavilion. A moment later Do Shanjun walked in. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly went up to greet and was about to salute. Do Shanjun waved his hand and waved his big sleeve. A cloud of rosy clouds came out from his sleeve and blended into the pavilion's surroundings in a moment. A layer of warm jade-like luster emerged from the four walls. Xiao Hua knew that Do Shanjun had set up a restriction to prevent others from spying on the scenery here. He bowed and said, "Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior." However, just as he bowed and his gaze fell to the ground, he was suddenly shocked. He secretly frowned and said, "Even with Do Shanjun's cultivation, he has to be so careful in Jiaxing Lu. Then, who is he guarding against?" Get up." Do Shanjun raised his hand to help Xiao Hua up and sat at the place where Xiao Hua was sitting before. He raised his head to look at Xiao Hua, who was standing respectfully in front of him, and said with a smile, "It's only been a few decades since we last met, but your name is actually so resounding that it far surpasses this old man's. Wherever you go, this old man still has to retreat 3 steps." Xiao Hua said in panic, "Senior is thinking too much. It's all because Senior is keeping a low profile and doesn't want others to know. Compared to Senior, this Junior is only the light of a firefly." No. Do Shanjun picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. He said with a smile, "This old man said that the things you did were really beyond this old man's expectations. This old man can't see through your thoughts anymore. If it's like what Zhong Qiao said, your schemes are really too deep. But if you didn't think so much, I'm afraid that even Thunder Monastery's Vairocana would have to give up his seat for you." "Senior." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "Don't you know what this junior is thinking? This junior just wants to cultivate in peace. Cultivating in peace is only a kind of ideal. This ideal is only a white lotus flower in your heart. In this world, no matter how profound your cultivation is, you're all like a piece of duckweed. You can only drift in an unpredictable situation without being able to control yourself. Perhaps if your cultivation is high, you'll have a trace of power to protect yourself. But any resistance will be strangled by everything in this world." Do Shanjun said with a sigh. "Even if it's this old man, it's also the same." Do Shanjun's tone at this time was already different from when he was at Black Wind Ridge. Although he still didn't see Xiao Hua as an equal cultivator, his tone already faintly contained extremely high praise. "Yes, this junior understands." Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to follow Do Shanjun's tone and asked further. He only said respectfully, "This junior obtained Senior's cultivation method and secret technique and has always been practicing bitterly. I want to have the power to protect myself. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Xiao Hua, you're in the middle of the situation. Right now you're in the limelight. If you want to protect yourself, just relying on your cultivation isn't necessarily enough." Do Shanjun glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Zhong Qiao's words are quite reasonable. You should also think more about it." Hiss. Xiao Hua was startled and said in a low voice, "Senior, when did you hear it? How come this junior didn't notice it?" If I was discovered by you, what face would this old man have left?" Do Shanjun scolded, then looked at Xiao Hua and said with some praise, "Your concealment technique is quite good. With this old man's ability, I can't see the whole thing. Remove the secret technique and let this old man see your cultivation." "Thank you, Senior." Xiao Hua's face showed ecstasy. Because Do Shanjun said this, it was clear that he wanted to give pointers to Xiao Hua's cultivation. For an ordinary cultivator, this was a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's heart was abnormally bitter. He didn't dare to let Do Shanjun, this old monster, touch his body. If Do Shanjun discovered the secret of his body, who knew what kind of fangs he would reveal? Chapter 3954. However, since Do Shanjun had pointed it out, Xiao Hua was also helpless. He could only brace himself and withdraw the secret technique, revealing the early stage of the spirit-severing stage. Fortunately, Do Shanjun didn't reach out his hand at all. Just like before, his 2 eyes gave birth to black and white lattices. On each black and white lattice, tiny runes appeared. The runes rushed out like ants, filling Do Shanjun's entire eyes. In these black and white eyes, Xiao Hua's whole body was cold, as if he was seen clearly by Do Shanjun from the inside out. It's a little strange. Do Shanjun exclaimed in surprise, just like when he examined the 5 brocade cloud painting. Then he raised his hand and pressed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows. Pop. A strange silver rune exploded between Do Shanjun's eyebrows. In Do Shanjun's eyes, the black and white runes flashed with colorful brilliance, extremely dazzling. After a while, the brilliance in Do Shanjun's eyes gradually dissipated, revealing the previous black and white starry eyes. At this time, Do Shanjun's eyes showed obvious surprise. Xiaohua, when did you start to practice the red nascent soul technique? Do Shanjun stared at Xiaohua's eyes and asked word by word, why didn't this old man notice it last time? Red nascent soul technique? Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Junior doesn't know what red nascent soul technique is. Oh. Do Shanjun replied, it's the common loose immortal technique in the cultivation world. Oh, Senior. Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he hurriedly took out the scattered nascent soul ink yuntong from his arms and handed it to Do Shanjun and said, Junior got this ink yuntong by chance and saw that there was a secret technique to cultivate the nascent soul technique. You also know that Junior's spiritual power is relatively strong, and I don't have a useful technique. I saw that there were some unique techniques in this secret technique, so I tried to cultivate it. Do Shanjun took the ink yuntong and looked at it. His face was relieved, but he didn't speak but closed his eyes and thought about something. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He stared at Do Shanjun and didn't dare to speak. After a while, seeing Do Shanjun open his eyes, he carefully asked, Senior, this technique, is there a great flaw? Where's the cultivation technique I gave you? Do Shanjun did not directly answer Xiaohua's question, but instead asked, why don't you cultivate those upright cultivation methods? Xiaohua replied with an extremely wrong tone, Senior, Junior naturally used the cultivation method that Senior gave me to cultivate. Humph, how can the crimson nascent technique be cultivated together with the immortal nascent technique? Do Shanjun sneered. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator only has 2 meridians. These meridians ultimately support the yin and yang of the spirit body. All cultivation methods rely on the body's meridians. Does your nascent soul have meridians all over your body? Can he cultivate Dao techniques? Junior? Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment and then said with a smile, I used Senior's cultivation method to cultivate my physical body, meridians and nascent soul, with the help of this so-called crimson nascent arts trick. Sai, you're really bold. Do Shanjun sighed and said, although the crimson infant technique is very powerful, in the end, without the protection of the physical body, it is difficult to achieve the great Tao. Such examples can be found everywhere. Thus, as long as ordinary cultivators had a physical body, they would not attempt this cultivation technique that had no end in sight. Your cultivation is still shallow, so quickly give it up. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. Now your realm seems to have reached the spirit severing stage, but in fact you are still in the late nascent soul stage. In these decades, has there been no bottleneck from the nascent soul stage to the spirit severing stage? Do Shanjun asked again. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly replied, yes, Senior, Junior has been wondering what's going on with me. Moreover, I can cultivate the spirit-severing cultivation method that Senior gave me. The reason is naturally this crimson infant technique. Do Shanjun said, your physical body and nascent soul have different cultivation paths. Of course, there will be a situation of chaos in your realm. Then how should I solve it? Xiaohua asked. Do Shanjun shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, you can't live if you want to. This old man also doesn't know how to solve it. Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the ink cloud pupil that was still in Do Shanjun's hand, his eyes turned and asked, Senior, do you have the complete crimson infant technique? What? Do you want to go all the way? Do Shanjun raised the ink cloud pupil in his hand and asked thoughtfully. Junior thinks that if you want to solve it properly, you must have a complete understanding of the crimson infant technique. The cultivation method that Junior got is incomplete, and it is the understanding of others. I am afraid that it is not as authentic as the cultivation method in Senior's hands. If Senior has it, can you give it to Junior to comprehend? Maybe I can find a way to deal with it. Xiaohua explained, moreover, Junior wants to break through from the nascent soul stage, but I have not found a suitable medicinal pill. If Senior has a suitable medicinal pill, Junior can also solve it from another way. Your appetite is really not small. Do Shanjun sneered, this old man has not promised to give you the crimson infant technique, and you still want the breaking darkness pill? Xiaohua said with a smile, since Senior has already given me a helping hand, you might as well help Junior to the end. If Junior walks a unique path, I may be able to help Senior in the future. Do Shanjun closed his eyes, and the ink cloud pupil in his hand turned over and over. After a while, Do Shanjun's finger moved, and the ink cloud pupil turned into ashes. Xiaohua was delighted. Sure enough, another ink cloud pupil appeared in Do Shanjun's hand. Do Shanjun opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. He passed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, this old man has high expectations for you. As long as I can help you, this old man will give it to you. However, you must not bite off more than you can chew, and do not be self-opinionated and arrogant like the Grand Mist Ancestor. As long as you cultivate step by step and everything you did before was out of your heart, this old man can guarantee that you can cultivate to the Mahayana realm. Of course, whether you can ascend or not depends on your own luck. This old man cannot guarantee it. See? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Do Shanjun's words contained too much, and Xiaohua did not dare to think too much about it. This Scarlet Infant technique is complete. You can use it as a reference. Moreover, this old man did not add any restrictions. Do Shanjun said and handed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to take it, he took out a Qinghuan bag from his sleeve and said, This is the Dark Breaking Pill, Void Bearing Pill, Lotus Connecting Pill, and Green Heaven Pill. Since this old man wants to give it to you, this old man might as well give it to you. See? Xiaohua was stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air again and looked at Do Shanjun in disbelief. The Dark Breaking Pill was a necessary pill to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and enter the spirit severing stage. The Void Bearing Pill was used to break through to the Void Refining stage. The Lotus Connecting Pill was used to break through to the Unity stage. The Green Heaven Pill was used to break through to the Mahayana realm. Although the Hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent were different, Xiaohua did not know whether the pills given by Do Shanjun would be useful. However, based on these pills, Xiaohua was able to see that Do Shanjun cared for him deeply. Xiaohua did not accept Mo Yuntong and the Qinghuan bag like before. Instead, he tidied up his robe and bowed respectfully. Junior Xiaohua, thanks Senior for your kindness. What Xiaohua said was not excessive. Xiaohua had never had a real master since he started cultivating. No cultivator had ever guided Xiaohua in his cultivation for a long time. Do Shanjun not only gave Xiaohua the cultivation method and divine sense secret technique after he separated his spirit, but now he also gave Xiaohua the red nascent soul technique in various pills and pill recipes. His importance in Xiaohua's cultivation was not inferior to the inheritance left by Longzi. How could Xiaohua not be grateful? However, to Xiaohua's surprise, Do Shanjun waved his hand and stopped Xiaohua from bowing. He said lightly, This old man doesn't intend to teach you anything. You don't have to say this in front of this old man. This old man just thinks that you are a promising talent. Now that the Hidden Immortal Continent is declining, this old man can help as much as he can. Although Senior has such a simple idea, Senior doesn't dare to accept it so easily. Xiaohua shook his head and insisted, Senior, please accept Junior's bow. Xiaohua didn't use his spiritual power, he just simply bowed. There's no need for that. Do Shanjun also insisted, I think you also know that this old man is just making a deal with you. All of this is for this old man to get more in the future. Yes, this Junior understands. Seeing this, Xiaohua had to get up and said, Junior can promise Senior here that as long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, Junior can help Senior. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Do Shanjun interrupted him in astonishment. He even asked with a little dumbfounded, what did you say? As long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, you will help this old man? Xiaohua nodded and said righteously, Yes, this Junior is a principled cultivator of the Tao sect. This Junior can be selfish, can be greedy, can plot against others, but there is one thing that this Junior will never do, and that is not something that offends the heavens and reason. If Senior wants to make a deal with this Junior, then Senior should take back these things. Even if this Junior accepts them, he will never make a deal with Senior in the future. He looks like this old man's things from before are gone forever? Do Shanjun's face turned cold as he said in a low voice. Seeing that Do Shanjun was angry, Xiaohua felt a little regretful in his heart. He felt that he shouldn't have accepted them just now and acted according to the circumstances in the future. But he thought for a moment. Do Shanjun was so powerful, even if he cultivated for another 1,000 years, it would probably be difficult for him to be a match. Instead of making things difficult for him in the future, he might as well make a decision now. However, Xiaohua also understood in his heart that he was gambling right now, gambling that Dou Shanjun wasn't the kind of person he thought. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and nodded. This junior has already cultivated the cultivation technique senior bestowed. If senior wants to take back Mo Yuntong and the other things, this junior will give them to senior right away. But senior didn't say what you wanted this junior to do that day, so this junior can't be considered to have broken the contract. Chapter 3955. Humph, still stubborn. Dou Shanjun looked at Xiao Hua, who was a little rascal but still had some backbone. He was both angry and amused. With a wave of his hand, he threw Mo Yuntong and the Qingquan bag into Xiao Hua's arms. He said, "This old man wants to do something outrageous. Why would I need your help? In the 3 continents, there are only a few people who can stop this old man. As long as it's not an outrageous thing, this junior can help senior." Xiao Hua took the things with a smile and sent them into the space. Even if Dou Shanjun wanted to take them back, he was afraid that he couldn't. Let's talk about helping later. Dou Shanjun sighed, your cultivation is still not enough. If I say it now, it will mess up your cultivation. Seniors matter. This junior is really curious. Xiao Hua was really puzzled. His realm had already reached the spirit-severing stage, which was already considered good among the Dao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, but in Dou Shanjun's eyes, he was still not good enough. He really couldn't think of what Dou Shanjun wanted him to help with. Alas, in the past, there was also a Dao cultivator like you who also thanked me like this. He knew how to conduct himself better than you and he kowtowed to this old man, but in the end. Dou Shanjun looked at Xiao Hua and sighed. This old man still ended up with nothing. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He seemed to understand something but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He smiled and said, this junior is a casual person. I didn't expect that I was right not to insist today. Yes. Dou Shanjun nodded. You were right not to be too attentive today. With that, Dou Shanjun shook his hand again and took out a 1-foot-long jade ruler from his sleeve. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, this thing is called the Thunder Ruler, and it records the thunder cultivation method of 10,000 thunderbolts. This old man sees that you have a 3-legged cat's thunder cultivation method, so this thing is also given to you. Remember, heavenly thunder is the power of heaven and earth. If you are not completely loyal and have a clear conscience, you can't cultivate it. Your character seems to be more upright than this old man, so this thunder cultivation method is just right for you. Moreover, you must practice well. This thunder cultivation method is related to what this old man needs your help in the future. Xiao Hua was simply wild with joy. He almost blurted out, Senior, this junior hasn't bowed at all. Why are you being so courteous? Dou Shanjun flicked his finger and the thunder ruler turned into a bolt of lightning that fell into Xiao Hua's arms. The moment the lightning touched Xiao Hua's Taoist robe, it immediately converged. It was enough to show that Dou Shanjun's magic had reached the realm of being able to release and withdraw at will. This time Xiao Hua wasn't polite. He stretched out his hand and took the lightning ruler into his space several times faster than the lightning ruler. Then he rubbed his palms together with all his strength. He seemed to be very excited. Do you feel like you've taken advantage of me? Dou Shanjun snappily glared at Xiao Hua. That's right. Junior wanted to see if there was anything good in the auction. But I didn't expect that before the auction even started, I would meet a lucky star like Senior. The things that Senior bestowed upon me are things that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tell me, how can this junior not be excited? Xiao Hua spoke the truth. Auction house. When Dou Shanjun heard this, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, were you the one behind the Yazi auction house? Yes, Senior. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hide it from Dou Shanjun, so he admitted it very quickly. Dou Shanjun didn't understand and asked, why didn't you stay in Yuzhou and think about how to avoid the expedition of the Immortal Palace? Why did you come to Yuling Bay to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace? Senior, Junior can't compare to you. How could I dare to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and explained the origin of the matter in a simple manner. When Dou Shanjun heard this, he nodded his head and said, if that's the case, then it is in line with your character of being a good person. Xiao Jin schemed against Yuanya, you should be helping him get rid of the karma. That's right. Junior is a good person. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and told him about the matter of Jiang Xing misunderstanding him. Dou Shanjun waved his hand helplessly and said, the matters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas are the matters of the sea race. Even the Dragon Island doesn't pay much attention to it. Why are you getting involved without any reason? Their bones are broken but their tendons are still connected. The karma entanglement within is disorderly. No one can understand it clearly. At this point, Do Shanjun suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, "In room 7, there seems to be a dragon from the heavenly abode river. If you want to explain clearly and help your disciple tie this red string, you might as well go and take a look." "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand. "They almost sold me. Junior still wants to count copper coins for them? Do as you wish." Do Shanjun waved his hand and stood up. "I have stayed here for too long. I am afraid that it will cause misunderstandings. Oh, that Star Moon Palace will appear in 300 years. You have to hurry up and cultivate. If there is a chance to enter, it will be beneficial for you and me." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiaohua nodded. "Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. You are on your own. Your cultivation method is too complicated. I hope that the Thunderbolt can suppress these cultivation methods." Do Shanjun waved his hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, "Senior, back then did you see that Junior knew how to attract lightning, so you, he? Who would have thought that Do Shanjun would not answer him at all? He raised his hand and grabbed and several rays of light fell into his hand. He muttered as he slowly walked out of Xiaohua's pavilion. Seeing Do Shanjun's figure disappear, Xiaohua could not help but laugh loudly. His entire body turned into a ball and flew into the air. He somersaulted a dozen times in the air before floating down. He let out a long breath and shouted, "Damn it, this is too refreshing. The Crimson Infant technique, this is not a cultivation method that can exist in the cultivation world. Thunderbolt, this is a complete lightning cultivation method. Even if the lightning element technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is not lost, it cannot be compared to this. This is a cultivation method that I cannot imagine. Today's auction was really worth it." Immediately Xiaohua sat down and his mind entered the space. At this time the green-robed Xiaohua also threw his job of teaching disciples to the side. He was holding the thunder ruler in his hand. On top of the thunder ruler, there were thin streaks of lightning that flowed into his hand. The green-robed Xiaohua's body was also surging with lightning. His entire body seemed to have turned into lightning. Waves of indescribable enlightenment came from the green-robed Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. His two eyes also turned into lightning. This lightning first trembled, then blurred and overlapped. One turned into two turned into four. In just a moment, small lightning streaks came out from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes and fell on his face and robe. Moreover, these lightning streaks seemed to have spirituality as they rushed into the air and formed a huge lightning bolt that fell on the Immortal Beheading platform. Rumble. The Immortal Beheading platform flashed with lightning and invisible waves spread in all directions. At the same time, another lightning bolt came out from the Immortal Beheading platform and fell on Jade Archive Xiaohua's body. The two lightning bolts seemed to form a cycle that flowed in circles. A moment later, Xiaohua's body emitted the sound of thunder and lightning. Xiaohua's figure flickered and rushed to the front of the green-robed Xiaohua. He raised his hand and grabbed a lightning talisman and placed it on the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Rumble. A thunderous sound came out from the green-robed Xiaohua's body. More lightning runes came out from his body and rushed along the lightning towards the Immortal Beheading platform. So that's how it is. Jade Archive Xiaohua's body fell outside the lightning cycle. He looked at the runes and thoughtfully said, "This lightning cultivation is not something an ordinary cultivator can cultivate. Not only does one have to have a straight and irreplaceable mind, but one also has to have a tough body. Presumably, Senior Du has already noticed that I's body is different, so he thought of teaching me. This Senior Du, what kind of person is he? His cultivation is so high that it can scare people to death. I almost lost my secret in front of him." The unstoppable thunderbolt is cultivated by fellow Taoist in green robes. This scarlet infant technique is equally important. It seems that only I can comprehend and cultivate it myself. As Jade Archive Xiaohua muttered to himself, he raised his hand and the ink eye fell into his hand. A clear light flashed from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes, and the ink eye gradually turned into nothingness. However, it was only a moment before a solemn expression appeared on Jade Archive Xiaohua's face again. Moreover, there was an inconceivable expression mixed with this solemn expression. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. His figure shook as he came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiaohua opened his eyes. He saw the pretty Xiao Yi carefully standing at the side. She asked in a low voice, Spiritual master, there will be a bid for refining materials soon. Xiaohua nodded. This old man knows. You can leave now. Yes, senior. Xiaoyi didn't dare to say more. The auction had been going on for a while, but Xiaohua hadn't bid. He hadn't even opened the window of the pavilion. Zhongqiao was afraid that there would be a change in the pavilion, so she forced Xiaoyi to break in and wake Xiaohua up. Xiaoyi woke Xiaohua up with trepidation, fearing that Xiaohua would be angry. Now that Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter, how could she not tactfully leave? Oh wait, Xiaohua said. Xiaoyi was startled. Her body trembled slightly as she turned around and asked, Senior, do you have any other orders? Take this spirit fruit. Xiaohua pointed at the spirit fruit and smiled. This old man hasn't eaten it yet. You can use it. Many thanks, Senior. Xiaoyi was overjoyed. She quickly walked over and took the jade plates, then respectfully bowed and left. After Xiaoyi left, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the air. The window on the wall opened, revealing a huge auction hall. It wasn't much different from the auction hall in the Copper Pillar country. Fellow immortals. A tall and handsome Confucian cultivator held a folding fan in his hand and pointed at an inkstone-like imperial tool. He said, If no one bids, this inkstone-like imperial tool will be this fellow immortal's. After waiting for a while, no one spoke. The Confucian cultivator tapped the folding fan in his hand and the imperial equipment disappeared. Then, in front of the windowsill opposite Xiaohua, a disc as smooth as a mirror suddenly appeared. The imperial equipment was placed inside the disc. From the windowsill, a white and tender arm like a lotus root stretched out. Two slender fingers took the imperial equipment and placed a Jianghu pouch on top of the disc. Only then did the disc disappear. Chapter 3956. Alright, the Buddhist, imperial and demon artifacts have all been auctioned. Next is a batch of Taoist magic treasures. The Confucian cultivator paused for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, these magic treasures are different from the magic treasures of ordinary auctions. They were obtained by the merfolk of the North Sea by chance on a deserted island. After being appraised by our star-plucking tower's consecrator, they should be used by ancient cultivators. Fellow immortal Feng, is this true? Ancient Taoist magic treasures? A loud voice cried out in shock. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng shrugged and smiled. I'm not a Taoist cultivator, so how would I know if these magic treasures were used by ancient cultivators? However, this Jedi says so. Even if fellow immortal doesn't believe me, you have to believe our star-plucking tower's consecrator, right? Quickly, let us see. A few impatient Confucian cultivators began to shout. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and took out 4 or 5 magic treasures of different appearances from his Jianghu bag. As these magic treasures fell into the air, everyone's eyes lit up. These 5 magic treasures were simple and unadorned. A layer of light that could be seen with the naked eye faintly protected these magic treasures. Within the light, strands of runes faintly flickered, showing how precious these magic treasures were. Fellow immortals. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and grabbed the magic treasure closest to him. A scarlet brilliance of several feet shot out from the magic treasure as if it wanted to burn the surrounding space. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng introduced, this magic treasure is called the Li Fire Pestle. There is an ancient Li Fire formation inside. Under the activation of magic power, 3 layers of fire formations will be created. As for the specific power, I don't dare to speak carelessly. Fellow Taoist will know after bidding for it and refining it. At this point, the Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng hesitated for a moment and seemed to quietly open his mouth. However, his voice once again echoed throughout the auction hall. That's right, I won't tell ordinary people. This magic treasure is suitable for Taoist cultivators of the 5th grade and above. If fellow immortal is only at the 3rd or 4th grade, it's best not to bid. See. In an instant, the entire auction hall was deathly silent. Even Xiaohua, who had just opened the window and hadn't said a word, was stunned. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed Yuling Bei. They even dare to bid for a magic treasure used by a 5th grade essence energy Tao cultivator. That is to say, there are Taoist experts at the 5th grade of essence energy and above in this auction. Xiaohua thought to himself in surprise. But it was only for an instant, and Xiaohua laughed involuntarily again. Not to mention himself, even Do Shanjun was also in the bidding hall. 5th grade origin energy. What did it count for? How do you bid for this item? A slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. 1 million top grade primal stones. The scholar surnamed Feng replied without hesitation. Alright, this old man offers 1 million. The hoarse voice cried out, his tone full of urgency. 1,100,000. Another voice called out before the first voice could even finish its sentence. 2 million. Damn it, Yuling Bay is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiaohua listened to several different voices and inwardly cursed. Normally even a single nascent soul cultivator is rare, but today so many appeared all of a sudden. No wonder the people of the Immortal Palace came here. Not long after, the price of the leaf fire pestle had already reached 4 million high-grade primal stones. In the current hidden immortal continent, it was difficult to find traces of cultivators at the 5th grade of essence energy and above. However, what was even rarer than cultivators were ancient magic treasures like the leaf fire pestle, so 4 million top-grade primal stones was normal. Another cultivator raised the price a few more times, and finally, the leaf fire pestle was bought by an unknown Taoist cultivator for 7 million top-grade primal stones. Subsequently, the jade water toad, yearning soul entanglement, dragon crouching pillar, heaven shaking sword, and other magic treasures were also bought by unknown cultivators for around 3 million top-grade primal stones. Finally, the scholar surnamed Feng pointed at 2 items that looked like rings and said, finally, these 2 magic treasures should be a pair, so they were put together in the bidding. What I want to say is that this magic treasure's effect is extremely special, and it may not be used in ordinary places. Moreover, whether it is Taoist magic power or Confucian true qi, they can all be used. Seeing that the scholar surnamed Feng only mentioned the appearance of the magic treasure but not its name, the group of human cultivators secretly laughed and didn't speak. Sure enough, after the scholar surnamed Feng said a few more words, a sea race couldn't help but shout, "Hey brat, what is this thing? You've been talking for half a day, how come I don't understand?" "Ah, are you stupid?" A human voice laughed loudly. "Brat Feng talked for half a day just to tell us that this magic treasure is a real treasure, and ordinary cultivators shouldn't covet it. I can tell you that if Brat Feng doesn't have 1 million primal stones per word, you can twist my head off." Hee, this senior is going too far with his words. The scholar surnamed Feng smiled and said, "Junior's words only cost 700,000 primal stones, how can it reach 1 million? Bullshit. Quickly tell us what this thing is." The sea race shouted. The scholar surnamed Feng wasn't angry at all, and he pointed at the 2 rings and said with a smile, "This thing is called the Heaven Wing Spectroscope, that thing is called the Earth Wing Spectroscope. These 2 treasures put together are called the 2-wing spectroscope." "What bullshit thing is this? What's the use of it?" The sea race was stunned, and Xiaohua stood up from his seat in surprise and couldn't help but walk to the window. The scholar surnamed Feng said again, "This magic treasure is refined with the polar magnetic rays, so it has no use in ordinary places. It can only be used inside the polar magnetic rays, and it can be used to control the polar magnetic rays." Boom. When the scholar surnamed Feng said this, the human race cultivators who knew about the polar magnetic rays were in an uproar. No one thought that the incomparably powerful polar magnetic rays could be controlled through magic treasures, so someone couldn't help but shout, "Fellow immortal Feng, you just said 6 words, right? Could it be that this 2-wing spectroscope has a price of 2 million primal stones?" "That's right." The scholar surnamed Feng nodded and said, "The last ancient Tao magic treasure, the 2-wing spectroscope, has a price of 5 million primal stones. Fellow immortal can bid if you like it." "For 5 million primal stones, this old man wants it." Just as the scholar surnamed Feng's voice fell, someone immediately shouted. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and his ears heard the bids of others. He took a deep breath and shouted, 10 million primal stones. Whoosh! The entire auction hall instantly became deathly silent, even faster than before. The scholar surnamed Feng looked at the window that hadn't appeared before in disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, "Senior has bid 10 million primal stones?" "Nonsense," Xiaohua said coldly, "who else wants to bid with this old man?" Xiaohua's voice was extremely cold, and it even contained soul cultivation soul techniques, which carried an indescribable threat in the ears of others. Is there anyone else who wants to bid with Senior?" The scholar surnamed Feng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, "Granny, 10 million primal stones, how many cultivators can afford it?" An almost inaudible voice came from the corner. Seeing this, the scholar surnamed Feng didn't dare to be long-winded. He waved the folding fan in his hand and said, "Okay, this item is senior's." Seeing the two-wing spectroscope disappear in front of the scholar surnamed Feng and land in his window, Xiaohua waved his sleeve and immediately put it into the space. Then he let out a long sigh. Don't be fooled by his calm expression. His heart was clenched. After all, the two-wing spectroscope was a magic treasure that he had coveted for several hundred years. Seeing that he was about to bid for it, it would be strange if he didn't bid for Zhang Kai. Moreover, he was also afraid that someone would bid, so he directly bid 10 million primal stones, frightening many cultivators who wanted to bid. However, it was fortunate that the immortal envoys from the Immortal Palace who opposed him weren't here, otherwise his trick might not have succeeded. After putting away the two-wing spectroscope, Xiaohua calmly placed a Jianghu pouch on the disc in front of the windowsill, and then hid in the pavilion without saying anything. Cough cough. The scholar surnamed Feng checked the Jianghu pouch, and his face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a smile, "Many thanks for senior's support. This is the highest bid in this auction. If fellow immortal can't surpass it in the future, my star-picking tower will give fellow immortal a small surprise." Alright, next up is the beast slaves. The scholar surnamed Feng put away the Jianghu pouch, and the clouds beneath his feet moved. Several cracks appeared on both sides of the auction hall, and dozens of demonic beasts wearing chains inscribed with runes walked out from the cracks. Some of these demonic beasts were directly captured from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, some were sold to my star-picking tower by the demonic beasts, and some were eliminated from the arena. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, "However, fellow immortals, please don't worry. These demonic beasts have all been implanted with beast slave talismans. After a fellow immortal bids, as long as he controls the talisman, he can control the demonic beast's life and death. Moreover, this beast slave talisman was refined by an expert, so there definitely won't be any signs of backlash." Xiaohua hid in the window, coldly watching the demonic beast's bidding. His heart was a bit confused and there was an indescribable feeling in it. He looked at the humans in the auction hall, who were very excited. One by one, they enthusiastically bid for the beast slaves, and the atmosphere reached a climax. "Oh, I understand now." As he watched the beast slaves being put into the Jianghu bracelet by their masters, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. No wonder the Sea Clan of the Grotto Heaven River came to the Star-Picking Towers auction hall. It turns out that they want to win here. Or perhaps they want to bid for a Yazi Arena's beast to test the Yazi Arena's strength. Then Xiaohua looked at the surrounding windows. These windows were all protected by essence arrays, so Xiaohua's spiritual force could not penetrate them. He also could not tell which of the Sea Clan of the Grotto Heaven River belonged to. Perhaps I should pay them a visit? Xiaohua's heart wavered, just as Do Shanjun had expected. At this moment, the scholar surnamed Feng said, "Next up is a batch of materials for refining tools. Fellow immortals, if any of you are interested, you can bid." Soon after, the person in charge of the auction reported the quantity and type of materials. There were many materials that could be used to construct lightning boats and teleportation formations. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and started bidding. Chapter 3957. Xiaohua bought the majority of the materials in the auction in one go. Coupled with the fact that he had enough primeval stones in the space, he bought the majority of the materials in one go. Xiaohua's big spending surprised many of the humans and monsters who were participating in the auction. They whispered to each other and tried to guess who Xiaohua was. After all, the current Xiaohua was completely different from the Xiaohua of the Stargazing Tower. He had the bearing of a great master, and the aura of a saint inside and a monarch outside was brewing. How could his tone be the same as before? Even if Zhu Qing was by his side, she wouldn't be able to see Xiaohua's true face. After buying enough materials, Xiaohua had nothing to worry about in this auction. He thought for a moment and pulled Louis out of the space. Louis had obviously heard what Yuanya said. When he saw Xiaohua, he respectfully saluted and asked, "Master, is Xiao Yun in danger?" Although Yuanya didn't know much, Jiang Sheng's appearance in the space was enough for Louis to guess a lot. Xiaohua was glad that he let Louis out. Otherwise he wouldn't know what Louis was thinking in the space. Xiao Yun should be fine. The one who is in trouble is Jiang Sheng. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then explained the ins and outs of the matter. When Louis heard that Xiao Yun wasn't in danger, he smiled and said, "That's good. Disciple is only worried about Xiao Yun's safety. Disciple doesn't care about the heavenly abode river." Jianghu and the other sea races flooded the longevity town. Even if they were eaten by the barbarians, disciple would still ask for a few skewers to eat. Xiaohua smiled and glared at Lu Yi. Master still wants you to show off in front of the heavenly abode river and deepen their impression of you. But you want to eat dragon meat. How can Master let you go? Hee hee. Lu Yi smiled and replied, Master, disciple knows what you're thinking. However, in the eyes of the sea races of the heavenly abode river, revenge and a great undertaking are of great importance. Disciples' cultivation is shallow. I'm only a first or second grade cultivator. How can they put me in their eyes? If disciple goes there now, other than Xiao Yun, no one will give disciple a second glance. Rather than give them a bad impression, disciple might as well not show his face. Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua nodded. Master was thinking of leading? Oh, I was thinking of letting you all gain experience, but I forgot about this. You should focus on your cultivation. When you are able to stand proudly among the hidden immortals, there is no need for you to look for others. Even the dragons of the heavenly abode river might come knocking on your door. Master. When Xiaohua said the word visit, there was a double meaning to it. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed when he heard it and said in a low voice, This disciple regards Xiao Yun as his own little sister. You shouldn't think too much. Xiaohua smiled and said righteously, In the future when this old man has the opportunity, I will also accept Xiao Yun as my disciple. Damn it, fire prevention, theft prevention, senior brother, I want to see how you're going to take care of your little sister. Master. Lu Yi's face flushed red. He who had always been clever didn't know how to answer. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. How could he not see through Lu Yi's thoughts? Wasn't a youth yearning for love exactly what Lu Yi and the others were thinking? This disciple is going back to cultivate. Lu Yi bowed and said, I will leave everything to Master. When this disciple reaches the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible, I will come to share Master's worries. Ah. Xiaohua was slightly surprised and said curiously, Grandmaster realm. Your requirements are really high. Master will have to wait for you to share his worries. Who knows how long that will take? Hee, if this disciple becomes a Grandmaster, then won't Master be a Mahayana realm master? Lu Yi pursed his lips and smiled. This disciple is looking forward to that day. Good flattery. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and put Lu Yi into the space. He smiled and said, Go back and cultivate well. After putting Lu Yi away, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and walked out of the pavilion. When Xiao Yi saw Xiaohua coming out, she hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, what's the matter? Take this old man to room 7. This old man is going to visit an old friend. Xiaohua ordered indifferently. Xiao Yi hurriedly nodded, raised her hand and said, Senior, please. Outside the pavilion was a corridor, but there was no trace of other people. As Xiao Yi walked for a distance, Xiaohua felt a faint aura of a Yuan ray sweep past. Then his eyes lit up. Another pretty Xiao Yi came to greet him and said respectfully, Greetings, Senior. And this old man is here to visit an old friend. Xiaohua took out a jade eye and wrote 2 words Jianghu in it. He handed it to Xiao Yi and said, This old man doesn't have a name token, so I will give this to them. Yes, Senior. Xiao Yi took the jade eye, walked to the door and whispered a few words. Then a finger stretched out from the door and hooked the jade eye, not allowing Xiao Yi to enter. After waiting for half a cigarette, a layer of inscriptions and clouds flashed in front of the door, and a human figure in a cloak poked his head out. Although the cloak covered the aura of the sea tribe, an unconcealable dragon's breath still passed through, and the 2 little girls trembled under the pressure. Who are you? A hoarse voice came from the cloak. It was obviously changed. Xiaohua raised his hand and saluted. He transmitted his voice, I am Xiaohua of Dao Sect. The matter of Yazi auction house was done by me. The cloak clearly trembled again and the tone was somewhat hurried. You, how did you know I was waiting here? Xiaohua smiled. How I know is not a big deal. You don't need to know. You only need to know that I came here alone, and I have nothing to do with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Please. The dragon in the cloak said a rare word. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I am not in a hurry to go in. You discuss with the dragon inside first. Don't wait for me to go in and make a move. At that time both of us will lose face and we will attract the attention of Zhai Xing Lu. Spiritual Master Xiao, please wait a moment. The dragon in the cloak nodded slightly and returned to the room. After a while, the door of the room appeared, and the hoarse voice came from inside. Spiritual Master, Please come in. Okay. Xiao Hua agreed and stepped into the room. However, in view of Jiang Sheng's vigilance, Xiao Hua did not let down his guard. Sure enough, after entering the room, Xiao Hua was greeted by 4 cloaked dragons. Each of them stood at a corner, surrounding Xiao Hua in the middle. 4 powerful dragon forces were like big hands clamping Xiao Hua in the middle. Xiao Hua's body flashed with a faint golden light. He did not deliberately resist and only said, Jiang Sheng is in the hands of Ba Bao of Baiyan. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. Of course, if Ba Bao handed Jiang Sheng over to the North Sea Dragon Palace, then it has nothing to do with me. What? How did Jiang Sheng fall into the hands of Ba Bao? Another slightly shrill voice came. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and ignored the murderous dragon force. He walked to a chair and said, What's the point of asking this? If you were late, Jiang Sheng might have been roasted by Ba Bao into dragon meat skewers. Of course, I also want to remind you that if Ba Bao and the North Sea Dragon Palace work together to set a trap in Baiyan, don't blame me for not warning you. The 4 dragons whispered to each other and discussed for a moment. 2 of them hurriedly left while the other 2 dragons stood there vigilantly. Xiao Hua ate a few spirit fruits and stretched out his finger. 2 spirit fruits flew out and landed in front of the 2 dragons. He smiled and said, My 2 dragon friends, why are you so nervous? I came alone, what are you afraid of? Besides, what happened in the Yazi arena a few days ago, don't you know? Swish. 2 streams of dragon chi swirled in the air, and the 2 dragon fruits turned into powder. A dragon said with a hoarse voice, This old man and the other dragons naturally know about the Yazi auction house. But, as for what exactly happened, I'm not too sure. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua understood. He knew everything that happened in the Yazi arena, but the North Sea Dragon Palace did not disclose the details. In particular, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River couldn't find out the details. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared to bid for the Yazi arena. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, Please have a seat. Let me tell you the ins and outs of the matter. However, since I'm not afraid of the North Sea Dragon Palace and treat you so honestly, you 2 dragon friends don't have to be so stingy and careful, right? Alright. The 2 dragons looked at each other. It was unknown if they could see each other's expression through the cloak. Then one dragon took off his cloak and the other did the same. However, the dragon who took off his cloak first walked over and sat beside Xiao Hua. The other dragon was still on guard. Xiao Hua glanced at the dragon. It still had a ferocious dragon face, no different from Ao Zhan Ao Qian, and the others he had seen before. However, the 2 snow-white eyebrows above the fist-sized eyes were a little eye-catching. Fellow immortal, your surname is also Jiang, right? Xiao Hua probed. The dragon cupped his hands and said, I'm the 3rd elder of the Heavenly Abode River, Jianghu. Excuse me. So it's the 3rd elder. Xiao Hua cupped his hands, but the respect in his tone was limited. We know Daoist Zhao's name, but this is Yu Ling Bei. We can't be careless, so I have to be careful. Jianghu explained politely. Xiao Hua smiled and replied, Of course you should be careful. However, being too careful will hurt people's hearts. As he spoke, Xiao Hua recounted the whole story. When he reached the part where he threw Jiang Sheng into Bai An's hands, the dragon beside him couldn't help but cry out, Spiritual Master Xiao, since you've already rescued Jiang Sheng, why throw him into Bai An's hands? You only need to tell him the reason. Isn't that better than anything else? Now that this misunderstanding has been formed, if anything happens to Jiang Sheng. Chapter 39:58. Xiao Hua replied indifferently, I brought my disciple to the gladiator arena to end my karma with the arena. However, even after this Xiao ended things, the arena still wanted to use this Xiao. Thus, this Xiao decided to go all out and destroy their arena to save my disciple. As for Jiang Sheng, I just saw that he was a hero and didn't want him to die in the mouth of the fighting beast, so I saved him along the way. And I was kind enough to bring him to you. Since he didn't believe me, why would I save him? Besides, if I didn't come to you, he would have died in the hands of the leopards sooner or later. What Jinren Xiao said is. Jianghu waved his hand to stop the dragon from speaking. He looked up at the door and said indifferently, It's almost time. Whether or not the North Sea Dragon Palace is ambushing Tao Wu, there should be news coming. Sure enough, as soon as Jianghu finished speaking, a layer of inscriptions on the door flashed. A cloaked dragon barged in, walked to Jianghu's side, and said a few words in the dragon language in a hoarse voice. Naturally, Xiao Hua could hear the dragon language clearly. And didn't have the North Sea Dragon Palace's ambush. The two dragons easily rescued Jiangxing from Bai'an, and to Xiaohua's surprise, Jiangxing didn't suffer much in Bai'an. Damn it. Xiaohua understood. Tao Wu's leopards weren't fools. They probably saw the grudge between the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Cave River and didn't want to get involved. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had found the Tao Wu, they would have definitely handed Jiangxing over. But since the North Sea Dragon Palace had not found the Tao Wu, the dragons of Dongtian River would naturally have to hand Jiangxing over to Dongtian River. Even Xiaohua vaguely guessed why Jiangxing wanted to lead him and the North Sea Dragon Palace to Tao Wu. Jinren Xiao. Jiang Hai heard the report and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, I thank you on behalf of the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. Ah, you're welcome. Xiaohua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Seeing Jiang Hai being so polite, he hurriedly stood up and said, I have a relationship with the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. At this point, Xiaohua was slightly stunned, because the dragon who came in later pulled off his cloak. It was Jiang Che who he knew from before, and Jiang Che did not look at him. He only stood silently at the side of Jiang Hai. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he understood a little. Jiang Che had revealed some of the secrets of the Heavenly Abode River when he saved him in the Legacy Realm. Presumably, Jiang Che had some considerations and did not tell his clan about his encounter with him. Presumably, Jiangxing had never heard of his name from Jiang Che's mouth. Yes. Jiang Hai didn't notice Xiaohua's strange expression and said with a smile, Jiangxing just told me about how he met Taoist Master and how Taoist Master rescued him. He also specially asked this old man to apologize to Taoist Master on his behalf. He misunderstood Taoist Master. Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Jiang Che clearly didn't mention this, but he didn't care. Who knew if Jiang Che had used some secret technique of the dragon race to transmit his voice? Hence, he waved his hand and said, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, why would I blame fellow Immortal Jiang? I hope fellow Immortal Jiang can forgive me for being impulsive. He didn't suffer much. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Taoist Master, please take a seat. My Heavenly Abode River is deeply grateful that Taoist Master saved Jiangxing. How can my Heavenly Abode River repay Taoist Master? There's no need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said righteously, this Xiao has never asked for anything in return. Since Jiangxing was still rescued, this Xiao's wish has been fulfilled. The Xiao will return now. Farewell. Taoist Master Xiao. Jiang Hai hurriedly stopped Xiaohua and said, since there's no need for anything in return, just sit for a while. My Heavenly Abode River clan doesn't have many old friends in the region, and there's no one as warm-hearted as Taoist Master. This old man really wants to make friends with Taoist Master. How could Xiaohua not know what Jiang Hai was thinking? Of course, he didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the Heavenly Abode River and the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He smiled and said, no need to be so polite. This Xiao still has to participate in the auction. This old man can also bid here. Why does Taoist Master have to go back? As Jiang Hai spoke, he flicked his dragon claw and the window of the pavilion opened. The clamor of bidding came from outside. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Taoist Master, what do you like? My Heavenly Abode River can bid for it. I'll give it to you. All right. Xiaohua was helpless and could only stand in front of the windowsill. At this time the auction house was very lively. People were bidding for some items of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Many humans and demons were bidding loudly. After watching for a while, Xiaohua turned and asked, Third Elder, how is Jiang Hong? Jiang Hong? Jiang Hai was stunned and said in surprise, Taoist Master knows my clan's little princess? Yes, this Xiao knows her. This Zhao's disciple Lu Yi saved your clan's little princess in the Longevity Town. Xiaohua nodded. He's very concerned about Jiang Hong now. Oh, this old man knows. Jiang Hai smiled and said, my clan's little princess has always talked about Brother Lu. However, the Longevity Town is now where the Immortals and Buddhas are fighting. My Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan doesn't dare to go there to search. I didn't expect Brother Lu to become Taoist Master's disciple. Congratulations. Yes, it's really not easy to find a loyal disciple. Xiaohua answered and then said, and this Xiao didn't expect that Xiao Yun has always been concerned about Lu Yi. Sigh. Hearing this, Jiang Hai sighed and said, this old man is embarrassed to tell Taoist Master, but my clan's little princess has now fallen into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What? Xiaohua was stunned and almost couldn't believe his ears. How did Xiao Yun fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Wasn't that Jiang Xing's nonsense to test this Xiao? Jiang Hai smiled bitterly and said, when Jiang Xing was captured, my clan's little princess naturally didn't fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace. After that, 4 or 5 days ago, the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon General Ao Xian got the news from somewhere and suddenly attacked the remaining people of my heavenly abode river. My clan's little princess was captured by him and brought to the Feather Spirit Palace. See? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, Ao Xian, are you talking about a few days ago? The one who entered the Feather Spirit Palace covered in blood. Dragon General? This old man doesn't know. This old man wasn't near the Feather Spirit Bay that day. Jiang Hai answered with some hesitation. He didn't know that when Ao Xian returned to the Feather Spirit Palace, Xiao Hua was at the entrance of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiao Hua also didn't know that the dragon shell in the hands of the Dragon General who entered the Feather Spirit Palace that day was actually Jiang Hong. Damn it, if this old man had known that day, this Xiao would have snatched the dragon shell away no matter what. Xiao Hua was very regretful. Ao Xian was already injured that day. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see through his strength, if he had attacked, Xiao Hua might have succeeded. Today this old man came to Star Picking Tower to inquire about Jiang Sheng. More importantly, this old man wants to buy information about the Feather Spirit Palace returning to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang Hai no longer treated Xiao Hua as an outsider and said without hiding anything, there are many dragon arrays in the Feather Spirit Palace. It's not easy for us to make a move, but if we leave the Feather Spirit Palace, we can save the little princess in the North Sea. Save what? Ao Xian doesn't know that you will save her. It must be another big ambush. Xiao Hua poured cold water on Jiang Hai. Sai Jiang Xing is different from Jiang Hong. Jiang Hai sighed. The North Sea Dragon Palace humiliated Jiang Sheng in the arena. My heavenly abode river can turn a blind eye to it. But the little princess can't. She is the hope of my heavenly abode river, and also the face of my heavenly abode river. At this point, Jiang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and said earnestly, Spiritual Master Xiao, this old man knows that my heavenly abode river owes you a favor. Furthermore, you have a proud character and don't look down on everything in my heavenly abode river. However, this old man hopes that you can help my heavenly abode river on account of the 3 years of friendship between Xiao Yun and Brother Lu. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this Xiao is a human cultivator and only has the strength of a 5th grade essence force. How would I dare to get involved in the matters of your dragon race? Sai, speaking of asking for help, this old man has no choice. Now that my heavenly abode river's sea clan has withered, the number of experts we can use is limited. This old man is willing to ask for help from any human or demon race that can help my heavenly abode river. Jiang Hai sighed and said, not to mention an expert like Spiritual Master Xiao who can play with Ao Jing in the palm of his hand. Damn it. Xiao Hua was speechless. Jiang Hai was right. If he could play with Ao Jing, how could he be a 5th grade essence force cultivator? Moreover, Louis had also said that the Fortune Gate could choose not to get involved in the matters of the heavenly abode river, but for Xiao Yun's matter, they had to get involved. At this time, Xiao Hua was feeling a little regretful. If he could go back in time, he would definitely return to the Feather Spirit Palace and kick Ao Xian to death before snatching Long Bei away. Alright, fellow immortals, the next item to be auctioned is a demonic beast race's secret technique. At this time, the voice of the scholar surnamed Feng came from the auction hall. Although the records of this secret technique are incomplete, according to my Star Plucking Tower's consecrators, this secret technique should be a demonic beast race's fake body technique. Fake body technique? What does that mean? A human asked curiously. Is it the Dao sex puppet technique? Are you talking about the puppet soldiers and generals technique of Confucianism? Hee, the demonic beast race's fake body technique is different from our human race's fake body technique. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, the demonic beast race's fake body technique is more similar to a clone technique. I heard that if one cultivates this fake body technique to the peak, one can cultivate a demonic beast that is exactly the same as oneself. Doesn't this mean that there are 2 people? That human exclaimed in shock. However, before that human could finish speaking, a demonic beast calmly said, our demonic beast race's cultivation technique has never been written down. The ones that can be written down are also not profound cultivation techniques. Fellow immortal, you've described this fake body technique to be so profound, but this old man doesn't believe you. This old man needs to see this cultivation technique first. My apologies, this cultivation technique is a little special. If fellow immortal believes me, you can bid for it. If not, this little one can't do anything about it. The scholar surnamed Feng smiled and said, this cultivation technique can only be given to the fellow immortal who wins the bid. Chapter 39:59. How many primeval stones? The demons couldn't wait any longer and shouted at the top of their lungs. 20 million primeval stones. Feng shouted. 1 million each time. 30 million? Xiaohua immediately called out as soon as Feng's voice fell. Xiaohua had the same wishful thinking as last time. He wanted to suppress all the demons in one go. Unfortunately, he couldn't get any advantage this time. One of the demons shouted, 31 million, 35 million? Another voice beat Xiaohua to it. 40 million. Xiaohua was about to speak when Jianghu hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, Taoist. What's wrong? Xiaohua asked curiously. Jianghu looked at Xiaohua and smiled. This old man wants to know, Taoist is a human. Why are you bidding for a demon cultivation method? Xiaohua rolled his eyes. This Xiao likes the words of the demon race. I want to use this fake body technique to explain them. Haha. Jianghu laughed. He knew that Xiaohua was just fooling him, but he didn't care. He said, the monster race's fake body technique is just an elementary cultivation method of the clone technique. Ordinary humans simply can't cultivate it. And it's just as that demon said. Cultivation methods that can be written in demon characters are not real demon cultivation methods. What's more, this is the holy blood, a high-level cultivation method of the demon race. But since Zhai Xinglu said that this cultivation method is real, it must be 70% real. But to cultivate a fake body with it, I'm afraid it will be difficult. What do you mean, Third Elder? Xiaohua asked anxiously when he heard that the demon race's cultivation method had reached 50 million. Jianghu explained calmly, although my heavenly abode river has declined, it is still one of the 3 rivers and 4 seas of the 3 continents. What the dragon race should have, my heavenly abode river has. My heavenly abode river has a dragon cloning technique. It should be complete. Since Taoist saved Jiang Sheng, this old man is willing to give this cultivation method to you as a token of my heavenly abode river's gratitude. Seeing that the old fox Jianghu didn't mention the matter of rescuing Jiang Hong and only talked about the matter of rescuing Jiang Sheng, how could Xiaohua not know what Jianghu was thinking? If he agreed, then he agreed, but how could Xiaohua be that kind of person? Even without this doppelganger technique, Xiaohua would not have given up on helping the heavenly abode river rescue Jiang Hong. Now that he had a doppelganger technique, was it not a pleasant surprise for Xiaohua? This. Xiaohua pretended to hesitate. Jiang Che, go and report to the great elder. Tell him to hurry up and invite the totem to thank Taoist Xiao for his help. Jiang Hai saw that there was hope. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered Jiang Che. When Jiang Che saw that Xiaohua didn't expose him, he was happy in his heart. He agreed, looked deeply at Xiaohua, and hurriedly left. All right. Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, since Third Elder is so generous, it would be impolite for this Xiao to refuse. I wonder how Third Elder plans to rescue little Yun? Seeing that Xiaohua had acquiesced, Jiang Hai was also overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, this old man thanks Taoist Xiao for his righteousness. My heavenly abode River Dragon clan will remember Taoist Xiao's help in our hearts. No need to say those empty words. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, after all, saving little Yun is something that both you and I have to do. Yes, Taoist Xiao is right. Jiang Hai closed the window of the auction house and nodded, this old man has just arrived at Yuling Bay. The North Sea Dragon Palace is such a big force. This old man came to Zhai Xinglu with great difficulty. I haven't received any specific information, so this old man can't have any specific plans. So it's like that. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He didn't know if Jiang Hai was worried about him or if he really didn't have any plans. He said, this Xiao doesn't care about the plans. Once Third Elder has decided on how to proceed, you can come to the Luo Yi Merchant Union to inform this Xiao. What do you think? Luo Yi Merchant Union? All right. Jiang Hai thought for a moment and nodded, leave the specific plans to my heavenly abode river. When it's time to act, this old man will send someone to inform Taoist Xiao. Then this Xiao will take his leave first. Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Jiang Hai didn't urge him to stay. After sending Xiaohua off, Jiang Hai stood in the pavilion and looked at the corner of the wall, as if he was in deep thought. After half a cup of tea's time he said, Jiang Ming, do you think this Taoist Xiao is reliable? Reporting to Elder Jiang Ming of the Dragon Clan, who remained in the pavilion, almost didn't think about it and said, I feel that this Xiao Hua is a person of character. Everything he said came from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't hide his thoughts in the slightest. Jiang Hai shook his head slightly and sighed. If it was a demon, this old man would have trusted him long ago. But the human race is fickle. This old man doesn't dare to trust Xiao Hua too much. But Jiang Ming didn't understand. Taoist Xiao saved Jiang Xing, and Jiang Xing said it himself. That's the problem. Jiang Hai explained, this Taoist Xiao is really merciful and kind. Even the Thunder Temple's Vairocana can't compare to him. Is there such a human in this world? Seems. I haven't seen it either. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly, then asked, then why did Elder invite Xiao Hua to save the little princess? From the bottom of my heart, this old man doesn't trust Xiao Hua. Jiang Hai seemed to be explaining to Jiang Ming, but it felt like he was convincing himself. But from the little princess's memories, this Xiao Hua seems to be a good person. Moreover, when Jiang Xing flooded Longevity Town, Xiao Hua was also there. He shouldn't have any connection with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Also, this old man feels that Xiao Hua's cultivation is definitely not as simple as he showed. If he helps Heavenly Abode River, the effect will be no small matter. Third Elder, if Xiao Hua is in cahoots with the North Sea Dragon Palace, then we're in big trouble. Jiang Ming voiced out Jiang Hai's doubts. That's right. What's false and what's real and what's false? Who knows what's real and what's false? Jiang Hai obviously didn't have much confidence in Xiao Hua. At this moment, Jiang Che came back from outside and explained his situation in a low voice. Then he looked at Jiang Hai's hesitant expression, thought for a moment and said, I'll let Third Elder know. I previously hid some things, but now that Xiao Hua has appeared, I feel that it's better to make things clear. What are you hiding now? Are these things related to Xiao Hua? Jiang Hai was a little dumbfounded and hurriedly asked. Jiang Che knew that after Xiao Hua's appearance, his matter in the legacy world had become an airtight wall. Jiang Hai and the other dragons would definitely know about it no matter what he said earlier or later. Therefore he told Jiang Hai about his matter in the legacy world. This. Jiang Hai was dumbfounded. Jiang Che, why didn't you say so earlier? I think Xiao Hua is just a Dao sect cultivator. Since he knows the little princess and the Lui he mentioned was also mentioned by the little princess, he shouldn't go against Heavenly Abode River. The problem is he's also friends with Ao Zhan. What kind of dragon general is Ao Zhan? The other dragons don't know, but don't you know? But he saved me in Jiangsheng, and when he saved Jiangsheng, he even mentioned my name. Jiang Che said confidently, I think this Xiao Hua should be reliable. If that's right. He didn't expose you just now, so you naturally think he's reliable. Jiang Ming sneered. Not to mention me, even if Jiang Xing was here, he would say the same thing. Jiang Che retorted without hesitation. At this moment Xiao Yi whispered from outside, reporting to Senior, someone is here with a name card. Shu. Jiang Hai waved his hand and said, be quiet, there seems to be news coming. Following Jiang Sheng's instructions, Jiang Ming and Jiang Che raised their dragon claws and covered their cloaks. After a while, there was no trace of the Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan in the pavilion. Then a figure in the same black robe walked into the pavilion. Xiao Hua returned to his own pavilion, frowning as he looked out the window. At this moment, Zhai Xinglu had taken out another demon weapon. Many demons were competing for it, and the sounds of bidding were ear-piercing. Xiao Hua's gaze was a little unfocused, and his mind was racing. He had encountered many things at Zhai Xinglu today and he had gained a lot, but after these gains he had to face another great danger. Let's not talk about what Dou Shanjun wanted Xiao Hua to do. It definitely wasn't that simple. Xiao Hua's current cultivation hadn't even reached Dou Shanjun's requirements. Xiao Hua was too lazy to guess what this matter was. Then there was the matter of Heavenly Abode River. Xiao Hua still couldn't avoid provoking the North Sea Dragon Palace and rescuing Dragon Lady Jianghong. Regarding this matter, Xiao Hua's heart was a bit uneasy. Previously, he had already felt fear in his heart, and felt that he would encounter an unprecedented danger. He used to think that it was the Immortal Palace's anger, but after Zhu Cheng's explanation, the Murong family's attitude and Dou Shanjun's analysis, Xiao Hua knew that the Immortal Palace would not do anything to him for the time being. There was no need for the Immortal Palace to delay the important war between immortals and Buddhas for a small character like him. This meant that the North Sea Dragon Palace or Dragon Island might be the source of the danger that Xiaohua would face. I always feel like I'm not in control. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze from the auction house and smiled bitterly to himself. It's troublesome to have too many disciples. If it weren't for Lu Yi, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But Xiaohua beamed with joy. The Heavenly Abode River's foundation is really powerful. They even have a doppelganger technique. If I succeed in cultivating this doppelganger technique, won't I have a few more helpers? Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. Seeing that there were no more suitable things to bid at Zhai Xinglu, he simply walked out of the pavilion. Xiao Yi, who was outside the door, hurried forward and asked, "Senior, which room are you going to visit?" "I'm not going." Xiaohua smiled. "I've already bid for something suitable and am ready to go back. I wonder if I can leave at any time during this auction?" Chapter 3960. Of course. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Senior can leave at any time. However, the auction hasn't ended yet. It seems that there are many rare treasures that haven't appeared yet. Senior, don't you want to take a look? Moreover, the sea wind is very strong right now. I'm afraid it will take an hour for it to gradually decrease." "No need." Xiaohua waved his hand. "I'll go back now. Take me out." "Yes, Senior, this way please." Xiao Yi didn't dare to urge him to stay any longer. She twisted her waist and sent Xiaohua to the door of Zhai Xinglu. Just as Xiao Yi had said, although Zhai Xinglu was protected by an essence formation, an earth-shattering tremor came from the essence formation. A wave that made one's heart tremble also penetrated the essence formation. Looking outside the gatehouse, the sky and earth were completely dark. It was impossible to see the outline of Yuling Bay from before. Occasionally, a gust of wind whistled past like a horned dragon, pulling at the gray wind, but no sound was heard. The group of young Confucian scholars waiting at the gate saw Xiaohua come out and saw Xiao Yi's signal. They hurriedly bowed and said in unison, "Junior respectfully sends Senior off. And you've all worked hard." Xiaohua nodded. He waved his hand and took out a few origin stones and gave them to Xiao Yi. He said, "Keep half for yourself. Give the rest to these people." Xiao Yi was ecstatic. She hurriedly took it and bowed. "Thank you, spiritual master Xiao." However, when she raised her head, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared. Only the origin array in front of the gate had some faint fluctuations, swaying with the brilliance. When Xiaohua exited Zhai Xinglu, the entire world was filled with whistling winds. Moreover, amidst the omnipresent sound of the wind, the rumbling of the waves was also incessant. Usually when there was wind, the sky was mostly clean. The strong wind would tear the clouds apart. However, the storm in Yuling Bay was different. The entire sky was covered with red clouds. These clouds were fiercely tumbling like the sea border of the North Sea. Although some clouds were torn apart from time to time, they were covered by other clouds in a moment. Xiaohua released his divine sense. He was surprised to find that this strong wind could actually tear apart divine sense. However, Xiaohua was only looking for the continuous merchant alliance, so he didn't really need to experience the power of this gale. After finding the E-mansion, Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew inside. However, before Xiaohua's figure could land, an overwhelming qi surged from the distance. A man dressed in tight clothes stepped on clouds and very strangely blocked Xiaohua's path. "Oh, who are you?" Xiaohua sensed the man's presence the moment he appeared. When the man revealed himself, Xiaohua also stopped vigilantly and asked in an indifferent tone. The man did not answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, his eyes flashed with a faint golden light, as if he was using some kind of eye-clearing technique. He looked at Xiaohua for a moment and asked in return, "You are Xiaohua of Taoism?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a nod, "That's right. I am Tao Sect Xiaohua. May I know why your excellency is stopping I? Have you participated in the Yazi auction house's auction before?" The man asked abruptly. Xiaohua's heart stirred and he nodded and said, "Of course this Xiao has participated." What did you bid for?" Xiaohua smiled and raised his head to look at the sea breeze. He said, "Your excellency is really in a good mood. In such terrible weather you actually stopped this Xiao here. Do you want to ask this Xiao what I bid for in the Yazi auction house?" "That's right." The man said coldly, "You have to answer honestly, otherwise..." As the man spoke, the gale around 100 feet to the left suddenly quieted down. Lines of twisted marble-like stripes appeared in the void. Between those stripes, thumb-sized inscriptions flickered and jumped out from time to time. Sigh. Xiao Hua glanced and sighed. If this Xiao could bid for good things in the Yazi auction house, would I still be able to participate in the auction at Jianghu? This Xiao bought a Taoist magic tool in the Yazi auction house. Unfortunately, this magic tool was not as powerful as that old turtle shell said, and it was even a bit damaged. This Xiao was afraid of attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so I left the auction house halfway. When this Xiao discovered that the magic tool was not suitable and was about to go to the Yazi auction house to argue, a big accident happened there. This Xiao naturally did not dare to offend the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, so I came to Jianghu to bid. However, there are many Taoist cultivators in Jianghu, and this Xiao did not find any suitable. Can you let me see the magic tool you bid for in the Yazi auction house? The man did not wait for Xiao Hua to finish and asked. Of course. Xiao Hua generously took out a magic tool that he had previously bought in Jianghu and handed it to the man. The man took the magic tool and seemed to casually ask, "How many sea crystals is this?" Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that this man might take the magic tool to the Yazi auction house and ask about it. If he asked this question, he would definitely be exposed. Killing intent unconsciously rose in his heart. However, in an instant Xiao Hua changed his mind. He did not think that this man would really go to the Yazi auction house. After all, the North Sea Dragon Palace was currently looking for the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so this man would not go and cause trouble. Moreover, Xiao Hua did not think that after his lie was exposed, this man would associate him with the cultivator who had bid for the nascent soul with him. Thus, Xiao Hua extinguished his killing intent and said with a smile, "What? Did fellow immortal miss out on this magic tool? How about this? If fellow immortal is willing, this Xiao will sell this magic tool to fellow immortal for 490,000 sea crystals." This magic tool is worth 490,000 sea crystals? The man took the magic tool and his eyes flashed. He clearly looked at the magic tool and then raised his head and sneered. Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and was about to lower the price. However, before he could say anything, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He changed his tone and said, "This is a real Dao magic tool from the Yazi auction house. It's just that this Xiao's magic power is not very good. If fellow immortal does not want it, then give it back to this Xiao." The man hesitated. His thoughts were similar to Xiao Hua's guess. He wanted to bargain with Xiao Hua a few times to see if it was similar to the time he had bid in the Yazi auction house. However, Xiao Hua did not take the bait. As for whether this magic tool was from the Yazi auction house, he really did not pay attention. The man thought for a moment and asked, "Is 300,000 sea crystals enough? Fellow immortal, please let this Xiao go." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This magic tool consumed most of the primeval stones in this Xiao's Chengkuan bag. Although it is not very convenient, it can still be used. If fellow immortal takes this magic tool for 300,000 sea crystals, this Xiao will not only have wasted a trip to Yuling Bay, but also lost hundreds of thousands of sea crystals. Wouldn't this Xiao be a real fool? Moreover, what does fellow immortal want this magic tool for? If fellow immortal wants it, you should go to the star-picking tower to bid. Right now the auction is not over yet. There are still many good things left." As Xiao Hua spoke, his eyes never left the magic tool in the man's hand. Magic power even surged around his body, as if guarding against the man's sudden departure. "Don't be nervous. What do I want this magic tool for?" The man snorted coldly and said, "I just want to ask you a few questions." "Fellow immortal, please speak." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "However, fellow immortal, please return the magic tool to this Xiao first." The man was about to speak, but he saw another eye-clearing technique sweep past the mountain where the star-picking tower was located. It seemed to be looking at other places in Yuling Bay. Inscriptions surged around the man's body. His figure was hidden in the wind, and he hurriedly flew in the direction of the star-picking tower. "I owe my magic tool." Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly cried out. "Whoa." When the man flew away, the restriction shrouding the area disappeared again. A fierce wind poured in, blowing on Xiao Hua's body. The magic tool also fell in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and reached out to grab the magic tool. His figure swayed and he landed in front of the Luo E Merchant Union's door. Naturally, there were no demons guarding the door of the Luo E Merchant Union. Moreover, many of the shops nearby had already been removed. It appeared very deserted. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked meaningfully in the direction of the star-picking tower. Then he stepped into the E residence and disappeared. 3 days later, the storm that swept through Yuling Bay gradually subsided. Xiao Hua was sitting on a jade chair and teaching a few demons the art of water fusion. He saw a demon hurriedly run over and respectfully said, "Master Xiao, a demon is looking for you. Can you let him come over?" "What kind of demon is he? Is he from the dragon race?" Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He hurriedly stood up and asked. "No, he doesn't look like a sea race either?" The demon answered. Xiao Hua was a little disappointed, but he still nodded and said, "Let him come over." "Yes, Master Xiao." After the demon race left, Xiao Hua instructed the few demon race cultivators, "You guys can leave as well. This old man has already said everything that needs to be said. You guys just need to practice step by step." Just as the few demon race members left, an ordinary-looking demon race member was brought over. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He asked curiously, "Fellow immortal, you look unfamiliar. Why are you looking for me?" "Hehe, Daoist Xiao, you're really forgetful. You and I are sworn friends." The demon spoke. It was actually Jianghu's voice. "Aha, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and laughed. Since the heavenly abode river had the art of concealment, it must have the art of disguise as well. After Xiao Hua sent the demons of the Luo Yi Merchant Union away, he waved his hand and set up a restriction. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow immortal Jiang, please sit." "You're too polite." Jiang smiled and sat down. He said, "Daoist Xiao, you and my heavenly abode river are fated. You've helped my heavenly abode river time and time again. I bring a message from my heavenly abode river's great elder. Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Xiao Hua also sat down and replied, "You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Besides, doesn't the heavenly abode river also have a gift of gratitude?" When the gift of gratitude was mentioned, Jiang looked around and took out a long bay. He didn't give it to Xiao Hua. Instead, he said, "Daoist Xiao, I've been ordered by the great elder to give you the heavenly abode river's doppelganger technique for you to comprehend. However, this item is of great importance. I can only let you comprehend it for 3 days. After 3 days, whether you can comprehend it or not, I'll have to take this secret technique away." Chapter 3961. Hearing Jiang say that he only had 3 days to comprehend the technique, Xiao Hua unconsciously frowned and said with a bitter smile, "I originally thought that this doppelganger technique was a secret technique and that I only needed to make a copy of it. I didn't expect. Haha, Daoist Xiao." Jiang replied with a smile, "Didn't the demon race already mention it in the Stargazing Towers auction? Real demon race techniques can't be recorded in demon language. This is different from your human race's cultivation. Moreover, this doppelganger technique is one of the rare secret techniques of my heavenly abode river's dragon race that doesn't rely on bloodline inheritance, so my heavenly abode river has to deal with it carefully. To be honest, if Daoist Xiao wasn't sincere to my heavenly abode river, Great Elder and Third Elder definitely wouldn't have taken out this secret technique. Forget it." Xiao Hua looked at Long Bei and waved his hand. 3 days is 3 days. I'm already satisfied that I have the chance to comprehend your dragon race's rare secret technique. I'll comprehend as much as I can. Everything will depend on luck." "Alright." Jiang raised his hand and took out a golden object from Long Bei. As soon as that object appeared in midair, an indescribable aura was immediately emitted from it. That kind of arrogance and contempt for everything suddenly enveloped Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the lifelike dragon form under the golden light. The holy bloodline in his body circulated slightly and he asked, "How do I comprehend it?" "Daoist Master, just release your divine sense." Jiang put away Long Bei and explained, "I'll stay here and wait for Daoist Master's divine sense to withdraw from the totem in 3 days." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "When I'm comprehending, I don't want anyone to watch. How about this? I'll set up another formation in this hall. You stay outside and I'll comprehend inside. After 3 days, you only need to activate the formation and I'll come out immediately. How about it?" "This." Jiang hesitated. Xiao Hua's suggestion was different from Great Elder's instructions. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling face, Jiang thought for a moment and nodded, "Daoist Xiao has done me a favor. This request is indeed nothing. This humble one can promise Daoist Master, but I hope that Daoist Master can also sympathize with this humble one. After 3 days I must come out." "Alright." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry, how could this Xiao make things difficult for you?" Immediately, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice to Ingpa and the other monsters, telling them not to disturb him for 3 days. Then he set up the capital star formation. He waved his hand and set up the star formation. After that, he didn't hesitate to use his mind to wrap the dragon-shaped totem into his space. Putting aside the fact that Xiaohua's mind had entered the space and used the power of space to comprehend the doppelganger technique, Jianghu, who was standing guard outside the star array, couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the star array being activated and the familiar draconic aura disappearing. He released his Yuan will and covered the entire hall, afraid that Xiaohua would escape from his Yuan will with the dragon totem. However, he also knew that if Xiaohua wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to. Within the space, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed the golden dragon totem. Oh! The dragon totem actually let out a deep dragon roar. The golden light actually produced a powerful suction force, wanting to suck Jade Archive Xiaohua into the golden light. Jade Archive Xiaohua's arm shook slightly, turning into a long thin line, falling into the golden light along with the suction force. In just a moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was filled with surprise. He muttered to himself, "Damn this! Is this the Dragon Clan's doppelganger technique? How can it be so vast? How can it be completely comprehended with just 3 days of comprehension? If I hadn't been extra careful, this time I really would have entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed." While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the air. On the arm that reached into the golden light, layers of dragon runes rushed out like waves, quickly entering his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua's face alternated between dignified and enlightened from time to time. 3 days passed in a flash, but Jianghu felt like a year. Seeing that the time was about to come, Jianghu raised his dragon claw. However, before Jianghu's dragon claw could land, the entire star array made a soft schwa sound, the brilliance converged. Xiaohua's figure did not appear, but the aura of the dragon totem rushed out uncontrollably. Good. Jianghu's heart was immediately relieved. He hurriedly took out the dragon shell, looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Now that the time has come, please return the totem to me." Of course. Xiaohua loosened his hand, and the totem soared into the sky, turning into a golden light that fell into Jianghu's dragon shell. After the dragon shell was kept in his arms, Jianghu heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Spiritual Master Xiao." Xiaohua said with a smile, "The one who should be thanking is this Xiao. This secret technique of the heavenly abode river is very useful to this Xiao." He. Jianghu smiled and asked, "How much did Spiritual Master comprehend? What do you think, fellow immortal?" Xiaohua asked back. Jianghu thought for a moment and replied, "If this one's guess is correct, Spiritual Master should be able to comprehend 20%. And more or less." Xiaohua nodded. The secret technique of the heavenly abode river is really as vast as the sea. Although this one has seen a lot of it, I have already forgotten a lot of it. Now that I think about it carefully, it's only 20%. Jianghu comforted Xiaohua. Spiritual Master does not have the bloodline of the dragon race. It's already good that you can comprehend 20%. When Spiritual Master has cultivated this 20%, Spiritual Master can mention it to Third Elder. Maybe you will get another chance to comprehend it. Haha, many thanks for the reminder, fellow immortal. Xiaohua laughed. When this one rescues your little princess, this one will mention it to Third Elder. Jianghu nodded. When the time comes, this one will speak for Spiritual Master. It shouldn't be a big problem. The prerequisite is that we can save little Yun, Xiaohua said. Third Elder has already received news that Ao Jing and Ao Xian are preparing to return to the North Sea Dragon Palace after the Great Storm. Jianghu understood and hurriedly said, "According to the situation of the Great Storm, it will probably completely calm down after 10 days. So Third Elder also told me to inform Spiritual Master that we will follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace in 10 days. Follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiaohua was a little stunned. That's right. Jianghu raised his hand and took out a fist-sized pearl and handed it to Xiaohua. The interior of the pearl flashed with brilliance, and as the brilliance changed, many human figures, demon figures, and even mountains and rivers were revealed. Xiaohua took the pearl and looked at it carefully. He asked curiously, "What is this?" This item is called the Thousand Illusion Pearl. Any demon or human who holds this item in their mouth can transform into whatever they want. Of course, this transformation is limited by time, and its aura is not easy to hide. In order to overcome this shortcoming, Spiritual Master has to comprehend another secret technique of my heavenly abode river. However, Spiritual Master has already comprehended some of this secret technique, so you don't need to comprehend it further. After Jianghu finished speaking, he took out a dragon scale and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua put away the 1,000 illusion pearl and took the dragon scale. Before he could examine it, Jianghu said, "Taoist Xiao, you can comprehend this secret technique on your own. It won't be too late to return the dragon scale to me when I come to pick you up in 10 days. I have to give the doppelganger technique to the Great Elder, so I won't stay here any longer." "Okay, I will send you out." Xiaohua put the dragon scale into his space and nodded. Jianghu waved his hand. "No need, Spiritual Master Xiao. I can go out by myself. Although there is still a great storm, the Feather Spirit Palace's spies have already come out. I don't want to attract their attention." "Okay." Xiaohua raised his hand and said, "Spiritual Master, please? I will wait for your message." Jianghu cupped his hands and left in a hurry. After a while, Ingpa walked in and said with a smile, "Spiritual Master, what did you gain from the auction at Jianghu?" Seeing that Ingpa didn't ask about Jianghu, Xiaohua understood and said with a smile, "Jianghu is indeed generous. This is the second time I've participated in their auction, and my gains are indeed generous. Compared to them, my Luo-Yi Merchant Union is still far behind. Of course. The Star Moon Union that Jianghu belongs to is a merchant union that has been in business for hundreds of thousands of years. How can my Luo-Yi Merchant Union compare?" Ingpa asked Xiaohua to sit down and said, "However, in my opinion, the Jianghu of 10 years ago may not have had a better chance than my Luo-Yi Merchant Union. After 100,000 years, my Luo-Yi Merchant Union will definitely be as famous as Jianghu in the 3 continents." Actually, Xiaohua did not particularly know how famous Jianghu was. However, since Ingpa and the other members of the demon clan had set Xingyu as their goal to surpass, Xingyu's reputation was obvious. He smiled and said, "What chance does the Luo-Yi Merchant Union have? Why can't I see it?" "The Luo-Yi Merchant Union's chance is naturally yours, Enlightened Master," Ingpa said with a smile. The elders who didn't want to work with Enlightened Master no matter what didn't dare to say anything these days. They've already seen Enlightened Master's value. However, they're still short-sighted. They don't know the great use behind Enlightened Master's medicines and grain seeds. "That's," Xiaohua replied, "if they could see it, you wouldn't be the clan leader." Speaking of the clan leader, Ingpa was rather emotional as he looked at Xiaohua. "If I hadn't met Enlightened Master, I wouldn't have been able to take over the position of clan leader. If I hadn't met Enlightened Master again, the clan's food and clothing would have been a problem. How could I have thought further? Enlightened Master is truly our clan's lucky star." Haha. Xiaohua touched his face and seemed to be talking to himself. "It looks like I'll have to carve a few statues of myself. Who knows, I might be able to earn a few sea crystals from the auction." As the saying goes, the speaker is careless but the listener is interested. When Xiaohua's words fell into Ingpo's ears, Ingpo's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted, "Enlightened Master's idea is not bad. Earlier, I was still discussing with the elders how our Luo-Yi Merchant Union should operate in the hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise. We are Yao clan and will inevitably be ostracized on these 2 continents. If we have Enlightened Master statues, this problem can be avoided." Chapter 3962. Don't mess around. Xiaohua warned Ingpa, "I'm a demon that the Confucian Immortal Cultivation Palace wants to arrest. If you use my name, you'll be annihilated by the Immortal Palace." "Of course it won't work." Ingpa nodded, "But we can consider other methods." "Forget it, I'll discuss this matter with the elders in the future. I came here to tell you that the next auction of the Luo-Yi Merchant Union will be held in a month. This is the first auction of the several merchant unions and should be held 10 days earlier than the Yazi auction house." Xiaohua frowned. Yuling Bay is the foundation of the Yazi auction house. If our Luo-Yi Merchant Union suppresses them, won't it cause trouble? Sometimes it's important to keep a low profile. "You're right, Taoist." Ingpa nodded, "but occasionally showing a bit of edge can be refreshing and win some reputation." Xiaohua didn't know how to run a business, so he agreed, "I have other things to do, so I won't be able to attend the auction in a month." "Taoist, this is..." Ingpa stopped halfway and smiled. "Since Taoist is leaving, General Liu and the others should come and thank you. He's already been here several times, and the dozen or so sea race veterans also came one after another. They all want to see Daoist. Oh, there's no need to thank me. It seems that the medicine is effective for their injuries? Xiaohua waved his hand. Ingpa replied, it's more than effective, it's simply a miracle medicine. I really don't know how Daoist refined the medicine. The same medicine can be used by different kinds of injuries, and the kids in the clan are far from being able to refine it. Xiaohua smiled. When he refined the medicine with the water fusion technique, he specially activated the power of the stars and moon. The power of the stars and moon was used by the monster race to repair the body. Even if the effect of the medicine wasn't right, the power of the stars and moon was enough to cure the old sea race. With these old sea race veterans as an example, there are many more coming to our Luo E Merchant Union to look for medicine. According to this trend, the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop won't be able to establish itself in Yuling Bay in the future. Ing Bo explained happily, especially with these old members of the Sea Clan. If our Luo Merchant Union encounters any problems in Yuling Bay, we can borrow their strength. Hearing this, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Ing Po and said, Fellow Immortal, what is your current cultivation level? This. A trace of awkwardness appeared on Ing Po's face, and he smiled apologetically. The cultivation of the demon race is different from that of the human race. My realm should be similar to the upper second-grade essence force. Enlightened wisdom realm? Xiaohua frowned and said, Moreover, I can see that the cultivation of the elders in your clan isn't high either. Haha. Ingpa smiled embarrassedly. I didn't expect that you would be so proficient in the cultivation of our demon tribe. Actually, I won't hide it from you, Reverend. The bloodline of my clan members has already become thin. There are many cultivation methods that can no longer be awakened. It's because my clan members' strength in the Thousand Goblins sacred realm has been declining day by day, and in the end, they were forced to leave the Thousand Goblins sacred realm. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have become the clan leader? Did you establish this continuous merchant union with the intention of finding a cultivation path for your clan members? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Ingpa nodded solemnly. Reverend is right. Through the merchant union, I was able to come in contact with many demon race cultivation methods. Moreover, I also tried a few, but none of them were effective. Of course, I also know that this matter needs to be considered at length. If I can solve this matter in my lifetime, then I won't let down my clan members. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, It seems that this old man will have to lend you a hand again. What does Reverend mean? Ing Po's face flushed red. He stood up with a bang, and looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes. Xiaohua didn't answer Ing Po's words. Instead, he took out the keepsake that Ing Po gave him from the space and looked at it. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, What this old man means is, you don't have to wait until you're old to fulfill this wish. Boo. Ing Po stammered. His heart was already about to jump out of his body. Let's find a quiet room. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Okay. Ing Po nodded with all his strength and brought Xiaohua to a quiet room. Xiaohua looked at the excited Ing Po and said with a smile, Don't be too nervous. Yes, Reverend. Although Ing Po replied that he wasn't nervous, his body was still slightly trembling. It could be seen how high his expectations of Xiaohua were. Xiaohua raised his hand. Ing Po's gaze fell on Xiaohua's index finger. He saw a brilliant spring flower bloom on his index finger. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from the spring flower and suddenly fell between Ing Po's eyebrows. Boom. Ing Po only felt a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. One after another, demon characters and patterns crazily rushed into his mind like lightning. Ing Po couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, it was only for a moment. He clenched his teeth. As a demon, he was very clear about what he was seeing. He also knew that he absolutely couldn't faint. He could only clench his teeth and support himself. The sharp thorns on his clenched claws had already pierced into his flesh and blood was seeping out. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, a huge thunderbolt was born from the demon characters. Ing Po really couldn't bear it and fainted. After an entire day and night, Ing Po finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaohua's slightly surprised face. Immediately he stood up, turned over and kneeled down. He said, This one, thanks Master Xiao for the grace of teaching me. Xiaohua stood there motionlessly. After receiving 9 kowtows from Ing Po, he helped him up and said, This is some of this old man's opportunities in his early years. Now that I've imparted it to you, it can be considered as fulfilling this old man's wish. Your temperament is not bad and you are also willing to be kind to my human race. Especially, the things you want to do must have enough strength. Otherwise it will be very easy for others to take advantage of you. Now that this old man is cooperating with you, I can't always stay in the merchant union. Only by increasing your strength can this old man be at ease with my own primordial stones. Master Xiao is joking. Ingpa said respectfully, Master Zhao's kindness to this one and to this one's clansman is like a new life. Speaking to here, Ingpa suddenly thought of something. He knelt down on the ground again and said urgently, also Master Xiao, can this one teach this cultivation method to my clansmen? Of course you can. Xiao Hua smiled as he helped Ingpa up and said, this should be the cultivation method that was lost in your clan. The heavens merely used this old man's hands to return it to your clan. Master Xiao. Ingpo's tears flowed out. He said while choking with sobs, this junior doesn't know what to say. Meeting Master Xiao, is this one's fortune, the fortune of my clansmen? With this cultivation method, my clan's prosperity is something that will happen sooner or later. Xiao Hua looked at Ingpo's excitement and felt a little surprised in his heart. When Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion received the demon clan's cultivation method, they could wake up in a few hours. Moreover, they could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. According to Black Bear, with just this, they could cultivate to about the 7th grade of origin energy. But this Ingpo in front of him actually comprehended it for an entire day and night. Of course, Ingpo fainting was different from Black Bear and the others waking up. Perhaps it couldn't be measured purely by the time spent comprehending it. Xiao Hua wanted to ask Ingpa how much he remembered, but he didn't plan on taking Ingpa as a disciple, so he simply didn't ask any more. This old man will cultivate here for a few days. You should also comprehend it. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old man. Xiao Hua finished speaking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Ingpa nodded and said, all right Master Xiao. Although this junior doesn't particularly understand the cultivation method you imparted, there is an extremely familiar feeling within it. This junior will start comprehending it now, and so that's how it is. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Although Black Bear, White Lion and Golden Eagle looked fierce, in the end their bloodline was not as pure as Ingpo's. Moreover, the cultivation method he gave Ingpa just happened to match Ingpo's bloodline. Ingpo's 1 day and 1 night of coma wasn't completely comprehending his cultivation method. In fact, it was only comprehending the cultivation method for a few hours. The rest of the time should be awakening the inheritance in Ingpo's bloodline. In the remaining few days, Ingpa had a lot of questions. Xiao Hua almost didn't have time to cultivate by himself. Xiao Hua simply threw the Crimson Infant technique aside and focused on guiding Ingpo's cultivation. Xiao Hua didn't think much of it, but Ingpo was extremely surprised. Although Xiao Hua was a human cultivator, he was even more familiar with the cultivation method of the demon race than he was. He really didn't understand why Xiao Hua knew so much. In the end, he already regarded Xiao Hua as a god that protected the demon race. The previously vague decision in his mind had now taken shape. He was already somewhat impatient to engrave Daoist Zhao's wooden sculpture and request that every demon race member of the continuous merchant union wear it. Xiao Hua didn't know that he had unknowingly begun to receive the power of faith of the demon race again. After guiding Ingpo's cultivation, he received Jiang Che's message and came alone to a relatively remote shop in Yuling Bay. Early on, when he was teaching Ingpa the demon cultivation method in the continuous merchant union, Xiao Hua had already thoroughly comprehended the method of using the illusory pearl. He already knew the art of disguise and later practiced the art of invisibility in the Heavenly Abode River. The method of using the illusory pearl might be a bit difficult for others, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was really nothing. When he left the continuous merchant union, he had already used the secret technique in the dragon scale to transform himself into a demon race member that looked like Ingpa. He casually walked out of the continuous merchant union, causing the guards to blink their eyes. They didn't know when this demon race member had arrived at the continuous merchant union. When Xiao Hua entered the shop, he was greeted by Jiang Che, who had transformed into a demon race member. Jiang Che was obviously stunned when he saw a demon race member enter, but he immediately smiled and said, "Welcome, fellow immortal, to this small shop. May I know what fellow immortal wants?" Xiao Hua pretended to walk around the shop a few times, then slightly shook his head and said, "It's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but fellow immortal, there are really too few things in this shop. This old man wants to buy a illusory pearl, but I can't." Chapter 3963. Jianghu was naturally beside Xiaohua. When he heard Xiaohua's words he was shocked and cried out in disbelief, You, hee, of course it's me. Xiaohua smiled and returned to his original appearance. Jianghu looked Xiaohua up and down and scanned him with his yuan will. He couldn't help but sigh, Taoist Xiao, I can't help but admire you. Even if I knew you were in front of me, I still wouldn't dare to believe it. That's good. Xiaohua nodded. This way, we can hide from the eyes and ears of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Not only that, even if you walk in front of Ao Jing a few times, I'm afraid he won't be able to recognize you. Jianghu obviously didn't know that Xiaohua had already appeared in front of Ao Jing a few times before, so he was convinced. Xiaohua smiled and returned the dragon scale to Jianghu. He asked again, How's Third Elder's plan? Can you tell me now? Of course. Jianghu nodded. He picked up a jade eye from the jade table and handed it to Xiaohua. Taoist Xiao, please take a look. Xiaohua took the jade eyes and placed it on his forehead. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea he took it off. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. His body twisted strangely. After a moment, Xiaohua turned into a monster that was less than 2 feet tall and had a huge head that was more than half a foot long. Xiaohua blinked his fist-sized eyes and used his bat-like claws to touch the 2-3-inch long ears on his head. He sighed and said, So this is the clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Yes, it's the clan. Jianghu looked at Xiaohua's short figure, then took out several sets of demonic beast skins from behind the jade table and handed them to Xiaohua. Every demonic beast of the Gue clan is called Gue, but the syllables they use are different. Other than the Gue clan, other demonic beasts can't tell. Watching Xiaohua put on the demonic beast skin, Jianghu once again took out a few heaven and earth bangles from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua, saying, These are the tributes that the Gue tribe wants to offer to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The conditions of the Gue tribe are also clearly written in the jade eyes. If Ao Jing asks, Zhenren must answer. Hee. Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, These tributes are really good. You won't be giving them to Ao Jing right away, right? Naturally there are benefits for Ao Jing. When the time comes you can do as you see fit. Jianghu replied. Suddenly Xiaohua frowned and asked in a low voice, What about the real Qi? Rest assured, Taoist master. Jianghu smiled. There are no Hus in this world who truly wish to be protected by the North Sea Dragon Palace. The Great Elder merely used the 1000 Illusion Pearl to visit the Feather Spirit Hall and asked Ao Jing to report the Hus' need for protection to the North Sea Dragon Palace. This is also the first time the Hus have paid a visit to the North Sea Dragon Palace. I understand. Xiaohua nodded. Your heavenly abode river is truly scheming. You actually set up so many idle chess pieces for no reason. If not for this idle chess piece, how could you help us? Jianghu said with a smile, Don't worry, Taoist master. Many of my Grotto Heaven River's sea generals will board the ship and wait for an opportunity to rescue the little princess with you. Are you certain that little Yun is on the ship? Xiaohua asked. Jianghu nodded. Of course. Our spies in the Feather Spirit Hall have already sent word that Ao Jing will personally bring the little princess back to ask for a reward. Also, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread even worse news. What bad news? The North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread the news that our little princess has fallen in love with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th prince and has secretly escaped from Grotto Heaven River. The North Sea Dragon Palace is preparing to hold a wedding banquet soon for our little princess to marry the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He said thoughtfully, The North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord is truly vicious. Sigh indeed. Jianghu sighed. Grotto Heaven River doesn't have many allies to begin with. If this news is confirmed, I'm afraid many factions will lay their cards on the table with us. Grotto Heaven River's days will be even more difficult in the future. If that's the case, Ao Jing's escort of Little Yun? I'm afraid it's also a bait. Xiaohua said earnestly. There's no need to think about it. Jianghu smiled bitterly. Even without this news, the little princess is still a bait. We can't not save her. Indeed. Once Little Yun enters the North Sea Dragon Palace, there will be even less of a way. Xiaohua nodded, but then he realized something and said in shock, If that's the case, then isn't the North Sea Dragon Palace an even bigger trap? That's right. We can only save the little princess before she enters the North Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, We can only barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since we're going to barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace, why not just barge into the Feather Spirit Palace? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Grotto Heaven River's forces in Feather Spirit Bay are not enough to barge into the Feather Spirit Palace. Even if the third elder and the others rushed over, and now with Daoist Xiao, we barely have the strength to barge into the dragon boat. You all have plans and so does Ao Jing. This trip is really difficult, Xiao Hua said with a frown. So, Jiang Che said with a smile, Daoist Xiao is our biggest support. Ao Jing definitely wouldn't expect you to be on the boat. Once you save the little princess by surprise, you immediately leave and don't care about us. As long as the little princess is safe, the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord will not succeed. Grotto Heaven River will not fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace's trap. Oh, and the dragon boat is covered with the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array. Everything is under Ao Jing's control. It's best not to use some of your divine abilities such as voice transmission, for fear of being discovered by Ao Jing. Yes, this old man understands. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He had actually thought of breaking into the Feather Spirit Palace these days, but he had already disturbed the Yazi auction house. In addition, the little princess of Grotto Heaven River had been captured, so the Feather Spirit Palace's security would definitely be strengthened. It was too difficult to find a long bay in a Feather Spirit Palace. Jiang Che looked at the sky outside and said, "It's still early. If you can, why don't you take a look around Feather Spirit Bay? The dragon boat of the Feather Spirit Palace will probably leave at dusk. Daoist Xiao can just rush to the Feather Spirit Palace at that time." Alright, this old man understands. Xiao Hua tugged at the beast's skin on his body, looked at his claws and prepared to walk out. But at this moment, Jiang Che suddenly froze and said anxiously, "That's right, Daoist Xiao, do you have my demon race's commonly used primordial sense?" Xiao Hua opened his mouth to answer, but his eyes turned slightly and he shook his head. "I am a human cultivator. Of course I don't have the demon race's primordial sense." "Oh, even a wise man can make a mistake." Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Great Elder calculated a lot, but in the end he forgot the most obvious thing. Who knows if Great Elder revealed his primordial sense when he went to the Feather Spirit Palace last time? Then what should we do? Does your dragon race have a secret technique to stimulate primordial sense?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Why don't I try to comprehend it at the last minute?" "Sigh, that's the only way." Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Daoist Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Now, I can only hope that Great Elder didn't reveal his primordial sense." "Why don't you ask Great Elder?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Great Elder has already?" Jiang Che said half a sentence and then explained, "This isn't a problem of revealing it or not. The demon race commonly uses primordial sense. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? Not to mention Daoist Zhao's danger, my heavenly abode river's greatest assurance is also gone." After saying that, Jiang Che hurriedly left. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che returned and gave a jade eye to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and casually threw it to the phoenix body, then left Jiang Che's shop. Xiao Hua's phoenix body was fused with the bloodline of the holy saint, and he had all the inheritances of the demon race. His origin was just a trivial path. Xiao Hua didn't let his phoenix body cultivate. His divine sense and Buddhist sense were the strongest. Now that his soul sense had advanced by leaps and bounds after entering the sorcerer realm, cultivating his origin will was completely useless. However, at this time he needed to use his origin will so Xiao Hua could temporarily produce some to deal with it. Xiao Hua transformed into a primordial sense and walked around Yuling Bay. He looked at the Merchant Union, then at Jai Xinglu and even at Yao Shi. Although he didn't see the old sea shrimp bromine, the fishy smell of the water near Yao Shi was gone. Other than a kind of fishy smell, there was also the smell of demon grass. Clearly, these sea race people have obtained extremely cheap medicines from the Merchant Union. Finally, Xiao Hua arrived in front of Hai Jiangliu's E-mansion next to the Yazi auction house. At this time the E-mansion was a bit lively. A few unfamiliar old sea race people were walking around. The shop assistant from before was no longer there. The sea relics outside the shop were replaced by some fist-sized coarse stones. However, these coarse stones had openings and looked somewhat similar to the jade bottles used by Taoists. Dong dong. Xiao Hua didn't understand the use of these coarse stones. At this time he heard a loud sound coming from behind him. Then a slightly anxious voice shouted, "Excuse me, please step aside." Xiaohua hurriedly turned around and saw a sea race person like a small mountain walking over step by step. His hooves were much bigger than his current body and were about to kick him. Xiaohua hurriedly dodged to the side. That sea race person walked to the E-mansion and stopped. He lowered his huge head to take a look. Then a watercolored demon cloud gushed out from his body. The sea race person's body slowly shrank. However, in the end he still looked like a big tree. "General Liu." That sea race person anxiously shouted, "This subordinate heard that you have Immortal Shao pill here. It can heal the old injuries of my sea race?" "General Liu is not in the E-mansion right now." An old sea race person walked out shakily. He squinted his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "This Immortal Shao pill costs 1 crystal shell. How many do you want?" "I want 10. The sea race person hesitated for a moment before answering. "This Immortal Shao pill is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Shao. No matter how big or small a sea race person is, just one pill will heal them. You only need to take one," the old sea race person reminded. Chapter 3964. "Ah, is that true? Such a cheap, divine pill?" That sea race person cries out in surprise. Almost inconceivably, that big hand takes out a crystal shell. The crystal shell is sparkling and translucent like a piece of jade. The old sea race person takes the crystal shell and casually picks up a rough stone from the front of the shop and hands it to the sea race person. He says with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can take it now and try." Okay. The big sea race person takes the rough stone and looks at it with narrowed eyes. He peels off a piece of stone from the rough stone and says curiously, "There seems to be a medicinal liquid inside. Why is it called Immortal Shao pill?" "How would I know? I only know that this is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Shao." The old sea race person throws the crystal shell into a basket made of seaweed and says with a smile, "Besides, who said that Immortal Shao pill must be a medicinal pill?" Yes. The big sea race person doesn't dare to ask too much. He opens his mouth and pours a strand of medicinal liquid from the rough stone into his mouth. In just a moment, the big sea race person's body swells uncontrollably. Then bubbles appear on the surface of the sea race person's body. Plumes of thick smoke seep out from the bubbles. Then an extremely sour smell is emitted from the thick smoke. Some of the sea race people nearby who are watching the show cover their mouths and noses and scatter in all directions. Xiaohua naturally doesn't pay attention to them. He covers his nose and jogs away. As he runs, he laughs secretly. So General Liu has already joined the Luo E-Merchant Union. This is also good. His E-mansion doesn't need to sell sea Saraira and also doesn't need to kill sea race people who believe in Buddhism. Damn it, whose idea is this Immortal Shao pill? Isn't this pushing me to the front? It would be strange if Apricot Forest Medicine Shop doesn't hate me to death. However, I am about to leave Feather Spirit Bay soon. Who knows when I will return? If Apricot Forest Medicine Shop wants to hate me, then let them hate me. Xiaohua looks at Yazi Auction House, which is still heavily guarded. He doesn't stop in front of the door. Seeing that it is still early, Xiaohua thinks for a moment and walks towards Feather Spirit Hall. When Xiaohua arrives in front of Feather Spirit Hall, he looks at the slightly busy door and frowns slightly. At this time, the doors of the Feather Spirit Palace were wide open. Not only were there shrimp soldiers and crab generals hurrying in and out, there were also some strange-looking members of the sea race and the Yao race. They were either wearing the same animal skin as Xiaohua or were completely naked as they shuttled between the doors. Seeing the sea generals guarding the gate occasionally examine the tokens and certificates of the demi-humans entering and leaving, Xiaohua understood that these demi-humans probably had similar goals as the Guis. They were either seeking help from the North Sea Dragon Palace or seeking protection from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the palace door. The sea race guard was originally tall and mighty. When Xiaohua stood in front of him, he was less than 30% of the guard's height. However, the guard didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Fellow immortal, are you here to pay a visit to our second prince?" Xiaohua stretched out his hand arrogantly. In his small hand was the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Hai Jiang respectfully received it. After looking at it for a moment, he returned it to Xiaohua and asked, "Xiao Darren, my family's second Wangya is currently at the Spring Bud Palace Hall. Do you want to go there yourself or do you want a servant to bring him there?" Xiaohua naturally had some goals this time. How could he let a servant bring him there? He waved his hand and said indifferently, "This old man has already been here once. There is no need to lead the way. Darren, please." Hai Jiang slightly leaned to the side and watched Xiaohua walk to the door. With a "Piu" sound, he jumped up from the ground and crossed the door that was almost taller than him to enter the Feather Spirit Palace. Hai Jiang opened his mouth and almost laughed out loud. He didn't know how many years he had been on duty at the Feather Spirit Palace, but he had never seen such a strange way of entering the palace. When Xiaohua entered the palace door, he was greeted by a huge garden. There were countless strange flowers and plants inside. There were also some demonic beasts and birds flying around. When he looked above his head, he saw a dark blue sky without a trace of white clouds. It was no different from an ordinary palace built on land. There were several passageways in the garden. Different demon clans were walking on these passageways. Xiaohua did not hesitate to walk towards the middle passageway because he knew that even if he kept walking in the middle passageway, he would still be lost in the end. And this was exactly what Xiaohua wanted. He would always find some surprises in unexpected places, as well as some inexplicable results. Sure enough, after walking through the middle passage a few times and passing through several magnificent palaces, an even number of passages began to appear in front of Xiaohua. He was no longer able to walk through the middle passage. After walking a few more times, the number of demonic beasts in the palace had decreased. From time to time, there would be demonic beast women wearing beaded clothes walking by. They were all holding jade plates in their hands. However, these jade plates were covered with silk, so Xiaohua couldn't see what was inside. When the demonic beast women saw Xiaohua, they all slightly bowed to him. They seemed a little shy. However, these demonic beasts women were far inferior to the mermaids. Not to mention that they didn't have the curves of a human, even their cheeks were also too horrible to look at. They couldn't arouse Xiaohua's interest at all. Xiaohua didn't even look at them and continued walking forward. This kind of ignorance was actually seen as arrogance by the demonic beasts women. There were several demonic beasts who wanted to ask about it, but when they saw Xiaohua ignoring them, they shut their mouths. Finally, when Xiaohua walked past a small bridge, there was a stream under the bridge. Dozens of koi fish were leisurely swimming among the seaweed. A cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend, why did you come to the inner palace?" Xiaohua heard this voice and felt it was somewhat familiar. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that at the end of the stream was a golden pool. Inside, a huge dragon was looking at him with its ferocious head. "Oh." Xiaohua stopped and cupped his hands. "This one is Qi from the Qi clan. I came to the Palace of Spring Bud to pay my respects to the second prince." "Why did you come to the Palace of Spring Bud?" The voice was deafening like a thunderclap. It seemed to be suspicious of Xiaohua. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge dragon. He could already tell from the voice that this dragon was the dragon general Ao Xian he saw in front of the Feather Spirit Palace that day. It was also the Ao Xian who captured the little princess of Dongtian River. Xiaohua was already pondering whether he should capture Ao Xian and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the dragon shell. "Humph, why don't you speak?" Ao Xian poked out half of her dragon body from the pool and pounced at Xiaohua while shouting loudly. Looking at the dragon head that was even larger than his current body, Xiaohua raised his hand and put it down again. He understood in his heart that the dragon shell that imprisoned Jianghu was definitely already in Ao Jing's hands. It was impossible for Ao Xian to bring it with her. Xiaohua smiled and took out the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He smiled apologetically and said, "When I came in there were a lot of guests at the entrance. Because I had already been here once, I came in by myself. But to my surprise, after I came in I couldn't find the direction. I was too embarrassed to ask." Huff huff. Ao Xian's stinky mouth was right above Xiaohua's head. Along with the patter-patter sound, drops of pond water dripped down from his scales, drenching the entire small bridge. Her drum-like dragon eyes stared straight at Xiaohua. It was unknown what Ao Xian was thinking. Roar. Ao Xian suddenly let out a dragon roar. Xiaohua was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hastily covered his big ears with his small hands. A whirlwind rolled up and Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood on the small bridge. "Let's go, I will take you to the Palace of Spring Bud." Ao Xian swayed her dragon tail and said indifferently. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and said, "Thank you, General." "Thank you, General." As Ao Xian walked out of the palace, Xiaohua asked in a low voice, "How should I address you, General?" "You don't need to know." Ao Xian proudly replied as if she looked down on Xiaohua. Xiaohua helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His two big ears swayed left and right a few times, looking very comical. In just half a cup of tea's time, Ao Xian brought Xiaohua to a green palace. Before Xiaohua even got close, he smelled a slightly strange fragrance coming from this palace. Xiaohua sniffed and felt that it smelled very good. However, this fragrance also revealed a kind of laziness and sweetness, which made Xiaohua feel very strange. This General Ao Xian greets the prince. Ao Xian walked to the front of the palace, frowned and said, "Come in." Ao Jing's voice came out. His voice sounded very tired. Ao Xian opened her mouth again and said, "This general won't go in. This general still has to go back and prepare to go out to sea. This is the Hui of the Hui race. He just got lost in the palace and found the place where this general was recuperating. This general brought him here. I asked the prince to give me instructions." Ao Jing was surprised for a moment. He swept his yuan shen and then said with a smile, "It really is Hui. Let him come in." "Yes, prince." Ao Xian replied and turned her head. Xiaohua once again jumped into the palace of Spring Bud. When he entered the palace of Spring Bud, he couldn't help but be stunned. This palace of Spring Bud was different from ordinary palaces. The surrounding walls were engraved with pictures. Inside each picture was a huge dragon coiling around a demonic beast. It looked very strange. Looking at the center of the palace, there was a huge pool. The water of the pool was dark green. Above the pool there was a faint water vapor which looked somewhat dreamy. In this water vapor, a huge dragon was lazily lying in the pool. On the huge dragon's body, there was a huge pink python coiling around the huge dragon. The scales on the huge python's body were especially fine. Every small scale was pink. What was special was that the huge python's head was sparkling and translucent, like a pink crystal. On top of this crystal, there was a pair of sparkling black eyes that flashed with an indescribable brilliance. It made people fall in love with one look. When Xiaohua saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because through this pair of eyes, he actually felt that this huge python was so beautiful. It was as if a naked beauty was lying in front of him. "How dare you?" A berating voice came from beside Xiaohua's ear. "How can you look straight at the prince's beloved concubine?" Chapter 3965. Xiaohua is surprised. Following the voice, he sees a tall and thin lizard-like monster standing far away from the pool, coldly looking at him. Beside the lizard there was a demon that was as fat as a pig. It was blinking its small eyes and looking at him with a smile, as if it was gloating over his misfortune. Xiaohua's heart trembles. His eyes slightly sweep around. He wants to look at the pool but he doesn't dare. However, as his eyes sweep, he sees several sand pools on the side of the pool. On top of these sand pools, there are several huge monster beasts. Although these monster beasts are big in size, they all look slender like a kind of graceful line. When some of these monster beasts are shaking, it gives people a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Damn it, I understand. Seeing these female monster beasts, Xiaohua's eyes fall on the four walls of the palace. Xiaohua suddenly understands. He bitterly smiles in his heart. These monster beasts are Ao Jing's beloved concubines. The paintings on these four walls are also pictures of the dragon race's pleasure. It is somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect's so-called Zen of joy. Could it be that every picture is the same posture? Xiaohua can't help but want to look again. However, he is immediately shocked. What is Ao Jing doing with that female python? I stare at his beloved concubine a few times. Isn't that peeping? Xiaohua doesn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bows and says, "Second prince, this one is rude. Although this one is already vigilant in his heart, but prince's beloved concubine is really beautiful. This one can't help but take 4 more looks." Damn it. The lizard monster scolds loudly and says anxiously, "Prince, this chi is too vulgar. In my opinion we should quickly drive him out." "Ah, no need." Ao Jing laughed loudly, causing the water in the entire pool to sway. As Ao Jing spoke, his dragon body coiled around the giant python. The pink color on the giant python's body became even more intense, and the strange fragrance became even more intense. What was special was that the giant python actually let out a short hissing sound, causing Xiaohua's lower abdomen to be on fire. Fortunately, just as the sound came out, boom! Water splashed out from the dragon's body, and the dragon and python fell into the water. The water rippled, and the dragon and python's bodies twisted and intertwined violently, making violent sounds. A lot of water even splashed out. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He naturally knew what Ao Jing was doing. He really couldn't believe his eyes. This Ao Jing was actually so lascivious, copulating with the giant python in front of him and the other two monster race experts. What was the difference between this and the daytime promiscuity of the human race? At this time, the lizard monster waved at Xiao Hua, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then quickly walked over to the two monster race experts. He lowered his voice and saluted. "This one is Chi from the Chi race. Greetings to the two immortal friends. This one is Chi from the Tai lizard race. This one is Chrysalis from the Conch race." That Chi seemed to be very enthusiastic. He hurriedly returned the salute and introduced. That Chrysalis, who was as fat as a pig, casually cupped his hands and stepped aside a few steps. He seemed to be unwilling to stand together with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua glanced at Chrysalis and didn't care. He said to Chi in a low voice, "Thank you for your reminder, immortal friend. Otherwise, if this one looked a few more times, Prince would definitely take my life." Hee. That Chi seemed to be unwilling to talk about this matter. He waved his hand and didn't let Xiao Hua speak anymore. Xiao Hua closed his mouth and lowered his head, only looking at the ground. Just like a Confucian cultivator, see no evil, hear no evil. After the time it took to eat a meal, the water in the entire pool slowly calmed down. That scarlet giant python floated on the surface of the pool as if it was dead. Ao Jing's dragon body slightly swept over the giant python's body. "Chi, why didn't you wait outside the palace to board the dragon boat? Why did you come inside the palace to find this king?" Ao Jing's voice came, revealing a kind of exhaustion. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly replied, reporting to Prince, "This one was originally waiting outside the palace, but, after thinking about it, I always felt that the matter of this one's clan was somewhat inappropriate. If I don't tell Prince in detail, this one's heart won't be at ease." "What's there to be at ease about? Didn't my father already ask you to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for an audience?" Ao Jing asked faintly. "Yes, the Dragon King did ask this one to go, but he didn't promise to protect this one's clan." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If no one beside the Dragon King said a few good words, this one is afraid that the Dragon King will." "Hee, immortal friend is thinking too much." The nearby Chi said with a smile, "Since the second prince will lead us there, won't the Dragon King look up to us? It's just that the second prince still has a lot of things to do. I don't know if he can speak for us." Hearing Chi's words, Xiao Hua hurriedly took out a few Qinghuan bangles from his bosom, handed them to his head and said with a smile, "This is a tribute to the Dragon King. I asked the second prince to help this one take a look. Which ones are the ones that the Dragon King likes, and which ones are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes?" "Who?" A strong wind rose in the palace of Spring Bud, and the Qinghuan bangles in Xiao Hua's hand flew into the pool. After a while Ao Jing laughed and said, "These two are the ones that my father likes, you can keep them well." With that, two Qinghuan bangles flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly received them and said, "Since the other few are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes, this one doesn't dare to take them with me. I asked the second prince to help this one deal with them. I'm really grateful to the second prince. If it weren't for the second prince, I would have offended the Dragon King before he could agree to my request." "Haha, not bad, this prince will help you deal with them," Ao Jing said with a laugh. However, at this moment, the demon assistant, Chrysalis, suddenly said, "Second prince, this one feels that this Chi is a little inappropriate." "What's inappropriate? Tell me." Chrysalis still looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said, "When Chi first came in, his eyes were looking around randomly. It seems that he doesn't know what the Palace of Spring Bud is, nor does he know the meaning of the diagram in the palace. This one feels that he doesn't look like a demon." Xiao Hua was shocked. He really didn't expect this harmless-looking pig to suddenly stab him with a knife. "Chrysalis, your words are a little wrong." Chi hurriedly explained, "When I came in, I was also stunned and couldn't help but look around. After all, this is the Princess Palace of Spring Bud. I have only heard of its name, but not its details, so it's normal for me to want to take a look." "That's right," Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "this one is very envious of the second prince's life. If my Chi clan is as strong and prosperous as the Dragon Palace, this one will also imitate this Palace of Spring Bud in the Chi clan. Of course, after it's built, this one will invite the second prince over." Hee. Ao Jing laughed and said, "This Palace of Spring Bud is indeed famous. Many demons would lose their minds when they come in. Chi can only be considered as being rude. this has nothing to do with him not looking like a demon. Since he's rude he should be punished. Chrysalis said somewhat unforgivingly, we can't let other demons say that the Feather Spirit Palace has no rules. This. Ao Jing was a little hesitant. Chrysalis said aggressively again, moreover, according to this one's knowledge, there aren't any particularly powerful natural enemies around the Qi clan. This Qi wants to meet the Dragon King, I don't know what he wants to do. Xiaohua was anxious, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Chrysalis and said angrily, Chrysalis, how did this one offend you? This one has been entrusted by my clansman and has already reported the clan's affairs to the second prince. The second prince has also reported the matter of my Qi clan to the Dragon King. This time the Dragon King has summoned me. If it weren't for the fact that my clan is in danger, how could he possibly allow this one to go over? You're making trouble out of nothing and you're too scheming. This one thinks that you're not a demon. I'm afraid that this has something to do with the Immortal Palace, right? You're the spy of the Immortal Palace. Chrysalis was also furious. Beside him, Qi hurriedly advised, Chrysalis, the number of people who can go to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited after all. Since the second prince has agreed to bring you over next time, why are you comparing yourself to others now? How can Qi not go when the Dragon King has personally appointed him? If you really have something urgent to attend to, how about this one won't go this time and let you go instead? Good. This is what you said. Chrysalis said with great joy. Xiaohua finally understood. It wasn't that he had offended Chrysalis, but that Chrysalis was jealous of him for being able to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Who are you waiting for to go and who isn't? This king is the one who makes the decision. Do you think it's up to you? Ao Jing's cold snort came, scaring Chrysalis and Qi into bowing, not daring to say anything else. Your Majesty. The giant red python's lazy voice came. This one has heard that the Tingkang clan has always been loyal to your Majesty. The last time they came to my Feather Spirit Palace, they specially came to pay their respects to your Majesty. This one can't go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for the time being, but this one misses Elder Sister very much. Why don't you let Chrysalis pay respects to Elder Sister on behalf of this one? Haha, you little fellow. Ao Jing's huge dragon tail flipped up from the pool, and with a plop, he smashed the giant python to the bottom of the pool. He laughed and said, this king always thought that you wouldn't speak up for Chrysalis, but you still did in the end. Looks like you're not the kind of beautiful python who takes advantage of others for nothing. However, this idea of yours isn't good. Your elder sister is used to being jealous. If you let Chrysalis pay respects to you, she'll eat Chrysalis in one bite. Humph, your Majesty dotes on elder sister. The giant pink python leapt out from the pool and coiled around Ao Jing's dragon body. She said coquettishly, how is this one inferior to elder sister? Which younger sister in the palace of Spring Bud is inferior to elder sister? That's right, your Majesty is biased. As they spoke, the nearby demonic beasts flew up from the sand dunes and dove into the pool. All sorts of demonic beasts wrapped around Ao Jing's dragon body. Damn it, dragons are naturally lustful. They want to dominate any female demonic beast they see. No wonder there's a saying that the dragon has 9 different sons. Xiaohua lowered his head and cursed in his heart. However, the corners of his eyes were constantly looking around the palace of Spring Bud. Although Xiaohua didn't dare release his soul sense, an indescribable sense of danger came from all around the palace of Spring Bud. It was as if the moment Xiaohua made any strange movements, the entire palace of Spring Bud would pounce on him. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. His original plan had to be abandoned. Chapter 3966. You can wait. Pack up, and wait at the entrance of the palace. I'll board the dragon boat with you. Ao Jing's dragon roar shook the entire palace of Spring Bud. The 4 walls of the palace shone with a green brilliance. Strands of fine lines came out of the dragon taming 100 beasts painting and slowly fell into the pool in the middle. The entire pool rolled violently, and Ao Jing's excited voice came from the pool. Thank you, my king, Chrysalis said loudly. He cupped his hands at the deep pool, glanced at Xiaohua and Hui proudly and walked out arrogantly. We didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Xiaohua and the 2 monsters bowed to express their gratitude, and hurriedly left the palace of Spring Bud. After leaving the palace of Spring Bud, the strong fragrance was still there, but the earth-shattering sound had disappeared. Chrysalis, who had walked out of the palace earlier, was also nowhere to be seen. Xiaohua looked at Hui and bowed. Thank you, fellow immortal. If it weren't for your explanation, I'm afraid I would have offended the king as soon as I saw him. It's fine. You and I both have to meet the Dragon King. Moreover, you and I are both weak races in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. We should help each other. Hui smiled and bent down to help Xiaohua up. Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and said, I don't know how to get out. Can fellow immortal lead the way? What for? Hui asked curiously. Xiaohua was even more confused. He asked, didn't the king ask us to? At this point, Xiaohua came to a realization and smiled embarrassedly. I thought the king was talking about outside the palace. Of course you can outside the Feather Spirit Palace, but that's where ordinary monsters wait. As for us, we can wait outside the Palace of Spring Bud. Hui replied with a smile. Then the two monsters whispered in front of the Palace of Spring Bud. Hui seemed to be familiar with the North Sea Dragon Palace and gave Xiaohua a lot of advice. They even talked about a lot of things about the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Xiaohua felt that the more he talked with Hui, the more he got along. If it weren't for the fact that the two monsters were really weak, they might have sworn a blood oath. Looking at Hui's smiling face, Xiaohua's heart moved. When he saw Jianghu, although Jianghu didn't say anything, he knew that the great elder of the Heavenly Cave River might have already arrived at the Feather Spirit Palace. Since he could think of coming to the Spring Bud Palace to see Ao Jing, how could the great elder not think of it? Besides, how could the first elder not know that he had transformed into a hoe? This Hui was a complete stranger to him, yet it was taking care of him. Perhaps this Hui was the great elder's incarnation? Of course, this thought only flashed through Xiaohua's mind. He didn't dare to confirm it in person. After another 2 hours, Chrysalis came back again and greeted Xiaohua and Yu in a friendly manner, as if nothing had happened at the Hall of Spring Buds just now. Xiaohua was really not interested in this demon race of the Conch clan. He casually cupped his hands and spoke to Yu in a low voice. Chrysalis did not mind at all. As he listened, he would interrupt from time to time. Xiaohua had no choice but to be patient. After Chrysalis returned, some other demon race members came over after a while. Presumably, like Chrysalis and Yu, they had all seen Ao Jing before. The demons were well aware of each other's identity. When they met, they greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Xiaohua was among them. He raised his head and looked at the various demon beasts with gentle and refined expressions. He couldn't help but feel like a monkey wearing a crown. After more than a dozen monsters had gathered, the Feather Spirit Palace's sea generals also arrived. Finally, Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood in front of the group of monsters in golden armor. The doors of the Spring Bud Palace opened, and a group of demon concubines escorted Ao Jing, who wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head, out. Ao Jing looked at the demons in front of the hall and said, "Is it time?" "It is." Ao Xian bowed and replied, "The dragon boat is ready. Second Prince, please set off." Ao Jing nodded. Ao Xian stretched out her hand and took out a dragon pearl the size of a human head. She opened her mouth and breathed a dragon breath into the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl suddenly expanded. Ao Xian threw the dragon pearl into the air. Boom! A swirling stream of water rushed out from the dragon pearl and whistled into the air. When the Feather Spirit Palace's demon array came into contact with the stream of water, they immediately avoided it. A moment later, a turbulent waterway appeared under everyone's feet. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." The sea generals shouted in unison. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." All the demon race members hurriedly echoed. Demon clouds appeared under Ao Jing's feet. He hugged the demons in his left and right and landed on the waterway. The waterway spun and sent Ao Jing and the others flying out of the Feather Spirit Palace. After Ao Jing left, Ao Xian also stepped on the waterway with a group of dragon generals. Then, the demon race members who came to see the North Sea Dragon Palace also stepped on the waterway. Xiaohua was still with Yu and Chrysalis. The waterway was like a rainbow bridge, taking Xiaohua directly from the Feather Spirit Palace to the air. The entire Feather Spirit Bay was under the water bridge. Now the sun was setting and half of the dark red sun on the sea in the west had already sunk into the sea. The end of the water bridge was between the clouds. A flying boat tens of thousands of feet long was suspended in the air. This flying boat was golden, but there was a kind of blood-red color in the dark red sunset. The entire dragon boat was not in the shape of a dragon as Xiaohua had imagined. It was in the shape of a black tortoise, but there were dragon pythons coiling around the tortoise's sides, head, and tail. What was special was that in front of the black tortoise's head, there was a ferocious dragon head coiled together. This dragon head held a golden sword in its mouth, and there was a green crown on its head. This was the symbol of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The entire dragon boat stopped there, and a kind of speechless power came from the dragon boat, pressing heavily on the hearts of the demons. Moreover, the dragon boat was so huge that it was like a fortress or a mountain. Looking at the dragon boat again, layers of treasure light overflowed in all directions, blocking the fog, water vapor, and sea breeze more than 1,000 feet away. Layers of thick demonic aura flowed under the treasure light, protecting the entire dragon boat. The demonic aura was divided into 9 colors in the treasure light, and the layers were clearly separated. It looked very beautiful. On the deck of the dragon boat, countless sea generals in bright armor were arranged in a military formation, and dragon flags were dancing on the side of the boat. Compared to the sea generals, there were even more demons and sea tribes. Although they were scattered, they still gathered in a few places. When they saw Ao Jing flying over, they all bowed and shouted, "Welcome, second prince." Xiao Hua looked at the huge dragon boat with envy in his heart. This dragon boat was even bigger than the thunder boat of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Xiao Hua had already collected enough materials to build a thunder boat, even if Xiao Hua built a thunder boat, he feared that it wouldn't have such a majestic aura. Grandma, the North Sea Dragon Palace is really rich. Xiao Hua muttered to himself, "If I can enter the Dragon Palace, let's see if I don't plunder the Dragon Palace." Xiao Hua landed on the deck with the crowd of demons. Ao Jing had already entered the cabin under the escort of the dragon generals. Xiao Hua had already seen clearly in midair. This dragon boat was more than 100 li away from the Yuling Bay. Although it had not yet entered the North Sea after the big storm, the sea below the dragon boat was still surging. The entire sea area was stirred up from time to time, and the sea breeze was stronger than usual, scraping the face like a knife. "Rise." Ao Jing boarded the dragon boat, but when he heard the dragon generals shouting in unison, Xiao Hua felt the dragon boat under his feet tremble slightly. The dragon boat began to slowly fly, but in a moment the speed of the dragon boat had already increased. It was like a giant beast tearing apart the heavy clouds in the sky, tearing apart the gradually spreading night. The dragon generals walked into the cabin, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals also dispersed. However, the crowd of demons that had come to see the Dragon King was still on the deck. Not long after, dozens of beautiful fish demons with graceful waists swam out from various places. Each fish demon was holding a jade plate in their hands, and on the plate were piles of scales. The demons that Xiao Hua was with all received a golden scale. The other demons were either silver or bronze in color. Xiao Hua released his vital perception and looked at the number A45 engraved on the scale. He already understood that this was the number of the cabin that he was resting in. The silver and bronze scales should be divided according to the amount of things that were offered to Ao Jing. Distinguished guests. The fish demon's voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. "My lord has invited all of you to a banquet tonight. Now I invite all of you to rest in the cabin. When the time is up, this concubine will return to inform you." "Xiao, what number are you?" As the demons dispersed, Xiao Hua smiled and asked Xiao Hua. "A45, what about you?" "I am A67. Xiao Hua's voice had just landed when Xiao Hua walked over with a smile. "What a coincidence, I am A46. What's so coincidental about it?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Xiao Hua and said indifferently, "It's just dozens of armor plates. You and I took them together, so it would be strange if we weren't together. However, Xiao Hua and I are not together, which makes me very surprised. Xiao Hua, why don't you exchange places with Xiao Hua?" Of course." Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed and a smile flashed in his harmless eyes. He turned his head and asked Xiao Hua, "I just don't know if Xiao Hua is willing." "I don't care. If Xiao Hua wants to be together with me, then I'll exchange places with you." I wanted to take advantage of this time to have a good chat with Tian while we're at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since Tian isn't willing, then forget it." Chrysalis took out a scale and exchanged it with Tian. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua as he turned around and left. "Damn it, I feel uncomfortable just looking at this guy." Xiao Hua curled his lips and spat. "If I get close to him, won't I get sick of him?" "Ha Xiao, why get angry over someone else?" Xiao laughed. "You get angry but he doesn't know. You're just making yourself uncomfortable for nothing." "Indeed." Xiao Hua nodded. "Fortunately I met you, fellow immortal. Otherwise, this trip would have been extremely depressing." Xiao Hua didn't reply. He looked at the pitch-black sky. The stars in the sky were even more brilliant than those in Yuling Bay. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Xiao, can you accompany this one to the side of the ship to take a look?" This. Xiao Hua hesitated. He looked left and right, then probed, "Is the North Sea Dragon Palace willing? Let's give it a try. If the guards don't let us, then we'll go back." Xiao Hua also looked around. There didn't seem to be any marine soldiers nearby paying attention to them. "Deal?" Xiao Hua raised his hand. "Fellow immortal, please." Chapter 3967. Ho walked to the side of the ship, and a demonic wind appeared under his feet, carrying him up to the side of the ship. Xiao Hua naturally accompanied him. When the two demons flew over the side of the ship, they saw that outside the dragon ship, in the black night sky, there were strands of fluorescent light scattered outside the ship like fireflies being pulled by a big hand. The fluorescent light hit the restriction on the side of the ship and made some sparks. Looking at the bottom of the dragon ship, it seemed to be in the distant depths, and a touch of dark green spread out. Occasionally there would be some light flashing with different colors, very dazzling. "It's so quiet." Ho looked at the night sky deeply and then looked at the sea and sighed. "It's so quiet that I want to sleep." "It's not necessarily quiet." Xiao Hua pointed at the fluorescent light and said indifferently, "This is the restriction in the sea wind, the restriction blocks all sounds." Yes, humans often say that they deceive themselves. I'm afraid that's the case. Ho said. "I know that the sea storm outside hasn't completely stopped, and this dragon ship is so fast, how can it be so quiet?" "Immortal friend, it's because your heart needs to be calm." Xiao Hua had a very good impression of Ho and said with a smile, "Yes, if only my clan's land could be so quiet." Ho retracted his gaze and nodded. "My clan's land has battles every month, and every day there are clansmen who die in the hands of the enemy. Seeing this quiet place, I can't help but sigh. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to my request." Although Xiao Hua didn't know where Ho's clan's land was, he knew that it should be similar to the Ho clans, close to the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was also a demon clan, and could slightly expand their power in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Although no one knew the true strength of the North Sea Dragon King, but behind the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas was the Dragon Island, and the great sage of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm might not fall out with the Dragon Island because of such a small matter. Alas, I hope so. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and sighed. "I have the same idea as you. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to our request. But what if they don't agree? I have no other choice." Xiao Hua sighed. "When I came to Feather Spirit Bay this time, I've already brought all the things that the clan can take out. If we fail this time, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Of course, just like you, I also heard that the second prince could speak in front of the Dragon King. This trip to Yuling Bay? Of course, the second prince's words are useful. But seeing that so many demons are begging the Dragon King..." Zhao hesitated and lowered his voice. "Can the Dragon King take care of them all? Other demons might not be able to, but those of us who have obtained the golden scales shouldn't have a problem." Xiao Hua replied confidently. Indeed, Zhao did not have much confidence and said non-committally, "Maybe?" Right at this moment, a group of ocean generals patrolled the area and glanced at Xiao Hua and Yu. Although they didn't say anything, the vigilance in their eyes was self-evident. Xiao Hua smiles at them and pulls you to fly towards the cabin. When Xiao Hua entered the ship's cabin, he walked through many cabins that resembled the meditation rooms of the human race. When he found the meditation rooms of the two monsters, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua's meditation room was the same as Tian's, but opposite him was Chrysalis's meditation room. Xiao Hua tried to hide, but he still couldn't hide. However, seeing that the door of Chrysalis's meditation room was tightly shut, Xiao Hua sighed in relief. He really didn't like looking at Chrysalis's face. Zhao looked at Chrysalis's meditation room and smiled. He waved his blade-like arm and entered the meditation room, closing the door behind him. Xiao Hua shook his head and placed the scale armor on the door of the meditation room. His figure disappeared into the room. However, when he entered the meditation room, he smiled bitterly. This meditation room was really big. Perhaps it was at least 1,000 feet in size? Moreover, it was empty inside, there was nothing inside. Xiao Hua's body was only 2 feet tall, standing inside, it was really pitifully small. If this meditation room was used by the demons in the ocean race, it would be suitable. But it's too wasteful for me to use it. Xiaohua casually lay down and looked at the ceiling of the meditation room. He didn't dare to lay down the capital star formation. He just closed his eyes and secretly comprehended the Crimson Infant technique. After an unknown amount of time, a soft voice came from outside the meditation room. Honorable guests, the second prince is holding a banquet in the palace. He invites everyone to the banquet. Xiaohua jumped up from the ground and said with a smile, "It's time to see the second prince's extravagance. I wonder what interesting things will happen." After leaving the meditation room, dozens of demons with golden scales followed the mermaids to an even bigger cabin. This cabin was not only big but also decorated splendidly. It looked very similar to the palace of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiaohua and the other demons were arranged to be slightly closer to Ao Jing. The other demons were arranged to be further away. When all the demons were gathered, the mermaids wearing light muslin came out in a line. They held fine wine and delicacies in their hands and placed them in front of the demons with a smile. Along with the soft sound of jade plates, pleasant music was heard. Groups of mermaids danced gracefully. Ao Jing stood up and raised the wine bottle in his hand. He laughed and said, "This prince brings my North Sea Dragon Palace to toast you all. Please?" The demons did not dare to be negligent. They all stood up and raised their wine bottles and answered in unison. After everyone drank, Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and said, "Everyone, please have a taste of my North Sea Dragon Palace's rarities. I believe that no other place has it. Thank you, second prince." The demons all thanked him and raised their claws to pick up the wine and food to eat. Xiaohua looked at the things in front of him. There was actually raw blood food inside. He could not help but regret coming to the banquet. Looking at the gradually chaotic scene of the banquet, Xiaohua knew that even if he did not come out, Ao Jing would not be able to find out. Oh his. Just when Xiaohua was hesitating, a smiling voice came, "What? You don't like these things prepared by the second prince? As a demon, how can you not be interested in these blood food?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the side not far away. The pupil was biting a bloody meat leg and smiling at him. "Umph." Xiaohua sneered and replied, "It's not that I don't want to eat it, nor that I don't like it. I'm just thinking about how to eat it." As he spoke, Xiaohua helplessly picked up a similar piece of meat from the jade table and forced himself to smell it. Jianghu had clearly explained in the jade eyes that he had given Xiaohua. Although the Gui race was short and small in stature, their appetites were relatively large and they usually ate meat. "Fellow Taoist with phoenix body, thank you for your trouble." Xiaohua put the blood food in front of his mouth. His mind immediately hid in space and Phoenix Body Xiaohua took control of his body. Hee. Phoenix Body Xiaohua maintained Xiaohua's body that was about 2 feet long. His sharp gaze swept across the pupa as he opened his mouth and tore off the meat leg. He chewed it with big mouthfuls and cried out, "Not bad, the delicacies of the North Sea Dragon Palace are indeed delicious. This morning Dreg's meat is indeed tender, it melts in the mouth and is as fragrant as the dew on the grass in the morning." As he spoke, Phoenix Body Xiaohua finished eating the meat leg in a few bites. He picked up more blood food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. He seemed to be enjoying it to the extreme. Seeing this, the smile on the pupa's face remained unchanged. Just as it was about to raise its wine cup, Ao Jing stood up and raised his wine cup again to toast. In just a moment after 3 rounds of wine, the crowd of demons began to liven up. Not only did they toast each other, but many demons also mustered up their courage to toast Ao Jing. Phoenix Body Xiaohua naturally wouldn't go forward to propose a toast. He swallowed the wine and food while looking around. However, there were many demons in this hall. Xiaohua looked for a moment but couldn't see anything. After 2 hours, Ao Xian walked in from outside the hall and whispered a few words. Ao Jing laughed, flicked his sleeve and said, "Open the sea mirror and let everyone see the appearance of my dragon boat." "Yes, your highness." Ao Xian nodded in response and raised his hand. The whole hall produced a zila sound, and then several vortexes appeared in the center. As these vortexes rotated, fine lines like starlight shot out in all directions. With the rotation of these fine lines, the roof of the hall, which was originally emitting a milky white brilliance, gradually became clear, like milk gradually becoming transparent. As the brilliance disappeared, a clear night sky appeared. Whoa! The crowd of demons all raised their heads and cried out in surprise. After all, the demonic weapons of the demon race were relatively crudely refined, and were not very similar to the magical weapons of the Taoist cultivators and the imperial weapons of the Confucian cultivators. Very few demonic weapons could be so exquisite, and it inevitably caused the crowd of demons to be surprised. Xiaohua, whose mind had returned to his body, looked coldly at the North Sea Dragon Palace. The hall above the crowd of demons became transparent, but the situation didn't stop. Instead, it quickly spread to the bottom of the crowd's feet. In just a moment, the whole hall completely disappeared, and the crowd of demons seemed to be standing in the night sky out of thin air. Good. A demon, who had already transformed but was still several feet tall, took the lead and shouted, "Now the dragon boat is the work of the North Sea Dragon Palace. I've never seen it before. I'd like to propose a toast to you, Your Highness." "Ah, please." Ao Jing was very happy. He raised the wine bottle and drank it in an extremely forthright manner. As soon as this demon took the lead, the other demons all raised their cups. Ao Jing almost didn't refuse anyone and drank one cup after another. Xiaohua had never been interested in spirit wine, and the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace was very strong, far from the sweet spirit wine of Taoist cultivators. Xiaohua just smelled it and put it on the jade table. Seeing Ao Jing drinking like a cow, the wine he drank in this time was like a pond, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. At this time, another voice that Xiaohua didn't like to hear sounded, "Fellow immortal, what's wrong? Is the imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace not to fellow immortals' taste?" Xiaohua didn't even turn his head and said coldly, "I've never liked drinking wine. Fellow immortal Chrysalis, if you're in a good mood, you can find someone else to propose a toast." Hee. Chrysalis looked at the wine bottle on the jade table in front of Xiaohua, which was almost the same size as Xiaohua, and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, you're really not giving face to the second prince. The second prince has already proposed a toast 3 times, but why hasn't the wine in fellow immortal's wine bottle decreased in the slightest?" Chapter 3968. I can't hold my liquor, so I don't dare to drink too much. Xiaohua looked at Chrysalis's pig head and almost wanted to smash it. However, he endured it and faintly replied, "When second Wangya proposed a toast, this one also drank it." Immortal friend Chrysalis. Not too far away, Chrysalis seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. Holding a wine bottle in his hand, he walked over and said with a smile, Come, let me offer you a toast. I bumped into you when I paid my respects to His Highness. Our cabins were also next to each other. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao is right." Chrysalis laughed heartily as he pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Didn't I also follow fellow Taoist Xiao by fate? That's why I'm here to propose a toast. Come, fellow immortal Kuei, let's drink." When Kuei spoke up to hear, he seemed to have realized something. He took out a fist-sized wine cup from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. "Fellow immortal, this is the wine cup of the human race that I obtained from Star Picking Tower. It seems to be quite suitable for fellow immortal. Today I'll give it to fellow immortal. Fellow immortal, please drink with it." "Ah, very good." Xiaohua activated the demonic energy in his body, and a strand of wine flew out from the wine bottle and into the wine cup. When the cup was full, Xiaohua raised his cup and said, "A toast to the two of you." "Please." Chrysalis and Centipede raised their wine bottles, and the 3 demons downed the wine in one gulp. Before Chrysalis could say anything else, Centipede pulled Chrysalis's arm and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll borrow your flowers to offer you a few more cups." Present Buddha with borrowed flowers? Hehe, fellow immortal, you seem to be very familiar with the vocabulary of the human race. When Chrysalis heard this, he simply abandoned Xiaohua and followed Chrysalis. The imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace entered Xiaohua's stomach and was instantly refined into the power of the stars and moon. However, the spicy taste was still somewhat choking. Xiaohua thought for a moment. With a slight movement of his fingers, some spirit wine fell into the wine cup. Then he held the wine cup and fiddled with it while drinking a little. Seeing Xiaohua's short stature, the other demons didn't force him to toast like a pupa. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an angry roar suddenly came from the head of the table, "Into the sea!" All the demons were shocked and the entire hall immediately fell silent. The demons did not know what had happened and they all looked at Ao Jing. At this time Ao Jing's face was flushed red. He held an empty wine bottle in his hand and glared at Ao Xian, who was standing quietly in front of him. Ao Xian straightened her back and replied neither haughtily nor humbly, "Second prince, according to the plan, We shouldn't enter the sea at this time. If I say I'm going to the sea, I'm going to the sea. In the entire dragon boat, who doesn't dare to listen to me? Ao Jing waved his sleeves and a dragon claw appeared. Clearly Ao Jing was too drunk to maintain a complete transformation. Ao Jing thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there are many reefs in this sea area. If the dragon boat enters the sea it will cause danger." "Ah, I'm a dragon. The North Sea is my home. Why would I be afraid of a reef? Quick, if I tell you to enter the sea then enter the sea." Ao Jing shouted, "If you still don't agree I'll destroy you." Ao Xian said stubbornly, "No." At this time, not only are there Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace in the dragon boat, there are also demons of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Many of them don't know how to escape through water. Before Ao Xian could finish speaking, Ao Jing's dragon claw slashed in the air. Ao Xian's armor immediately shattered, and blood gushed out from Ao Xian's dragon body. Second Prince, Second Prince? At this moment, a dragon general similar to Ao Xian hurriedly flew over and shouted, "Please calm down. I'll command the dragon boat to enter the sea." "Yes, Ao Jiu, command the dragon boat to enter the sea. In the future this dragon boat will be under your command." Ao Jing nodded. His dragon eyes were bloodshot as he pointed his dragon claw at Ao Xian and said, "Go, imprison this damned person in a cage." This. Ao Jiu smiled and said, "General Ao Xian has contributed greatly this time. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to explain to the Dragon King if he's imprisoned in a cage. Why don't we imprison him in the cabin?" "Yes, I'll leave it to you." Ao Jing raised his hand and picked up another wine bottle. He drank it in one gulp and said, "How dare he go against me? So what if he contributed greatly? What should be destroyed will still be destroyed." Ao Jiu waved his hand, and several sea generals flew over and carried the dispirited Ao Xian away. Ao Jing raised his cup again and said, "Fellow immortals, please drink this cup. Then I'll invite you to see the beautiful scenery of North Sea." "Thank you, Prince." Seeing that Ao Jing was already drunk, the demons did not dare to say anything else. They hurriedly raised their cups and drank. Xiaohua also raised his wine cup in response. However, he frowned and looked at the drunk Ao Jing and Ao Xian who had been taken away. He found it funny. "Damn it, the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace is strong, and it's easy to get drunk after drinking it. However, Ao Jing is a dragon. How big is his body? How can he get drunk after drinking such strong wine? Moreover, Ao Xian's trick seems fake no matter how I look at it. What kind of show are they putting on? Could it be that they already know about the Heavenly Abode River's plan?" While thinking, Xiaohua had already figured out that this trick was a little superficial for the human race. Although Xiaohua was not good at scheming, he could still see it. However, Ao Jing wanted to deceive the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. These Sea Clan members were not as scheming as the human race and might fall for it. However, Xiaohua was worried for a moment and felt helpless. He did not know who had come to the Heavenly Abode River, nor did he know how to inform the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. His only plan now was to hope that the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River would not be like the demons of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm and not be able to see that this was an obvious trick. Look, outside." Just as Xiaohua was thinking, several monsters suddenly raised their cups and pointed to the outside of the dragon boat and shouted. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the dragon boat was rapidly descending. In the sky above the North Sea below the dragon boat, monstrous waves were surging. Hurricanes swept up the seawater and scattered it into the air, as if a huge palm had reached out from the depths of the North Sea. Boom. Although the inside of the dragon boat was very quiet, the moment the dragon boat crashed into the sea, there were still some strong vibrations and whistling sounds coming from outside the dragon boat. Ao Jing was originally holding a wine cup, but his entire body suddenly fell to the ground, the wine drenching his dragon robe. "Your Highness, Your Highness." A few sea generals shouted and hurriedly came over to support Ao Jing. Ao Jing opened his hazy dragon eyes and looked at the blue sea outside. He stammered, This is where the North Sea Dragon Clan should be. Flying in the sky. That's what the Feather Clan of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm wants to do. Come drink, drink." At this time, the dragon boat had already entered the sea. Although there were huge waves on the surface of the sea, the bottom of the sea was calm again. The blue sea water was like a huge crystal, translucent and sparkling. Schools of colorful sea fish swam freely in the sea. Seeing the huge dragon boat rushing in, these sea fish desperately scattered. And as the dragon boat continued to sink, the shadows of reefs that looked like sea beasts appeared one by one, just like the mountains on the ordinary land. There was no light at the bottom of the sea, but a faint brilliance flickered outside the dragon boat. The layers of seaweed, seashells, and strange rust spots on the reefs appeared, looking quite desolate. The group of sea race naturally turned a blind eye to the situation at the bottom of the sea, but some of the demons in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm were indeed very interested. They all looked intoxicated. Until Ao Jing shouted again, "Fellow immortals, come, this king salutes you all and welcomes you all to the North Sea." The group of demons came back to their senses at this time and shouted, "The North Sea is such a place of spirit, so it can give birth to a dragon like the second king. We salute the second king in the North Sea Dragon Palace." Ha! Ao Jing laughed, raised the wine bottle and drank big mouthfuls. Boom. At this time, the whole dragon boat shook violently, and then pieces of gravel and broken seaweed flew past the edge of the dragon boat. The dragon boat obviously hit a reef. "Haha, fellow immortals, don't worry about it." Ao Jing laughed and said, "It's just a small reef. How can the dragon boat built by the North Sea Dragon Palace be afraid of these small rocks? Come drink." Ao Jing's banquet lasted for a whole night, and no one knew how much wine he drank. Anyway, Xiao Hua knew that since the dragon boat entered the sea, the sound of collision was incessant, and the vibration was constant. However, no one dared to discourage Ao Jing's drinking spirit. They only shouted to drink and no one mentioned flying out of the North Sea. After the banquet, the group of demons returned to the quiet room in the cabin. Ao Jing, who was already drunk like mud, shook his huge dragon body and slowly transformed. After a while, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he whispered to the dragon generals around him, "Did you see any clues?" Reporting to the king. A dragon general bowed and said, "In the area I observed, there were 4 demons who saw General Ao Xian being scolded, and their faces showed gloating. I also read the information of these 4 demons. 2 of them are from Yuling Bay, and the other 2 are from the remote sea area of the North Sea." Then another dragon general stepped forward and said, "In the area I was in, there were 3 demons of the Thousand Demon Saint Realm who were a bit abnormal. These 3 demons all have a request from the North Sea Dragon Palace." Then, all the dragon generals reported the situation they saw to Ao Jing. Ao Jing listened and nodded slightly. His eyes swept across the whole hall, and looked at the positions of the demons who were acting strangely. However, after the dragon generals finished speaking, his gaze fell on the few jade cases including Xiao Hua's. A thought-provoking look flashed across his eyes. "Looks like a simple trick of self-injury won't be able to trick these old fogies," Ao Jing said. "I still need to add fuel to the fire. Sigh, it's a pity that this girl was chosen by Old Seven so I can't go all out. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble?" "Yes, we will listen to the king's orders." The dragon generals bowed and answered. Boom. At this moment there was another tremor, and the dragon boat smashed another reef into pieces. Ao Jio hurriedly said, "King, there are many reefs in this sea area, and it's not suitable for the dragon boat to move. Although the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace is not afraid of these reefs, it will inevitably damage the demon array of the dragon boat. In the future, it will be safer to pass through the eye of the North Sea wind. Now that the banquet is over, I think it's better to fly." Chapter 3969. Since we're putting on an act, we have to complete it. Wouldn't we be giving up halfway if we took off now? Wouldn't Ao Xian's suffering be in vain? Ao Jing said disapprovingly. "That's true." Ao Jio was already a little uneasy as he whispered, "But we still have to rely on this dragon boat to pass through the eye of the wind. Otherwise, if we detour, we will be delayed again. If we capture the remnants of the Heavenly Abode River, so what if we lose the dragon boat?" Ao Jing sneered. "This time, I want to use the little princess of the Heavenly Abode River as bait and kill these crazy dragons at all costs." At this point, Ao Jing looked at Ao Jio and asked, "Can we get news of Jianghu of the Heavenly Abode River?" Ao Jio's face darkened as he smiled apologetically. "Your Highness, even after the dragon boat left Yuling Bay, I still couldn't find the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace's Confucian Cultivator. I'm afraid he took Jianghu far away from Yuling Bay. Of course, I also vaguely saw some suspicious Confucian cultivators in Yuling Bay, but these Confucian cultivators seem to be different from the ones in the arena." Ao Jing snorted and asked, "What do you mean by your last sentence?" Do you think there's something wrong with my arrangements? Is the Confucian cultivator who kidnapped Jianghu still in Yuling Bay? No. Audiobook hurriedly replied. Your Highness, there must be a deeper meaning behind your arrangements. I'm afraid I can't see through the peculiarity. Audiobook nodded slightly and said, if it was Xian, he would definitely know. Yes. Audiobook smiled apologetically. I can't compare to General Xian. He could infiltrate the enemy's rear alone and capture the little princess of the heavenly abode river. This is a plan I would never have dreamed of. Yes, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. Audiobook sighed as well. In Feather Spirit Bay, my North Sea Dragon Palace is not the only powerful force. Not only can Zhai Xinglu contend with my North Sea Dragon Palace, even the Sea Soul Scholar from the Lilai Trading Company can challenge me. I clearly know that the Confucian cultivator may be in Zhai Xinglu or with the Sea Spirit Scholar, but I cannot shed all pretense of cordiality. This is because the Confucian cultivator's cultivation is too high, and I can't get hold of any evidence against him. Even Ben Wang can't do it, so how can you catch him? In fact, the entire Yuling Bay has been infiltrated by various forces. I know that the Dongtian River is in Yuling Bay, but I can't find any trace of them. It's all my fault for being incompetent and unable to help the prince with his burdens. Audiobook hurriedly knelt down as he spoke. The other dragon generals did not dare to delay and also knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Audiobook hurriedly got up and personally walked in front of Audiobook. He helped him up and said to the other dragon generals, you all should get up too. This prince is not blaming you for telling you this. I just want to tell you that although Yuling Bay is the territory of the North Sea Dragon Palace, it is also the territory of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. My father gave Yuling Bay to me, which is a great responsibility. You are my confidants and also my support. Only when you risk your life for me can I have a decisive voice in the Dragon Palace. I should be the one thanking you all. If Xiao Hua was here, his eyeballs would definitely fall out of their sockets. That absurd prince who could copulate with Yao Ji in front of the monster race was actually so scheming. Then Xiao Hua would definitely use all kinds of escape techniques to escape from this dragon boat. Even if he couldn't escape, he would definitely use the hallucinatory pearl to change his appearance, so that the dragons of the heavenly abode river wouldn't be able to find him again. Audiobook's display was too terrifying. How could an ordinary dragon compare to a prince cultivated by the Dragon Palace? Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not dare to attract Audiobook's attention. After he returned to the cabin, he immediately activated the monster array in the quiet room. After probing it with his primordial thought, he casually lay down on the ground. Although he did not meditate like ordinary Taoist cultivators, the primordial spirits in his body began to cultivate faster. He even took out the Crimson Infant technique to study again. The Crimson Infant technique was really broad and profound. The incomplete scattering nascent soul technique that Shen Songzi had previously obtained was just the most basic part of the Crimson Infant technique. Moreover, there were many deviations in this part. Fortunately, the scattered nascent souls in Xiao Hua's lower dantian had just gone through the initial tribulation. Although there were some deviations, it did not have a particularly big impact. Xiao Hua first put the cultivation of these scattered nascent souls on the right track according to the Crimson Infant technique, and then comprehended the rest. However, before Xiao Hua could comprehend 10% of the Crimson Infant technique, the words in the Crimson Infant technique were abnormally obscure. Xiao Hua felt that his nascent soul could not cultivate at all. After careful consideration, Xiao Hua finally understood why Dou Shanjun did not set up a restriction in Mo Yun Tong. It was because Dou Shanjun knew that it was impossible for him to fully comprehend and cultivate. This was also what Dou Shanjun said. It was just for Xiao Hua to use as a reference and let the cultivation of his physical body match the cultivation of his nascent soul. However, Xiao Hua's problem arose again. Xiao Hua's physical body was a demon body, and the holy bloodline was the foundation of the physical body's cultivation. At this time, the Dao Sect's Crimson Infant technique relied on the physical body, but only the meridians of the entire body. Only by relying on these meridians could Xiao Hua advance step by step according to the Dao Sect's Crimson Infant technique. Only then could he cultivate to the spirit severing stage, void refinement stage, and other realms. Since purely cultivating the holy bloodline could allow one to become a great sage and break through the void, and purely cultivating the physical body could also allow one to ascend, then which one should Xiao Hua choose? Of course, if it was an ordinary demon or cultivator, they would definitely not face such a head-scratching happiness. As long as they had a path to heaven, it was enough for them to cultivate for a lifetime. Moreover, on this path of cultivation, they had to hurry and step into the void before the end of their lifespan. Who could compare with Xiaohua? There were actually 4 paths to heaven to choose from: Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Demon. The Crimson Infant technique is obviously of a higher level than the Taoist cultivation techniques. According to common sense, I should abandon the Taoist cultivation techniques and only cultivate the Crimson Infant technique. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, unconsciously felt that it was difficult to choose. However, the Crimson Infant technique can only be used to cultivate a scattered nascent soul in the 3 continents. It can't be used on the physical body. Moreover, all the Taoist cultivation techniques clearly state that the physical body is the basis for ascension. It is too difficult for a nascent soul without a physical body to ascend. Since I have a physical body, I naturally have to rely on my physical body to cultivate. There is no need for me to choose the extremely difficult Crimson Infant technique, right? Previously, when I was in the aura refining realm, I cultivated as much as the 18th layer. Admittedly, my harvest was great, but the hardships and dangers within are not enough to describe to others. Now, if I want to purely cultivate the Crimson Infant technique, it will naturally be somewhat similar to the 18th layer of the aura refining realm. However, why must I give up on the cheap path of cultivation and insist on walking the difficult path? Especially now, I am afraid that a great disaster will soon arrive. Raising my cultivation level and strength is the only way to escape this disaster, right? Forget it, even a cultivator like Senior Do is advising me to walk the normal path. I have no reason to make things difficult for myself. Since he had made his decision, Xiaohua temporarily stopped comprehending the Crimson Nascent Soul technique. On one hand, he used his comprehension to compare with the Taoist cultivation method to improve his cultivation. He strived to match the cultivation of his meridians to the nascent soul realm. On the other hand, he entered the space with his mind and refined the dark breaking pill according to the pill recipe. Do Shanjun gave Xiaohua the breaking darkness pill, but how could those few breaking darkness pills be enough for Xiaohua? On that day, Xiaohua's nebula golden core was used to nurture his nascent soul. Now, his nebula nascent soul was even more mysterious than before. Perhaps Xiaohua would need more than 2,000 breaking darkness pills before he could step into the severing divine stage? Thinking about this terrifying number, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. His nascent soul was a foodie. It was really easy for Jade Archive Xiaohua to refine the breaking darkness pill inside his space. However, for his own safety, Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't dare to be too hasty. Although he didn't use a pill furnace to refine, he still followed the pill formula of the breaking darkness pill. He threw spiritual herbs into the spiritual fire in front of him. He meticulously refined the impurities, melted the liquid and condensed the pill. Jade Archive Xiaohua wasn't refining the pill alone. Beside him, Xiaoguo was looking at him curiously. Following Jade Archive Xiaohua's instructions, she quickly brought the appropriate spiritual herbs from the spiritual grass garden to him. Of course, in this space, it was easier for Jade Archive Xiaohua to find spiritual herbs compared to Xiaoguo. However, Jade Archive Xiaohua wasn't Jade Archive Xiaohua. He still liked to be lively. With Xiaoguo helping him, he didn't feel lonely. At this time, Xiaohua's space was already 2 million miles in size. Moreover, with the improvement of Xiaohua's cultivation, it was expanding every moment. In this space, in addition to Xiaohua's disciples in seclusion, there were more than 10,000 disciples of green-robed Xiaohua who were bitterly cultivating. The first part of the space was the center. It was full of spiritual herbs and rice. There were also the dream sea butterfly, water pattern butterfly, and other spiritual herbs that had entered the space, but there were still no signs of them waking up. Jade Archive Xiaohua attached great importance to the center of the space. He laid down many barriers to separate these different spiritual herbs, allowing them to absorb the power of the stars and moon and nurture their own vitality. Therefore, in this boundless spirit field, only the spirit-seeking mouse could be seen flying nimbly on the spirit grasses with the wind. Even the Ganoderma horse was fleeing in front of it, as if it was afraid of being devoured by the spirit-seeking mouse. While Jade Archive Xiaohua was refining pills, his gaze fell on the empty land and mountains in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to see people farming in this land, hunting in this mountain range, and fishing in this river. "Halt, master." Suddenly, a timid voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. "What's wrong? Are you tired? This little one, can I refine pills for you?" Jade Archive Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the cute Xiaoguo beside him in disbelief. The Xiaoguo was just like a human baby. The timidity and shyness on her face were extremely obvious. Xiaohua remembered that the last time he called Xiaoguo out was in the profound water palace of the Sage River. At that time Xiaoguo still couldn't speak. He really didn't expect that in just a few decades Xiaoguo would be able to speak. Chapter 3970. Xiaoguo, do you know how to refine pills? Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked with a smile. Xiaoguo's face was slightly red as she bit her lip and carefully replied, I don't know. But I sighed when I saw Master. I knew Master was tired and wanted to share Master's burden. How do you know all this? Xiaohua looked at Xiaoguo with interest and asked softly. After all, Little Yellow and Little Black had been in this space for so long that day, but they couldn't speak. Even now, Little Silver only knew how to wander around and wasn't as smart and sensible as Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo replied with a smile, Master, after I saw it, I naturally understood. I don't know why I know. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Xiaoguo and then at Little Silver in the distance. He somewhat understood. It was extremely difficult for plants to have spirits, but if they had spirits and didn't have a physical body or bloodline, their spirit cavities would be transparent from birth. It was true that it was easy for humans and demons to have spirits, but this spirit was blocked by the physical body and bloodline. It was rare for the spirit cavities to be transparent, so it was probably too late for them to understand. Xiaoguo, how do you want to help me? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and waved. A blue flame appeared in the air. It really looked like the blue had surpassed the blue. Would fire? Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but smile when he saw this flame. Xiaoguo had a body of spirit wood, so in terms of the 5 elements she couldn't control fire. Since Xiaoguo could control fire innately, this flame was naturally the extremely rare wood fire. Many Dao pills were refined from spirit herbs, spirit fruits and spirit wood. Metal, water, earth and fire could be used to refine pills, but it was inevitable that the impurities of the 5 elements would be mixed into the pills. If you used wood fire to refine pills, you didn't need to use 2 advanced alchemy techniques to refine pills. The pills refined would already be top grade. Haha. Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, the heavens are really helping me. Soon after, Xiaohua pointed his index finger towards the center of Xiaoguo's eyebrows. A multicolored vortex could be seen entering Xiaoguo's forehead. Xiaoguo's entire small body was trembling involuntarily. However, after a moment, Xiaoguo opened her eyes again. At this time her eyes were clearer than before. Refine a Wuxia pill first. Jade Archive Xiaohua ordered. Yes, Master. Xiaoguo waved her hands and the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass flew out from the spiritual field. She then opened her mouth and spat out a wisp of greenwood fire, which cleanly purified the impurities. When Xiaoguo calmly refined the parasol pill, Jade Archive Xiaohua was truly speechless. This unremarkable Xiaoguo's talent in alchemy is even more terrifying than the green-robed Xiaohua. Therefore, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and instructed, Xiaoguo, according to the alchemy techniques and pill recipes this old man taught you, try them one by one. You don't have to be afraid of failure, we have plenty of spirit herbs, you can take your time refining. Yes, Master. Xiaoguo was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. She answered without any hesitation. Then she started to refine various kinds of pills according to the records on the pill formula. However, when Xiaoguo refined the building foundation pill, it was not out of Jade Archive Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaoguo's building foundation pill was not successfully refined. Looking at Xiaoguo's depressed expression, Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, Xiaoguo, the building foundation pill, Chenli pill, nascent soul pill and dark breaking pill are all used to break through the realm. They contain the alchemist's understanding of the heavenly Tao and realm. You have never cultivated, so naturally you can't refine them. When this old man has the cultivation method to cultivate, I will teach it to you. At that time you can refine them. Yes, Master, this little one understands. Xiaoguo replied respectfully, this little one will help Master refine other pills. Good. Jade Archive Xiaohua replied with a smile. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and his whole body immediately came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiaohua felt that the whole quiet room was shaking violently, as if the dragon boat had encountered some danger. This was something he had never encountered in his several months of cultivation. Xiao Hua stood in the quiet room and pondered for a moment. When the trembling in the quiet room stopped, he hurriedly opened the demon formation. Sure enough, the outside of the quiet room was a mess. Not only had the demon race in the quiet room come out, but there were also sounds of killing coming from outside the cabin. Oh! Xiao Hua was shocked and a little anxious. His body and mind involuntarily flew out, and he thought to himself, could it be that the sea race of the heavenly abode river has already taken action? If so, why didn't they inform this Xiao? However, when Xiao Hua flew out of the cabin, the fighting on the deck of the dragon boat had stopped. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground, and there were some severed limbs of the sea race in the corners. There were even many places on the dragon boat that were still burning. It seemed that the entire dragon boat had been destroyed by the sea race of the heavenly abode river. Landing on the deck, Xiao Hua stood next to some demon race that rushed out of the cabin and frowned. Damn it, it's really too late. Xiao Hua didn't need to release his key sense to understand what was going on. Perhaps when the heavenly abode river notified this Xiao, I was refining pills in the space and didn't notice. From the looks of it, the sea race of the heavenly abode river has probably been wiped out. Fellow immortal Kuei, why is your complexion so ugly? Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, Chrysalis's voice came from beside him. Xiao Hua turned around and said coldly, my complexion is always like this. I haven't eaten my fill since I was young, so I can't be as fat as fellow immortal Kuei. Haha, fellow immortal Kuei. Kuei flew out and said with a smile, why do you keep making things difficult for fellow Taoist Kuei? I'm not making things difficult for anyone. Chrysalis sneered, look at the situation on this dragon boat. It must have been attacked by the enemies of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Moreover, it must have been coordinated from the inside. Perhaps there are spies among the demon race. Fellow immortal Kuei who saw this miserable situation must have some suspicions. This fellow immortal Kuei is most likely suspicious. You're crazy. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chrysalis. He turned around and was about to return to the cabin when a loud bugle horn sounded from the bow of the dragon boat. Then Ao Shen's voice came, distinguished guests, please come out from your cabins. My second marquee has a good show for everyone to enjoy. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and stopped, only to see Chrysalis's thoughtful gaze. Most of the demon race in the cabin had already come out. Now that they heard Ao Shen's command, another group of demon race flew out. Not long after, the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace flew over from all directions with weapons in hand. They formed a formation and surrounded the demon race. Ao Jing snorted coldly and flew over from a high place. Behind him were a few injured dragon generals. Greetings, second marquis. The demon race all bowed. Ao Jing flung his sleeve and said indifferently, rise. When the demon race all rose, Ao Jing clenched his teeth. His face was somewhat ferocious as he said fiercely, do you know what happened? We don't know. The demon race were baffled. Of course Xiao Hua was among them. Bring them up. Ao Jing roared. At the edge of the dragon boat, dozens of demon race were pulled up into the air by thin ropes. As the ropes were pulled up, the demon race's bodies floated up like kites. They screamed and struggled with all their might, but the ropes seemed to be tied up in their bodies. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Xiao Hua hurriedly released his vital sense to see who it was. The other demon race also released their vital sense. Unfortunately, the demon race that was hung up was outside the demon formation of the dragon boat. All the demon race's vital sense was blocked, so they couldn't see who it was. Ao Jing said fiercely, I treat people with kindness. The demon race that wants to receive the favor of the North Sea Dragon Palace is kindly received by me. The quota for this trip to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited, but I feel that, since you all have a request to the North Sea Dragon Palace, you naturally have your own difficulties. So I earnestly asked my father to allow you to bring more people. Because of this, my father scolded me. But this king's good intentions were treated as ill intent. These monsters. Look, they actually took advantage of this king's carelessness to sneak into the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Taking advantage of the conflict between this king and General Ao Shen, they actually incited Ao Shen to assassinate this king. Fortunately, Ao Shen is loyal to me. When I was drunk and punished her, she didn't hate me. She reported this important news to me at the critical moment. Tell me, do these traitors of the sea race deserve to be killed? They deserve to be killed. They deserve to be killed. The demon race clamored. The enthusiasm of the onlookers was no less than that of the demon race. The chrysalis inside the dragon boat said loudly, "Second Marquis, who is the sea race that tried to assassinate you? Are there spies of the sea race among us?" Ao Jing snorted and said, "Who else could it be? Naturally, it's the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River. In the past, they challenged the dignity of the Dragon Island and were expelled from the 3 rivers and 4 seas. The Dragon Palace of the 4 seas was ordered to exterminate the Heavenly Abode River. They hold a grudge against the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. They're always thinking about revenge." At this point, Ao Jing's expression softened. He swept his gaze across the demon race and said with a smile, "My fellow immortals have been very peaceful in the cabins during this period of time. The rebellion of the Heavenly Abode River has nothing to do with you fellow immortals. You don't need to think too much about it." Then Ao Jing waved his dragon claw and shouted, "Kill!" Yes. The sea generals agreed in unison. Then they looked at the dragon boat again. Beams of light fell like snowflakes, landing on the bodies of the dozens of demons. Pieces of flesh were cut off from the bodies of these demons. In a few breaths, dozens of skeletons waving their hands and speaking appeared in front of the demons. "Damn it! Cut them into pieces." Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. It seems that all the demon race of the Heavenly Abode River is dead. Even the remaining ones are quite strong. I'm afraid they won't dare to come out again. The burden of saving Xiao Yun has fallen on this Zhao's shoulders. However, since the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River has been exterminated, Ao Jing's vigilance has naturally decreased. I just need to find the dragon shell that imprisoned Xiao Yun, take it and escape. Chapter 3971. Are you the Great Elder? Xiao Hua asked tentatively, What's going on? My name is Jianghu. The female dragon's face was filled with regret as she replied, I'm the 2nd Elder of the Heavenly Abode River. The Great Elder, Jiang Tian, is currently leading the disciples of the Heavenly Abode River to seize control of the dragon boat. As for what happened here, I don't know either. However, based on the previous situation, we should have fallen into Ao Jing's trap. You acted too early. Xiao Hua was also helpless. How would I know that the Hui just now wasn't you? Sound transmissions can't be transmitted on this dragon boat, so I couldn't probe. Since he turned into a dragon and sent out a signal from the Heavenly Abode River, of course I had to act. Jiangxia, it's really you. Ao Jing stood in the air, laughing like a cat playing with a mouse, then looked at Xiao Hua and said, This Hui of the Hui clan? Which fellow immortal of the monster clan are you? Xiao Hua sneered and replied, Do you want to know who this old man is? Explain it to this old man first and see how this old man feels. Who would have the patience to know who you are? Ao Jing laughed, All the survivors of the Heavenly Abode River who fell into this king's trap will be killed. This king doesn't care who you are. However, since you want to know, this king is happy to let you know. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sneered again, You're just a stinky loach. Do you think this old man can't see it now? The so-called injury to Ao Xian was just a pretense, and the attack by the Heavenly Abode River was a farce. You were the one who directed it, weren't you? The purpose was to make the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River relax their vigilance, thinking that they had escaped your trap. In particular, you stopped the dragon boat here, creating the illusion of a desperate situation, and lured the Heavenly Abode River to attack. Then you used the fake Long Bay to attract the attention of the Heavenly Abode River, so that the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River would be exposed. In order to add fuel to the fire, you let this Hui use the signal of the Heavenly Abode River, and even used the 1,000 Illusion Pearl to transform into Jiangxia's appearance. In such a hurry, which Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River could tell? Unknowingly, I fell into your trap. I presume that you have already set up troops everywhere on the dragon boat and are ambushing the Sea Clan in the Grotto Heaven? You're a human? Hearing Xiao Hua's tireless explanation, Ao Jing couldn't help but be shocked. But your demon body doesn't seem like a human's? Actually, there was no need for me to expose myself. As Xiao Hua spoke, he turned to look at Jiangxia. Presumably, 2nd Elder has been keeping an eye on this old master all this time, occasionally speaking against this old master. On one hand, it's to remind this old master to pay attention, and on the other hand, it's to think that if an accident happens, you can withdraw and complete the mission of rescuing Jianghu, right? Not bad. Jiangxia did not hide anything and replied, You are one of the pillars that the Dong Tian River can rely on, but we will not completely rely on the human race. If not for the danger earlier, I wouldn't have made a move. Actually, you didn't have to make a move. Xiaohua sighed, these little loaches can't hurt me. But since you've already made your move, I won't pursue the matter of you abandoning me. You, who exactly are you? The more Ao Jing listened, the more surprised he became. Although he already had victory in his hands, he still couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looked at Ao Jing and said with a smile, you only need to tell me where Jianghu is and I will naturally tell you who I am. Of course Jianghu is here. Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and took out another long bay. He smiled and said, could it be that you want me to let her out for a look? If you have the ability, then let her out for a look. Xiaohua smiled, with your cunning nature, how could you put Jianghu on this dragon boat? Ao sure. Suddenly Jiangxia exclaimed, did Ao sure take Jianghu away? Haha, not bad, you actually saw through this king's plan at this time, truly amazing. Ao Jing laughed, as early as the night Ao Xian captured Jianghu, this king arranged for Ao Sure to take Jianghu away from Yuling Bay. Although Ao Sure can't enter the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, as long as this king kills all of you, he will naturally meet up with this king before entering the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiangxia's face turned ashen when she heard this. The Grotto Heaven River had painstakingly schemed and plotted, but in the end, it was all for naught. They had even fallen into the biggest trap. She muttered, if I had known this would happen, I would have sent someone. No, I would have personally followed Ao Sure. Is there any point in saying this now? Ao Jing laughed very happily, this king knows that your heavenly abode river will make some moves. Among the soldiers that you arranged to return with Ao Sure, there are dragon generals. The Oceanids you sent have probably been devoured long ago. You don't have to think about saving Jianghu anymore. Jiangxia's ears, the battle cries grew louder and louder, and some Oceanids had already rushed to the deck. Seeing this, Ao Jing couldn't help but frown. He knew in his heart the strength of the troops that he had set up the trap. According to his previous thoughts, part of the reason why he and Jiangxia were stalling here was to wait for the battle below the deck to end, but it seemed, the heavenly abode river's layout was far beyond his imagination. Damn Jiang Tian. Ao Jing cursed angrily. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Xiaohua and he shouted fiercely, Jiang Tian, don't think that this king can't recognize you. Your heavenly abode river's target is Long Bay, which is Jianghu. How can you abandon this king? Xiaohua sneered, looked at Ao Jing and said, I have never seen a demon as narcissistic as you. Do you think you have victory in your hands? Do you think you have seen through everything? However, since you have already explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, this old man can only promise. As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and after the demon cloud disappeared, a thin human figure appeared in front of the demons. You are really a human cultivator? Ao Jing was surprised and he frowned and asked. Xiaohua replied indifferently, yes, this old man is Xiaohua of the Dao sect. When Ao Jing heard that it was a Dao sect cultivator, he snorted coldly and said, this king doesn't even care about the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace. How can I be afraid of you, a Dao sect cultivator? Jiangxia, your heavenly abode river is really hopeless. You even dare to use a Dao sect cultivator. Hearing Ao Jing's words, Xiaohua whispered to Jiangxia, second elder, Ao Jing is too strong here. We are no match for him. Let's escape separately and meet up with the great elder. According to the previous plan, we will hijack the entire dragon boat. What? What plan? Jiangxia was slightly stunned and quite puzzled. However, seeing Xiaohua winking at her and his figure swaying, ready to fly to the edge of the deck, Jiangxia endured the pain and urged her dragon body to follow him. At that moment, a demonic cloud suddenly appeared near Xiaohua and Jiangxia. Although the demonic cloud was thin, it was extremely tough, blocking their path. Looking at the thin strands of cloud, Xiaohua believed that if he bumped into it, it would be sharper than the edge of a blade. Huff! Jiangxia spat out a mouthful of flames. The demon clouds melted in the flames like cotton threads, but the demon clouds in front of Xiaohua covered his head. At the same time, Ao Jing's voice sounded lazily again. You still want to escape and control the dragon boat at this time? Do you think it's possible? To shoot a man, shoot the horse first. To catch bandits, catch the leader first. Just when Xiaohua was in a desperate situation, he suddenly stood up and chanted. His whole body flashed with a pale golden brilliance, and his whole body expanded rapidly. The power of the stars and the moon poured in like a waterfall. The seemingly tough demon clouds were even more fragile than spider silk and collapsed under the Transcendent's golden body. Not only that, but with Xiaohua's voice, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward Ao Jing. Ao Jing was shocked. He had already heard Xiaohua's voice transmission to Jiangxia through the demon array of the dragon boat. He thought that Xiaohua and Jiangxia were going to rush out to find Jiang Tian. He really didn't expect Xiaohua to make a feint. However, in addition to being surprised, a grim smile appeared on his face. He waved his right dragon claw slightly, and in the space hundreds of feet between him and Xiaohua, layers of demon clouds appeared little by little like frozen ice. The demon clouds were not only as sharp as swords, but also as hard as rocks, indestructible. Xiaohua only flew a few feet before he was immediately blocked by the demon array of the dragon boat. Xiaohua smiled coldly and reached out his hand. Rumble? The sound of thunder suddenly sounded, and then 2 lightning bolts were caught in Xiaohua's hand. Kill? Xiaohua roared, and the lightning bolts shot out like flying spears. Kacha. Layers of demon clouds were shattered by the lightning bolts. Before the demon clouds stirred and urged the power of the stars and the moon, Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and thunderbolts fell like a rainstorm. Not only did the demon clouds collapse, but even the area around Ao Jing was filled with lightning and thunder. Damn Dao Cultivator. Ao Jing wasn't nervous at all. Draconic chi surged around his body, blocking the lightning. At the same time, thick pillars of starlight and moonlight appeared where the demonic clouds had just collapsed. These pillars of light surged violently toward Xiaohua, clearly intending to kill him on the spot. Xiaohua's originally flying figure stopped in midair, and his eyes flashed with contempt. He sneered and said, "Little Loach, this Xiao will let you know the history of my human race. I'll let you know what it means to be at the end of your rope." While speaking, Xiaohua waved left and right, and a golden light rushed out from his Taoist robe. The soaring dragon shears turned into a golden dragon, and with a casual cut of the dragon's tail, the pillars of light from the stars and the moon were neatly cut into 2. And Xiaohua's figure flew dozens of feet away at this moment. "Quick, protect the prince." Ao Xian roared and threw herself in front of Xiaohua. The long spear in her hand danced and stabbed toward Xiaohua's chest. The long spear was like a shooting star. The demon chi around Ao Xian surged, and the power of the stars and the moon overflowed from the tip of the spear. Wherever the long spear passed, cracks in the void uncontrollably appeared. Chapter 3972. The North Sea Dragon Palace is nothing more than this. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the tip of the spear piercing his chest. His arms lifted like an ape, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Grow, grow, grow! With Xiaohua's roar, the wishful steel staff turned into 100 feet long, and a gust of wind blew between it. Boom! It hit the long spear, and the long spear immediately flew diagonally under Xiaohua's great force. What was even more bullying was that Xiaohua's wishful steel staff continued to grow, and it fell towards Ao Xian's right shoulder. Ao Xian was shocked, and her dragon tail swayed quickly, trying to block Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Seeing this, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff simply gave up on Ao Xian's arm. Boom! There was a loud noise and several scales fell with the roar. Ao Xian's dragon body was actually hit by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Just as Ao Xian's figure was sent flying, Xiaohua's figure once again rushed forward several tens of zhang. Beside him, a golden armored dragon general wielded a pair of purple golden hammers and smashed them down like heavenly thunder. The space several tens of zhang below the purple golden hammers was covered, and a kind of suffocating aura was emitted from the purple golden hammers. Attack! Xiaohua shouted loudly. The seal of turning the sea rushed out of the space, but the coiling dragon mouth seal blocked the purple golden hammer with lightning speed. Layers of strong wind were generated from the collision between the magic tool and the demonic tool. The nearby demonic beasts were all blown up by this strong wind. Hundreds of demonic beasts were blown back by at least several hundred feet. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff swept across and hit the dragon general's waist. With a crisp sound, the tough golden armor was smashed into pieces, and the dragon general's waist also collapsed. The dragon general's figure flew along with the wishful steel staff, and fell on the deck in a sorry state compared to Ao Xian. Xiaohua's golden body did not stop at all, and with the wishful steel staff he was already close to Ao Jing. Because of the two dragon generals, there were already 5 to 6 dragon generals in front of Xiao Jing. Not only were these dragon generals holding weapons and demonic artifacts, their bodies were also connected with the demonic array. A mountain-like barrier appeared in front of Xiao Hua, enveloping the surrounding several hundred feet. Xiao Hua sneered and a rumbling sound came from his body. The 5-colored sword light uncontrollably emitted from the golden body, and then the unmatched sword intent of heaven and earth appeared from Xiao Hua's hand along with 9 sword lights. Open! Xiao Hua shouted angrily. The sword lights condensed into one and directly slashed at the barrier that was connected to the dragon boat. Whoosh! Like the autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves, the barrier was split in half by the sword energy. The dragon armor of the 5 or 6 dragon generals fell to the ground, and their demon treasures and weapons were split in half. His figure flew up along with the sword light. You. Ao Jing saw such a familiar sword light. How could he not know the origin of Xiao Hua? Fear immediately appeared in his heart, but before he could finish his words, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and his huge body appeared again in front of Ao Jing. Not good. All the Yao and dragon generals turned pale with fright. When Xiao Hua turned around to capture the king, Ao Jing and several other dragon generals tried to stop Xiao Hua, but under Xiao Hua's tiger-like attacks, they instantly collapsed. Xiao Hua urged his divine ability, and like a hot knife through butter, he attacked in front of Ao Jing in the blink of an eye. At this time, how could the generals stop him? Killing one person in 10 steps, the heroic spirit of 1,000 miles without leaving a single trace. Far away, Jianghu was also intoxicated. Don't hurt my master. All the dragon generals had no time to check their injuries and roared and wanted to rush again. At this time, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was like a heavenly pillar, smashing towards Ao Jing's forehead. Ha ha. Ao Jing laughed. Ignorant human, the son of my North Sea Dragon Palace is actually someone you can kill? As he spoke, dragon chi surged from Ao Jing's golden armor, and an earth-yellow dragon pendant flew out. The dragon chi within the dragon pendant, which could not be blocked by anything, turned into a dragon and rushed out. All the dragon generals trembled, and all the demons found it hard to resist this dragon's might. They prostrated themselves on the ground. This is the power of the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Roar! Beyond everyone's expectations, a loud dragon roar came out from Xiao Hua's body, and an even more vigorous dragon body flew out. This dragon body was not afraid of the dragon chi of the dragon soul at all. It opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon into its mouth, then quickly turned in midair and disappeared into Xiao Hua's body. This. Ao Jing was stunned. Since the dragon was gone, the dragon's power left behind by the giant dragon suppressed him so much that he could not even raise his head. How could he still have the will to fight Xiao Hua? Give me your life. Xiao Hua sneered again and the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain. Boom. It hit the dragon pendant that suddenly grew. Gotcha. The dragon pendant made a crisp sound, and the dragon pendant that was personally refined by the Dragon King of the North Sea Dragon Palace was actually shattered by Xiao Hua. Whoa. After the wind, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff fell in front of Ao Jing's forehead. Ao Jing's face was ashen, and his whole dragon body flashed with golden light. A huge force rushed over like a wave wanting to fight to the death with Xiao Hua. The dragon tail was like a pair of scissors, sweeping Xiao Hua's waist in a few breaths. Boom! Xiao Hua's golden body collapsed more than a dozen feet, but Xiao Hua took advantage of Ao Jing's attack to use his divine sense like a hammer to cover Ao Jing within 100 feet. Moreover, his divine sense rapidly contracted. No matter how Ao Jing struggled, he couldn't escape from Xiao Hua's hands. Save the prince. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were shocked when they saw Ao Jing fall into Xiao Hua's hands, and they were ready to rush over. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed slightly in his heart, but he still clapped his hands, and the hand of Yuanying was displayed. He firmly grasped Ao Jing's dragon body and shouted, Ao Jing is in the hands of this Xiao who dares to come over? This. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals stopped in midair, and no one dared to take half a step forward. Taoist Master Xiao. Jianghu was really overjoyed, but in a moment Xiao Hua was actually able to catch the head of the dragon boat, which was an unexpected surprise. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua looked at Jianghu's figure flying over and hurriedly shouted, Second Elder, run! What? Jiang Xia was somewhat incomprehensible. At this time, a cold voice sounded over the dragon boat, because the one Xiao Hua captured is not this king. What? Jiang Xia's brain was really not enough. She looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief, and then looked at Ao Jing, who was caught by Xiao Hua's yuanying hand. Even Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were stunned on the spot. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and grabbed with his big hand. With a crackling sound, the brilliance around Ao Jing's body seemed to be cut into pieces, and a dragon general who was also of the dragon race but looked completely different appeared in mid-air. It was Ao Jiu, who they had never seen before. Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao. Ao Jing's voice shook all around. This king really didn't expect that in the Yazi auction house, it was always you who was against this king. But, how do you know that the one you captured is not this king's real body? Xiao Hua did not let go of Ao Jiu and only replied indifferently, this Xiao has met you before, how can Ao Jiu compare to your strength? However, in this Xiao's opinion, your courage is even smaller than a rabbit's. Your strength surpasses this Xiao's, so why don't you fight with this Xiao? Haha, why should this king fight with a lowly human like you? This king only needs to drive this dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and it will be a great merit. Don't you want this loyal Ao Jiu to live? Xiao Hua's big hand tightened, and several bloody marks appeared on the surface of Ao Jiu's body. Ao Jiu? Ao Jing's voice was still indifferent. What do you think this king should do? Ao Jiu was like a little loach in the hands of Xiao Hua's yuanying. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. When he heard Ao Jing's question, he simply gave up struggling and said loudly, from the moment this general obtained the 1,000 illusion pearl, this general had already thought of today's outcome. Since this general is under the king's command, it is natural for this general to sacrifice himself for the king. The king should prioritize the affairs of the Dragon Palace. There is no need to care about this general's life and death. Xiao Hua, do you understand? Ao Jing said proudly, let's not talk about the fact that you captured Ao Jiu. Even if you really captured me, I would definitely not submit. I would definitely kill all of you remnants of the Grotto Heaven River on the dragon boat. Generals, listen to my order. Kill. Yes. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals received the order and bowed. Then the clouds around their bodies surged, revealing their dragon bodies one by one. The entire dragon boat began to swirl and swirl. The dragon race was a higher race of the demon race. When the dragon's might appeared, all the demons trembled and rushed toward the cabin without hesitation. This kind of battle was not something they could participate in. Fine, since you want to die, this Xiao will fulfill your wish. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. His yuanying's hand moved and the sound of blood flowing was heard in the air. Ao Ao. Ao Jiu's heart-wrenching scream also resounded through the dragon boat. Ao Jiu was willing to die, but the pain before death was definitely beyond his imagination. Not to mention, under Xiao Hua's soul technique, his soul was struggling and suffering. Kill. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals roared. Dozens of dragon eyes were filled with blood vessels as they roared and pounced toward Xiao Hua. Jiang Xia also roared angrily. Her dragon body transformed, and beautiful dragon patterns appeared around her body. The dragon patterns released a silver brilliance, and each ray of brilliance was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky and pierced toward the dragons. Clang clang. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were surrounded by demonic clouds. It was the demonic array that was formed by the dragon generals controlling the dragon boat. The flying sword made a loud sound when it hit the demonic clouds, but when it stabbed Ao Xian and the other dragon generals, it was already weak. It only forced Ao Xian and the other dragon generals to retreat, but it could not hurt them. Roar. When Jiang Xia saw this, she was a little embarrassed and angry. She roared loudly and ignored the injuries on her dragon body. Her entire dragon body moved, and the dragon horns on her dragon head flashed with a silver color. This silver color was like a ball that swam around Jiang Xia's body. In just a few breaths, Jiang Xia's entire body was covered by this silver color. Jiang Xia's dragon body pounced toward Ao Xian and the other dragon generals. The demonic array of the dragon boat in the air was destroyed, and Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were sent flying by Jiang Xia. Chapter 3973. Xiao Hua looked around, then looked at Ao Jiu, who was unafraid of death. He smiled coldly, grabbed Aogio's dragon body with one hand, and pressed it deep into the deck. His other hand landed on Aogio's dragon tail, and his fingers shone with a pale golden light. He exerted a little force and Aogio's tough dragon skin was torn apart by Xiaohua. As dragon blood flowed out, Xiaohua pinched the dragon tendon in Aogio's body and said coldly, "People often say that dragon tendons are tough. I'm lacking a dragon tendon to bind my waist, so I'll use your dragon tendon." You. Ao Jing's voice was filled with rare anger, and he shouted angrily, "You can kill the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace, but if you insult him, my North Sea Dragon Palace will be irreconcilable with you." Xiaohua didn't care about Ao Jing's words. He fiddled with Aogio's dragon tendon again, and lifted a layer of dragon skin with his fingers. He said again, "It's said that the dragon skin of the dragon race is invulnerable to water and fire. It should be quite impressive for me to make a Taoist robe with it, right?" "Damn it." Ao Jing's voice was furious. "Xiaohua, if you dare to make a move, I'll never forgive you." Xiaohua said coldly, "I didn't intend to beg for mercy. I've been standing here for a long time, but what about you? The dignified second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace is actually hiding in the demon formation of the dragon boat, and saying these useless things. You don't even dare to come out when I skin your dragon general. Tell me who will dare to serve you in the future." "What? Someone actually dares to touch the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace and skin him?" Suddenly, a faint voice came from the edge of the dragon boat. "I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never seen such an arrogant human cultivator." "Oh." This voice was very soft, but in Xiaohua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He raised his gaze and looked past Jianghu who was fighting fiercely, past Ao Xian and the other dragons who were rolling about, and saw a small dragon whose body was flickering with a dual-colored light. The small dragon's scales were only the size of a fist, and there were faint dragon runes flashing on each scale. The two dragon shapes on the raised dragon head were actually white. This little dragon floated in the air. It didn't exude any arrogant dragon might, but its icy cold eyes swept over the dragon boat. The generals fighting couldn't help but restrain their auras, afraid that it would see them. This is Ao Jian. Why is he on the dragon boat?" Jiang Xia sucked in a breath of cold air and transmitted her voice in surprise. Although Jiang Xia didn't say who Ao Jian was from her tone, Xiaohua already knew that he had met an enemy. Moreover, he also knew that he probably wouldn't have the chance to capture the leader first. Xiaohua naturally would not really attack Aogio. Upon seeing Ao Jian appear, he did not hesitate to put Aogio into the cosmic bracelet. Xiaohua's body had just moved when a huge force emerged from beneath him, forcefully restraining his body. Of course, it was only for a few breaths before the dark gold light around Xiaohua's body flashed, shattering the restraints. Unfortunately, it was also during this short delay that Aogio, who was captured beneath him, suddenly twisted his dragon body and actually escaped from Xiaohua's control, flying towards Ao Jian in an abnormally sorry state. Xiaohua was shocked, but he didn't dare to chase after Aogio's flying dragon body. Ao Jian didn't seem to see Aogio, and it was as if he didn't do anything. He just flew over slowly as if he was playing. He glanced at Xiaohua and asked indifferently, "You are a human cultivator. Where did you get the dragon aura of my dragon clan? What was that huge dragon that appeared for a moment?" The calmer Ao Jian was, the less dragon power appeared around him. Xiaohua was even more shocked. He knew that there would be some experts on the dragon boat, but he definitely didn't expect that he would be the only one facing them at this time. Where was the dragon clan of the Heavenly Abode River? Run. Jiang Xia saw Ao Jian appear and lost the confidence to kill Ao Xian and the others. She hurriedly shouted, "Only the Great Elder can stop Ao Jian. We are no match for him. Since you forced me to come out, do you still want to leave now?" Ao Jian's tone was still indifferent. His figure stopped in midair, slightly opened his mouth, and a dragon's breath came out of his mouth. Xiaohua only felt that the entire space seemed to be frozen, and an indescribable dragon's force squeezed towards him from all directions. Xiaohua sighed softly. His divine consciousness condensed into a hammer and struck out like a meteor. Rumble? Formless collisions continuously occurred within a radius of 1,000 feet. That frozen space was actually destroyed by Xiaohua. "Oh, what kind of Taoist spell is this? It's so powerful." Ao Jian was a little surprised. Why wasn't such a Taoist cultivator captured in the Penglai immortal realm? Could it be that the immortal palace's inspectors are all blind? Roar. Ao Jian finally let out a low roar. That earth-shattering dragon's might rushed out like a wave and covered Xiaohua. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiaohua sneered. The clouds around his body surged. Xiaohua urged the dragon statue to fly out of his body with its fangs bared and claws brandished. The same unparalleled dragon might was released and collided with Ao Jian's dragon might. The strong airwaves were like the pressure of two Taoist cultivators colliding, flying in all directions. Ao Jian's ice-cold eyes flashed with surprise. He shouted, "No, no. You're not my real dragon. And not the dragon blood Dharma body. But where did the true dragon's breath come from?" Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua be long-winded with him? Xiaohua urged the dragon's vein and pounced towards Ao Jian with a roar. At the same time, at the top of Xiaohua's head, four-colored true qi spewed out. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's figure appeared from the true qi. Xiaohua raised his hand, and 9 sword lights gathered again. A shocking sword quickly formed. "You're actually a Confucian cultivator?" Ao Jian's dragon body collided with dragon vein Xiaohua, causing dragon vein Xiaohua's body to scatter. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua come out, he actually cried out in surprise, "And this Confucian cultivator's cultivation is also so high? It's really strange." "Not only that. I'll let you see this Xiao's means." Xiaohua faced a strong opponent like Ao Jian and narrowed his eyes. The wishful staff in his hand danced again. At the same time, he rushed towards Ao Jian and secretly released the green-robed Xiaohua. "Unfortunately, with just these means, you're still not my opponent." Ao Jian's dragon tail rolled, and a strange whirlwind swept past, sending Xiaohua flying. He sneered and said, "If your dragon form condensed into a solid body, you might have the strength to fight with this old man, Taoist Xiao Run." Jiangxia's body flashed with sword lights as she rushed over and shouted. The dragon claw under Ao Jian waved, and a cold light appeared out of thin air, slashing at Jiangxia's dragon tail. At the same time, the sword lights scattered, and a large piece of flesh fell with dragon scales. Jiangxia was in so much pain that she almost rolled in the air. "This old man also saw your dragon form. That's all there is to it. Human, prepare to die." Ao Jian shouted coldly again. He raised his 2 dragon claws and 8 pillars of dragon qi rushed out. 4 of them fell on Xiaohua's body, almost piercing through his dragon body. The other 4 dragon qi were like huge dragon claws that wanted to capture Xiaohua. Boom, shua, the Tengjiao shears and the seal of turning the sea suddenly attacked. The golden light flashed and the dragon qi was split in half. The other dragon qi was also defeated by the seal of turning the sea. Ao Jian was stunned. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff had already fallen and hit one of the dragon qi. This dragon qi was also defeated. Boom! The last dragon qi hit Xiaohua's body, and Xiaohua flew back 100 feet. Although the golden body was defeated, it did not collapse. "Eat this Xiao's sword." At this time, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's flying sword technique had finished accumulating power. The long sword in his hand waved, and the soaring sword intent lit up the sky. Ao Jian did not dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth, and a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out to meet the flying sword. Rumble. Suddenly, a layer of thunder strangely appeared out of thin air. This thunder had the power of heaven and earth compared to the flying sword, and it blasted towards Ao Jian. In the face of the thunder technique displayed by the invisible nascent soul, even someone as strong as Ao Jian was shocked. He did not dare to meet it head-on. He could only retreat quickly, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. At the same time, his dragon pearl turned into a huge curtain, and a ray of light gushed out from it, ready to resist Xiaohua's strongest blow. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky, and a layer of thunder light was seen, like hot water being poured on snow. The demon array on the dragon boat flashed with demon clouds and thin threads, melting rapidly, and the power of the stars and moon turned into nothingness. Holding the world in my hand, hiding a ravine in my chest, my heart is like my sword, the sword will cut down the group of demons. As the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua sang, the flying sword that was chopping towards Ao Jian suddenly rose up. The demon array that was about to collapse as the sword light cut into it, woo-woo. It let out a trembling sound. Shwa. A crack of several hundred feet in size appeared on the dragon boat, and the seawater at the bottom of the North Sea immediately poured into the dragon boat. Moreover, under the huge water pressure, the crack of several hundred feet in size cracked in all directions. Whoa! The trembling sound of the dragon boat's demon array became louder and louder. The entire dragon boat suddenly began to shake violently, and even began to sway. The seawater that fell into the dragon boat also let out ear-piercing squeaking sounds, and the ochre-red bubbles corroded the deck of the dragon boat, creating small holes. Damn it! Ao Jian looked at the light in front of him with extreme embarrassment. He really did not expect that Xiaohua did not have the heart to fight with him. Everything was a feint. Ao Jian could not help but curse. Looking at Xiaohua again, he had already put away the soaring dragon scissors and the seal of turning the sea. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also struggled to fly back to Xiaohua's body. In front of a powerful enemy like Ao Jian, Xiaohua, who did not have a real dragon body, could not take the initiative. Just as Ao Jian was cursing, Xiaohua made a gesture, and the whole Transcendence golden body flashed with a dark golden luster, setting off a cluster of water waves, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua wanted to take advantage of the current to enter the dragon boat and use the water escape technique to escape. Chapter 3974. From the moment Xiaohua started fighting with Ao Jian, only a few breaths of time had passed. Jianghu, who had been injured by Ao Jian, had only rolled a few times in the air and had just landed on the deck. At this time, seeing Xiaohua's decisiveness, Jianghu was a little hesitant. She couldn't compare to Xiaohua. Not only were there sea tribe members of the Heavenly Abode River on the dragon boat, but there was also the Great Elder under the deck. How could she abandon them and escape? However, she was very clear about Ao Jian's strength. Apart from Jiang Tian, who could resist him, even she and Xiaohua were not his opponents. If she didn't escape with Xiaohua now, she was afraid that she wouldn't have any chance. Humans, stay here. Ao Jian sneered, and the dragon ball disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a dual-colored light appeared outside the water light. Although Xiaohua's water escape technique was powerful, in front of the dragon ball that was born from water essence, it was still half a level lower. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiaohua's figure was revealed in front of the dragon pearl's multicolored light, and that multicolored light was torn into strands. Ao Jian's dragon pearl also had traces of cracks on it. Ao! Ao Jian wailed in pain. With a shake of his dragon body, his figure also disappeared. His water escape technique was innate. Xiaohua was blocked by the dragon ball, so how could he escape? The dragon ball, under Ao Jian's control, turned into a net of light and merged with the demon formation. The dragon chi above the light was like a sharp knife, but this light was also corroded by the strange seawater. However, Ao Jian stood in front of Xiaohua. The entire dragon boat began to rotate and the seawater raged. He only said coldly, "Human, go to hell." As he spoke, a dragon scale came out from between Ao Jian's eyebrows and disappeared into the void in a flash. Then he saw Xiaohua's expression, and the space around him began to boil. A huge golden rock with unparalleled power smashed towards Xiaohua. Boom! The huge rock formed from the dragon scale was like Ao Jian's all-out attack. Xiaohua couldn't resist at all. The huge rock hit Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua's body was already extremely tough, and even the sage of literature could not destroy it. However, under this huge rock, his body caved in several inches, and Xiaohua could only take advantage of the momentum to retreat. Ao Jian's face was filled with surprise. He never thought that this human's body would be even tougher than his own dragon body. His figure danced again, and a faint halo appeared on his sharp dragon horns. Cracks appeared in the void. Looking at the ferocious look in Ao Jian's eyes, it seemed that he was preparing to use all kinds of methods to kill Xiaohua here. Facing Ao Jian's deadly attack, Xiaohua immediately waved his left arm. Layers of devil chi rapidly seeped out of his blood vessels. Xiaohua wanted to raise his devil blade and fight to the death with Ao Jian. Boom! Just when Xiaohua was about to reveal his devil body, a huge rumbling sound came from outside the dragon boat. The dragon boat started to spin crazily. Outside the dragon boat, the originally calm seabed gave birth to a huge storm. It was as if an invisible hand was crazily stirring up the entire North Sea. However, even though the entire dragon boat was shaking and the entire demon formation was collapsing, only Ao Jian's dragon body did not change at all. Xiaohua's devil blade also gradually revealed its ferocity. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar condensed in the void again. A pea-like multicolored light appeared, passed by Xiao Hua out of thin air, and met the murderous dragon horn. Dragon horn? Great Elder. Although this multicolored light was small, once it appeared, the ferocious momentum that wanted to kill Xiao Hua was blocked by this multicolored light. Within the multicolored light, a dragon horn as straight as Ao Jian's appeared. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he couldn't help but exclaim. The dragon horns of the two dragon experts hadn't touched yet, but with a sizzling sound, they collided with each other and produced electric sparks. As soon as the electric sparks appeared, a dazzling sword light appeared on the side of the two dragons again, and fiercely slashed at Ao Jian. Boom! The two dragon horns inevitably collided with each other, and the shocking sword light also slashed Ao Jian's body. The impact was so great that the deck of the dragon boat and the already collapsed demon formation cracked. Ao Jian stood in the air in a very sorry state, and a deep sword mark appeared on his scales. Opposite Ao Jian, a red dragon similar to Ao Jian tumbled a few times in the air and came to a stop with some difficulty. Great Elder. Jiangxia urged her figure in the air, landed next to the red dragon and called out, "What's the situation?" The red dragon was the great elder of the heavenly cave river, Jiang Tian. He glanced at Jiangxia and said anxiously, "Jiang Jian and the others are fighting with the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace for control of the dragon boat. Quickly go and help. Now that the dragon boat has encountered a rare scarlet storm, it's a good opportunity for us to die together with the North Sea Dragon Palace. We must not let the dragon boat escape from the scarlet storm." Yes. Hearing this, Jiangxia's dragon eyes were filled with determination, and she urged her figure to fly down the deck. In just a moment, Ao Xian and the other dragon generals had already rushed down the deck. Obviously, the battle there was more tense than Ao Jing thought. Jiangxia's participation would definitely make the battle more chaotic. Seeing Jiangxia leave, Jiang Tian turned his head and glanced at Ao Jian, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua, and the surprise in his eyes was self-evident. He said, "Jinren Xiao, you really exceeded this old man's expectations. This time. I'm afraid that the heavenly cave river will owe you a lot again. This old man doesn't know how to explain it to you." Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Tian with mixed feelings. He knew that in Jiang Tian's eyes, his life could not be compared to the revenge of the heavenly cave river. Even his own life was in their calculations. If he was not strong enough, he would have been sacrificed long ago. However, even though he was scheming, he had also made it clear that all he needed to do was to be a pawn that Ao Jing would not expect. However, Ao Jing was too cunning. He had tricked Dong Tianjiang time and time again. Even though Ao Jing would not expect him to be a pawn, this effect was meaningless on the dragon boat. "No matter how strong I am, I can't compare to the great elder," Xiao Hua said indifferently. "Today, I'd better think about how to escape from Ao Jian and escape from the dragon boat." "Why do you want to escape?" Jiang Tian looked coldly at Ao Jian and said, "If you want to escape, you may be killed by Ao Jian. Only if you want to kill Ao Jian can you have a chance to escape. However, enlightened master, no matter what, the heavenly cave river owes you again. If we all leave the North Sea alive, the heavenly cave river will promise you one thing." How could Xiao Hua not understand what Jiang Tian was trying to do? Wasn't he trying to make Xiao Hua go all out to kill Ao Jian? Xiao Hua replied indifferently, "Yes, this Xiao understands." "Jiang Tian?" Ao Jian said proudly, "You and I haven't seen each other for 500 years, right? I didn't expect your strength to not improve at all. I really don't know how you cultivate these days. Maybe you were my opponent 500 years ago, but now, in this old man's eyes, you're not even comparable to this little human kid." Ao Jian? Jiang Tian did not answer Ao Jian's question. Instead he asked, "Why are you on the dragon boat? Could it be that you already knew that the heavenly cave river was going to hijack the dragon boat?" "Of course. If not, why would this old man hide on the dragon boat?" Ao Jian answered firmly. Jiang Tian's face was ashen. He muttered, "How? How is that possible? Could it be that after Ao Xian captured Jianghu, the North Sea Dragon Palace, sent the dragon boat with the intention of destroying the heavenly cave river?" "Of course." Ao Jian smiled. "Jiang Tian, after all your schemes, you still fell into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. From today onwards, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will be at peace." Grand Elder. Xiao Hua saw that Jiang Tian had lost all his will to fight, and that his entire body was drained of energy. He hurriedly snorted and said, "Don't listen to this old loach's nonsense. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had already predicted this, would you be facing Ao Jian?" Jiang Tian was stunned. His expression quickly changed. He raised his head and laughed. That's right. I'm in the middle of this, so I really don't understand. Ao Jian, the North Sea Dragon Palace sent the dragon boat before Jianghong was captured. How could the North Sea Dragon Palace know that the Heavenly Cave River was going to attack the dragon boat? Haha, that's true. Jiang Tian admitted without hesitation. He pointed his dragon claw at Jiang Tian and said, "Jiang Tian, you've been scheming too much in the past few hundred years. You've become narrow-minded. If you're narrow-minded, how can you have a bigger picture? You're no match for me now, and you'll never be my match in the future. To tell you the truth, even if I let you go today, you'll definitely die in my hands if you meet me again in the future." Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, knowing that what Ao Jian said was not false. But at this time, how could he dare to let Jiang Tian recognize his fatal weakness? He said coldly, "Old Loach, don't bewitch him anymore. It's impossible for First Elder to fall for your low-level trick. In my opinion, you came to Yuling Bay with the dragon boat by chance. It's just a coincidence that you ran into this." Ao Jian's fierce gaze swept across Xiao Hua. He replied indifferently, "You're right, kid. I didn't do it on purpose. I came back from overseas training and didn't have time to return to the Dragon Palace. I was already exhausted. When I saw the dragon boat leaving, I simply hid under the boat to rest. Who would have thought that I would run into the remnants of the Heavenly Cave River? Your Heavenly Cave River's luck has come to an end. Heaven wants to destroy your Heavenly Cave River." Before Ao Jian could finish his words, he heard a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves outside the dragon boat. Streaks of crimson sea waves, which were the patterns of the kaleidoscope, surged toward the dragon boat. The dragon boat finally couldn't withstand the tremendous force. It spun at an extremely fast speed and was swept into the depths of the sea. With a series of collisions, the demonic clouds in the dragon boat's demonic array slid down. Most of the weaker members of the oceanic tribe were tumbling along with the dragon boat. The battle cries gradually disappeared. Chapter 3975. Kill. Ao Jian's dragon eyes were filled with ferocity. As his dragon body twisted, he released his dragon aura and attacked Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian shouted, "Spiritual Master Xiao, help me. You and I will kill this monster today." "Alright." Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hands and the lightning rolled up like a thunderbolt, landing on Ao Jian's dragon body like a sharp sword. The lightning technique taught by Do Shanjun was indeed powerful. Although Xiao Hua had not mastered it yet, the lightning was the same as the technique Xiao Hua used before. It scattered the dragon aura around Ao Jian's body, and deep marks appeared on Ao Jian's scales. It was even more powerful than the magic treasures of ordinary Taoist cultivators. Ao Jian waved his dragon claws and fought with Jiang Tian. At the same time he snorted coldly. The somewhat broken dragon pearl turned into a small dragon and also danced, fighting with Xiao Hua's lightning. The lightning was like a shadow and the dragon aura was like a form. The incoming seawater and reefs were all turned into nothingness by the lightning and dragon aura. Even the dragon boat's restriction was torn to pieces by this murderous aura. After fighting like this for half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. Although it was easy for Xiao Hua to activate the lightning, it consumed his magic power after all. In the space of a few hundred feet around Ao Jian, his magic power gradually showed signs of being difficult to mobilize. Moreover, although the power of the lightning was great, in the face of an old dragon like Ao Jian who had cultivated for who knows how long, the power was still not enough. Looking at the fight between Jiang Tian and Ao Jian, most of them relied on their physical bodies. Every move saw flesh and their claws saw blood. Ordinary demonic power was rarely used. I understand. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and thought to himself, although the demon race tempers the power of the stars and moon, their physical bodies are really tough. Ordinary demonic techniques can't break their physical bodies. Instead of wasting time to cultivate demonic techniques, it's better to directly fight with their physical bodies. Moreover, the innate magical power of the demon race lies in their physical bodies. Only when they return to their original bodies, they are the strongest. No matter how the human cultivator's physical body is tempered, it can't be compared to the innate physical body of the demon race. The human race can only rely on magic, Confucian or Buddhist techniques to compete with the demon race. However, these acquired abilities are still slightly inferior to the innate abilities of the demon race. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua withdrew his lightning technique and brandished his fists. He actually used the Big Dipper God Fist in midair to fight with the little dragon transformed from the Dragon Pearl. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, although the little dragon transformed from the Dragon Pearl was powerful and also contained a wisp of Ao Jian's primordial spirit, Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God Fist was not much inferior to the Thunder technique. The Dragon Pearl had already been damaged by Xiao Hua's attack. Now that it was fighting with Xiao Hua, it only took a moment for Xiao Hua's fist to land on the little dragon's body. The little dragon howled in grief, and Ao Jian's figure also twitched. The little dragon's body flashed with multicolored light and turned back into the Dragon Pearl. Boom! The Dragon Pearl had just appeared when Xiao Hua's Divine Sense hammer fell again, smashing the Dragon Pearl in half. Damn it! Ao Jian cursed. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath, collecting the two halves of the Dragon Pearl. The dragon claw streaked across the air and landed on Xiao Hua's chest. Fight! Xiao Hua did not seem to be afraid. His right hand clenched into a fist, and like a meteor, he met the dragon claw head-on. Boom! Xiao Hua's figure retreated rapidly, and Ao Jian also retreated several feet. Roar! Without waiting for Ao Jian's figure to stabilize in midair, Jiang Tian's dragon body flashed, and the seawater nearby turned into a whirlpool. Jiang Tian passed through the whirlpool, and the dragon horn pierced towards Ao Jian's abdomen. Ao Jian's dragon body shook with all his strength, and he barely managed to stretch out his hind claw. Pa! A loud sound rang out, and the multicolored light on the dragon horn was extinguished. However, Ao Jian's dragon claw was also deeply pierced by the dragon horn, and dragon blood flowed out. Whoosh! Ao Jian did not have time to cry out in pain. The water beside him swayed, and Xiao Hua's mountain-like fist had already arrived. His movements were even stranger than Jiang Tian's, and before Ao Jian could react, it had already hit the dragon scales on Ao Jian's body. Pa! The sound of dragon scales shattering rang out, and Ao Jian's protective dragon aura was scattered, and the dragon scales shattered into several pieces. Roar! Ao Jian was furious. He opened his mouth, and a dragon roar that Xiao Hua could not imagine came out of his mouth. Ripples visible to the naked eye stretched out in midair, and the seawater in the surrounding 100 feet turned into nothingness. The ripples swept through Xiao Hua's golden body, and the brilliance of the golden body quickly spread out in the cave, and some places had already begun to collapse. A feeling of the sky and earth spinning appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Before Xiao Hua could activate his cultivation method to protect himself, pa pa pa! A series of sounds rang out around the dragon boat. The monster race on the dragon boat had been seriously injured by Ao Jian's roar. Woo woo! The sound that sounded like a ghost's cry suddenly became low, and as the sound became lower, an indescribable palpitation emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. The feeling of the sky and earth spinning suddenly intensified, and one after another, strange ripples appeared outside of his Niwan palace, attacking the innate divine seal crazily. At the same time, Jiang Tian laughed crazily. Ha! Ao Jian, don't forget, this is the scarlet explosion that can tear apart a dragon's body. Attacking us like this, are you tired of living? Since you don't want to live anymore, then this old man will do as you wish, and let this old man send you on your way. After he finished speaking, Jiang Tian also roared, and the same pattern appeared in midair, rushing towards the dragon boat's monster array. It seemed like he was really going to perish together with Ao Jian. Boom! After the loud noise, the entire dragon boat suddenly fell silent. Hundreds of sparks appeared outside of Xiao Hua's Niwan palace, and waves of ripples fell on the innate divine seal like moths to a flame. Then Xiao Hua felt a huge force falling from the sky, grabbing his huge Transcendence golden body and tearing it apart. His Transcendence golden body could not resist this force at all. You too can die now. Ao Jian's dragon body also began to roll, and his eyes flashed with desperation. With a hysterical roar, two golden lights flashed above his head, and two dragon horns broke out of his body, instantly landing in front of Xiao Hua and Jiang Tian. The blood vessels on the dragon horns were obvious, and the murderous hatred on the dragon horns was also obvious. Xiao Hua saw that he could not escape from Ao Jian's all-out attack, and his eyes flashed coldly. He hurriedly used the water escape technique to dodge, and at the same time, the hammer of spiritual will madly smashed at the broken part of the monster array. Moreover, with a loud bang, Xiao Hua's sword of heaven and earth also slashed at the monster array. Previously, Jiang Tian wanted to destroy the monster race on the dragon boat, but because the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace died in the Crimson Explosion, Xiao Hua was unwilling to do so. Now Xiao Hua was forced into a desperate situation by Ao Jian, and he had no choice but to use the power of the Crimson Explosion to see if he could survive this desperate situation. Boom! A huge roar sounded at the same time, and sword light and multicolored light appeared at the same time, almost blinding the monster race's eyes. At the same time, the dragon horn pierced into Xiao Hua's right armpit as he could not dodge, and it pierced deeply, only a few centimeters away from piercing through his body. Ah! Xiao Hua screamed in pain. The pain of the dragon horn piercing into his body was very strange, as if it had pierced deep into his heart, and he could not help but scream. In particular, the dragon horn did not stop, and it kept drilling into Xiao Hua's body, as if it would not stop until it killed Xiao Hua in one blow. At this moment, another huge force penetrated into the monster array from the torn part. Not only was the monster array completely torn apart, but even the dragon boat was also rapidly rumbling and trembling under this force. At the edge of the dragon boat, the hundreds of North Sea Dragon Palace sea generals were torn to pieces by this force, and their armor and other things could not resist at all, as if they were made of paper. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Ao Jian shouted 3 times, and the dragon horn also jumped 3 times, and then the dragon horn retreated. How could Xiao Hua let the dragon horn escape? He hurriedly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique to cover the dragon horn, and wanted to capture it. Unfortunately, the dragon horn had a spirit, and how could it be imprisoned by the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique? Xiao Hua's magic power had just touched the dragon horn, and the dragon horn had already disappeared from the void. Xiao Hua still wanted to chase, but at this moment the power of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions, and the fist-sized bubble mixed with the ochre-red mist completely enveloped Xiao Hua. Not only did Xiao Hua's golden body make a sizzling sound, even the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, who had just made a contribution, hurriedly shouted, "Not good, fellow immortal, quickly save me." Seeing that the situation was so critical, Xiao Hua simply did not care about Ao Jian's life and death. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head, and a 4-colored Zhenqi rushed out, covering the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua in the distance. At the same time, he hurriedly shrank his figure, and prepared to use the water escape technique to escape. However, when the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua fell into his middle dantian with lingering fear, Xiao Hua's figure was still wandering around within 1,000 zhang of the dragon boat. The water escape technique did not seem to have taken effect, and Xiao Hua was simply unable to escape. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised, and then looked at the sea generals being torn to pieces one by one, and the dragon boat being slowly dismantled. He could not help but be greatly alarmed. Could it be that this so-called scarlet explosion has also sealed the water escape technique? However, when Xiao Hua's gaze fell on his skin that was being burned by the bubbles, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he did not hesitate to use the fire escape technique. Whoosh! Following the emergence of Xiao Hua's magic power, Xiao Hua's figure disappeared in midair. It turned out that the scarlet explosion was filled with fire elemental Zhenqi. No wonder the water escape technique could not be used. Although Xiao Hua used the fire escape technique, he could clearly see that the whole world was still smashing and spinning. When he used the fire escape technique, Xiao Hua was also unable to resist the force, as if a big hand wanted to pull him out. Although this force did not succeed, Xiao Hua's figure was not flying straight forward like before, and could only fly everywhere in the boundless North Sea like a headless fly. However, although Xiao Hua did not use any technique to escape in the end, he still gradually distanced himself from the dragon boat, escaped Ao Jian's attack, and escaped through the flesh and blood of many sea tribes. Chapter 3976. Wu. After an unknown amount of time, a pillar of water shot up to the sky from the surface of the North Sea. Xiao Hua flew out from the bottom of the sea in an extremely sorry state. However, he was only stunned for a few breaths. The yuan qi of heaven and earth, which was even more chaotic than before, swept through the air with a huge pillar of wind. On the surface of Xiaohua's body, strands of cracks appeared like a spider web. Xiaohua was so frightened that he couldn't stay in the air and fell back into the sea. In the sky above the sea, the red clouds, the strong winds, and the huge waves that covered the entire sky seemed to want to strangle everything in the world. Damn it. Xiaohua fell into the sea, trying his best to stabilize his body with the fire escape technique, and hurriedly thought, this scarlet storm is actually so powerful. No wonder even someone as strong as Ao Jing didn't dare to return to the Dragon Palace without the dragon boat. Those old Sea Clan members who stayed in Yuling Bay were probably still afraid of the Scarlet Storm, right? Now that the dragon boat was destroyed, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River suffered great losses. But on the dragon boat, how many of the Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace survived? I may have temporarily escaped from the dragon boat, but if I can't escape from the Scarlet Storm, I will eventually die in the North Sea. Could it be that the warning sign is this Scarlet Storm? Xiaohua racked his brains to escape, and after several hours he finally rushed out from the bottom of the sea, but this time he learned to be obedient. As soon as he flew out, he immediately used the wind escape technique, and his body was like a wisp of wind, drifting along with the raging sea wind. Although Xiaohua was proficient in the wind escape technique, it was only at the elementary level, so he could only rely on the Scarlet Storm to fly. This Scarlet Storm was so strange that not only did it tear apart Xiaohua's body, but it also tore apart his divine sense, soul consciousness and so on. Even Xiaohua's divine abilities such as Heaven's Eye were unable to be used in this Scarlet Storm. What was special was that even though Xiaohua had shut off his 5 senses, he could still hear the sound of a battle between 2 armies. His Naiwan Palace was still filled with splendor. Under such a dangerous situation, Xiaohua had no other way to escape other than drifting along with the scarlet explosion. There was only one thought in Xiaohua's mind, and that was to pray that this scarlet explosion would end soon. For a cultivator like Xiaohua who was at the lower 6th level of essence energy, this kind of thought was truly rarely seen. After all, this kind of cultivator was accustomed to seeing the might of heaven and earth, and was also accustomed to going against heaven and earth. Unknowingly, more than 3 days had passed. Xiaohua felt somewhat exhausted because he was constantly sensing the direction of the Scarlet Storm, and constantly changing the direction of the wind escape. Within the Scarlet Storm, the wind flow was unfathomable. Sometimes, the wind would flow in a single direction, while other times, multiple streams of air would tear each other apart. It did not seem to make any difference which direction one chose. In particular, the ochre-red aura that corroded the body within the Scarlet Storm was not something that Confucian Jinqi and Dao Jinqi could deal with. Xiaohua could only rely on the strength of his monster body to resist. Since he had reached this point, any struggle would be meaningless. Xiaohua simply stopped struggling. He warned Heavenly Phoenix Xiaohua a few words, then his mind hid in the space. While refining the dark breaking pill, he also comprehended the combination of the Crimson Infant technique and the Dao Sex cultivation method. He didn't believe that after being tempered by the fiend god's blood, his body couldn't defeat this crimson bow. After an unknown amount of time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred. An inexplicable fluctuation descended from the sky. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure swayed strangely, then bent in half like a stream of light. Within this stream of light, there were countless tiny Buddhas. In just a few breaths of time, these Buddhas withered and died many times like flowers blooming and withering. Then, under the gazes of these Buddhas, a small Kiliacosm was born and extinguished. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Jade Archive Xiaohua could not help but recite the name of Buddha. His figure gradually solidified, and the Buddhas in the light gradually disappeared. Immediately, Jade Archive Xiaohua closed his eyes again, and only opened them after several hours. The first thing Jade Archive Xiaohua did after opening his eyes was to raise his hand, and thousands of dark breaking pills fell into the air. Jade Archive Xiaohua clenched his hand, and all of the dark breaking pills turned into medicinal juice. Haha, no wonder ordinary cultivators can't refine the pills they use to advance. They have to be refined by high-level cultivators before they can take them. I blindly tried to be brave and thought that I could refine the dark breaking pill with my own strength, but Ai's Dao Jinqi has not reached the true spirit severing stage, so how could I refine the real dark breaking pill? If fellow immortal Bodhi did not have a crucial enlightenment at a critical moment, how could I know the relationship between the physical body and the spirit severing stage? Dao Jinqi, Confucian Jinqi, Buddhist Jinqi, and even Yao Jinqi's cultivation method seem to have some similarities. Although they are not completely applicable, it is possible to learn from each other. With fellow immortal Bodhi's enlightenment, I should be able to truly refine the dark breaking pill. Fellow immortal Heavenly Phoenix's fake body technique should also be able to make great progress, and I should be able to enter the true spirit severing stage at any time. Finished speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hands, and the pill refining technique was activated again. Although the technique was still the same, the fluctuations produced were somewhat different. Although the difference was slight, there was an essential difference, and the pill liquid produced was also completely different from before. Jade Archive Xiaohua was concentrating on refining pills, and the nearby Xiaoguo was also happily refining pills with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his head again, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the horizon and said, "Good things really come one after another. Just now, my cultivation improved, and fellow immortal Bodhi has the possibility of coming out of seclusion, and this scarlet explosion has also stopped. Damn it, the North Sea is so big. After several months of drifting, who knows where I am now? Forget it, let my physical body fly for a while and let I refine this pill first." After refining several thousand dark-breaking pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua withdrew from the space. When Xiaohua opened his eyes before he could clearly see where he was fascinated by the scene before him. He saw that he was at the bottom of the blue sea and palm-sized fish were happily swimming. There were more than 100,000 of these fish, and at first glance, it looked like a fish storm. Each fish was a wind in this hurricane, and every time they swam together, it was like a storm was blowing. The pure blue sea water was like the sky, and this storm was wantonly dancing in the sky. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by these 100,000 fish, and he was flying in the storm. Xiaohua opened his eyes, his hands and feet immediately moved. This movement was not important, but his body that swam along with the storm of fishes immediately changed with the direction of the storm. Thousands of fishes in the vicinity immediately discovered that these fishes swam away in a panic. It was as if a hurricane was blowing with Xiaohua as the center. In just a moment, this hurricane blew out an extremely large space. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the seawater did not seem to exist at the bottom of the sea. Waves of chaotic sounds were emitted from these fishes' bodies. Amidst the sounds, the storm of fishes quickly blew to other places, leaving Xiaohua standing in the sea with a somewhat dumbstruck expression. The tranquil seabed was so beautiful. The pure sea water was like a serene jade crystal, and the sunlight directly penetrated into the water, brightly illuminating the surrounding several lee fish of different colors, but also gorgeous and colorful, swayed their tails, leisurely swimming in their own world. Among them, there were actually a few that swam to Xiaohua's side, and snuggled up to him like a spoiled child. When Xiaohua's finger moved slightly, the water rippled, and these few fish fled in panic. In the distant water, there were some multicolored corals, and some small insects were wriggling on them. In the gaps between the corals, clusters of lush seaweed grew, and among the seaweed, there were some shellfish, and some fish that were smaller than a thumb shuttled back and forth. Words are sometimes limited. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a fleeing rabbit, these are already insufficient to describe this boundless North Sea. Perhaps using moodiness can slightly express its impermanence. Xiaohua admired for a moment, and his hands and feet moved, slowly swimming from the seabed to the surface. He was somewhat reluctant to leave this serene and beautiful seabed, and wanted to use this moment of sweetness to make up for his body that was injured by Qi Bao. After all, after being ravaged by Qi Bao for several months, although Xiaohua's body was rare and tough, it was already badly damaged under the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly Phoenix Xiaohua and Fiend Spirit Xiaohua had already begun to repair it, and it seemed that they would not be able to recover easily in a short period of time. While swimming, Xiaohua pondered, "It has been several months since Qi Bao began. I was lucky enough to escape from the dragon boat, and even if it was not destroyed by Qi Bao, it would not be in good condition. The dragons of the Heavenly Abode River wanted to perish together with Ao Jing of the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I think their wish has been fulfilled. However, if I can live safely, Ao Jian, Ao Jing, Jiang Tian, Jiang Xia, and the others will also be able to survive. With Qi Bao, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River might even be able to escape from the scheme of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, I have been flying with Qi Bao for so long and I don't know where I am now. As for little Yun of the Heavenly Abode River, sigh, what a joke. I think Ao Jing has already brought her back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Louis, it's not that I don't want to save little Yun, but I really don't have the strength to do so. After swimming for a while, Xiaohua saw that he had reached the surface of the sea. He had already made up his mind to explain to Lu Yi, and then he identified the direction and prepared to fly back to the hidden immortal continent and return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua did not delay any longer. He formed a seal and rushed out of the water, and his figure appeared high in the sky. Something's wrong. When Xiaohua steadied himself, he looked around and saw that the sky around him was overflowing with light. Circles of light that looked like polar magnetic light enveloped the sea for nearly 10,000 miles. The projection of this light was extremely strong, and when it fell on the sea, it could clearly see the bottom of the sea for more than 10 miles. Xiaohua could not help but exclaim, "No wonder I could easily see the reef at the bottom of the sea. It turns out that this light is not the sun. But where is this place?" Chapter 3977. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, as soon as his divine sense was released, he felt as if he was being cut by a sharp blade. This sea could actually hurt divine sense. Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. It was already difficult for him to identify the direction in ordinary places. Now that he couldn't see the sun at all, how could he tell where he was? Oh, not good. This is just like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Xiaohua hurriedly moved his body and flew towards a random place. However, this sea was so strange that Xiaohua's flying technique was also restricted, causing his speed to be much slower. After another moment, the clear sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. The lightning in this sea was very strange. They were all dark green in color and were very similar to Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique. What was special was that within the lightning, there were waves of strange movements that resounded through heaven and earth. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, but also like the moaning of gods and ghosts. In short, even Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard it. Swoosh! Following the lightning, inexplicable raindrops began to fall. There was no rain at all in the clouds. Moreover, the raindrops and lightning appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the raindrops and lightning were gone. Only the halo in the sky looked as if it had just been washed by water. It was abnormally clear. So strange, so strange. Xiaohua frowned and looked around, then released his soul. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, his soul was not restricted at all. In fact, in this sea, his soul was even stronger than before. Could it be? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he had a trace of understanding in his heart. This sea is like the Million Meng Mountains? There are traces of soul cultivators? Just as Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. His aimless soul had already found something unusual. Xiaohua flew towards that place without hesitation. This time Xiaohua learned his lesson. He used his soul power and the flying technique of soul cultivators, so his speed was much faster than before. After flying for an entire pack of cigarettes, Xiaohua finally arrived at a place. A huge dragon's body was floating on the surface of the sea. Most of the scales on the dragon's body had been shaved off. The dragon's body was stained with blood, and there were many wounds of various sizes. It was a horrible sight. The dragon's horns were completely broken, and half of the dragon's mouth was torn apart. More than half of the dragon's teeth were also missing. Next to the dragon's broken body, there were some tattered things that seemed to be the wreckage of a ship or broken demon artifacts. Although the giant dragon floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea, Xiaohua's soul consciousness could tell that this giant dragon still had an aura, and its vitality was very vigorous. Xiaohuafei landed beside the huge dragon and carefully examined it. The dragon's body also had a faint surge of dragon aura, and those terrifying wounds were slowly mending. He thought for a moment, then simply sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea in the distance, quietly waiting for the huge dragon to awaken. As long as it was a dragon, it must be from the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was naturally more familiar with the North Sea region than Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need it to bring him to the North Sea Dragon Palace. As long as it pointed to the hidden immortal continent, and even brought him out of this sea region, it would be fine. Mending the body naturally didn't require Xiaohua to deliberately do it. While Xiao Hua was meditating, he refined the two-winged spectrometer that he bought from Zhai Xing Lu into the soul-punishing light. Naturally, it wasn't that simple to perfect this soul-punishing light. The fusion of the extreme magnetic light and the soul-punishing light had to be tempered again and again. After Xiao Hua's initial refinement, he placed the soul-punishing light under the immortal beheading stage, allowing the lightning water to refine it. Presumably, in the future this soul-punishing light would be another great killing weapon that Xiao Hua personally refined to perfection, right? Roar. A weak dragon roar finally came out from the mouth of the huge dragon after more than a month. The huge dragon opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Xiao Hua standing in front of it with a smile. You are. The dragon's hoarse dragon language sounded very obscure. It seemed that the dragon's throat was also severely injured. Facing the giant dragon's question, Xiao Hua had already thought about it. He didn't hide anything and replied, I am Taoist Tao Sect Xiao Hua, Taoist Tao Sect's Taoist Tao Sect. I have some matters in the North Sea. As for the specifics, if fellow immortal knows, then know. If you don't, then don't ask. I encountered Qi Bao in the North Sea and was swept to this sea. Because I couldn't find the direction and met you, I simply waited here for you to wake up. You and I can get out of this sea together. When you and I are safe, you just have to tell me where the hidden immortal continent is. What do you think? If a dragon didn't take human form, Xiao Hua wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Xiao Hua wasn't sure if this dragon was the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was why he said such ambiguous words. Sure enough, the dragon was very puzzled. He was confused by Xiao Hua's words. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask, but he didn't know what to ask. Seeing this, Xiao Hua smiled. He knew that this dragon wasn't the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said with a smile, fellow immortal doesn't need to ask anything. You just need to know that you and I are now grasshoppers on the same rope. What dragon race, what human race, don't take it to heart. My only goal is to escape from here. And this old man understands. The dragon finally understood. He looked around and asked, could it be that this sea is very dangerous? Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Fellow immortal, release your Yuanshan first and you will know. See. The dragon just released his Yuanshan and immediately grimaced. He exclaimed, this? What is this place? It can even tear apart Yuanshan? Fellow immortal, if a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace doesn't know, then this Xiao naturally doesn't know either. Xiao Hua smiled. This Xiao has been waiting here for fellow immortal to clear up his doubts. The dragon looked at Xiao Hua and swam with some difficulty. The draconic qi around his body covered the multicolored light and slowly shrunk. He then answered with a bitter smile, it seems that Taoist Xiao is going to be disappointed. This old man isn't a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace, so I'm not particularly familiar with the sea territory of the North Sea. Xiao Hua was shocked. He said, the dragon race in the North Sea. If you aren't from the North Sea Dragon Palace, then where can you be from? Could it be that fellow immortal? This? The dragon looked at Xiao Hua with some difficulty. He said, it's said that this old man met Taoist Xiao by fate. However, as Taoist Xiao said, there are some things that Taoist Xiao knows. If you don't know, Taoist Xiao shouldn't ask too much. This old man's name is Jianghu. I'm not a dragon of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jianghu? Xiao Hua thought for a moment. After a while, he asked tentatively, so you're a dragon of the Heavenly Abode River? How did you know? The dragon was shocked. Draconic qi surged around him and he retreated. He was on high alert. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this Xiao is familiar with your Heavenly Abode River's Great Elder Jiang Tian, Second Elder Jiang Xia, and Third Elder Jiang Hai. The reason this Xiao wasn't willing to say before was related to your Heavenly Abode River. You know my three elders? Jianghan was stunned. However, he still asked curiously, how is the reason you're talking about related to my Heavenly Abode River? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. You seem to have thought of something. He asked incredulously, this Xiao understands now. You followed the Feather Spirit Palace's ship out to sea. You didn't follow Ao Jing's dragon ship back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon general you followed was Ao Shi. How did you know? That dragon was even more taken aback as he blurted out. However, after a moment he understood again and shouted, this old man understands now. You You followed Great Elder Jiang Tian to the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon ship to save my heavenly abode river's little princess? At this point, the dragon didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak and asked again, "Can you save my princess?" Alas, things in this world are really strange. Xiaohua sighed. Looking at Jiang An's anxiety, he shook his head and said, "Your princess Jiang Hong isn't on the dragon ship at all. She's in Ao Shi's hands." How is that possible? Jiang An was stunned and said in disbelief, "This old man changed my figure and followed Ao Shi. I didn't hear him say anything at all. Moreover, until I met Qi Bao, I didn't see him change at all. How could my princess be with Ao Shi?" "Then what about Ao Shi?" Xiaohua asked. Alas, under Qi Bao this old man was able to keep his life. How could I care about Ao Shi? Jiang An said regretfully, "If I knew Long Bei was in Ao Shi's hands, this old man would have killed Ao Shi even if it meant risking my life." Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "A Qi Bao destroyed the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan and the Heavenly Abode River's tracking. It's already good that we were able to escape. By the way, according to Ao Jing, you left Yuling Bei with Ao Shi a long time ago. Why did you still encounter Qi Bao like us? You humans often say that man proposes but the heavens disposes. Although Ao Jing sent Ao Shi to leave Yuling Bei on the night Ao Xian returned to Yuling Bei and this old man hurriedly sneaked into the ship under the orders of the third elder, the ship only left Yuling Bei for a few days before encountering a sea storm. Although this sea storm was not as strong as Qi Bao, it was much more powerful than an ordinary sea storm. Although the ship dived into the sea and didn't suffer much impact, the sea beast tide that was triggered by the sea storm attacked the ship. Ao Shi and the others desperately resisted and had no choice but to change their course to avoid the sea beast tide. When the sea storm stopped and the ship returned to its normal course, it encountered the Qi Bao a few months later. This Qi Bao Shi's ship was simply unable to resist the Qi Bao. The ship was torn to pieces and this old man was also separated from Ao Shi and the other members of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Alas, if I knew Long Bei was with Ao Shi, this old man. What a pity. At the end, Jiang An sighed again. Chapter 3978. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, you don't have to regret it anymore. We will look for him in this sea. Since you drifted here and I can also come here, the other dragons might be able to as well. Maybe we can find Ao Shi?" "That's right." Jiang An nodded, "This old man will accompany you." Then Jiang An transformed into his human form and flew into the air, following Xiaohua in search of a place. One man and one dragon searched while talking. Xiaohua also roughly told him what happened on the dragon boat with Jiang Tian and the other dragons. When Jiang An heard that Ao Jian was on the dragon boat, he smiled bitterly. Obviously he already knew Ao Jian's name. Rumble? Before they could find anything, the atmosphere in the sea changed again. Dark green lightning and the whimpering sound of heaven and earth sounded again. Looking at the pitter-patter of raindrops, Jiang An's body shook. He stood in the air for a long time without moving. Xiaohua looked at Jiang An and knew that he found something. He didn't ask in a hurry. After the lightning passed, Jiang An raised his head and roared. Unfortunately, this roar didn't spread too far. Jiang An turned to look at Xiaohua and said with a bitter smile, "This old man knows where this is. It seems this place is very dangerous." Xiaohua felt that something was wrong and asked tentatively, "What is this place?" "Spring-penetrating forbidden sea." Jiang An said word by word, "The first of the 4 forbidden seas in the North Sea." "What? Spring-penetrating forbidden sea?" Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, "This is the legendary spring-penetrating forbidden sea that wails like ghosts and howls like wolves all year round. Whenever a ship or a member of the sea race accidentally passes by, it will trigger lightning. If one is lucky, even if the ship is destroyed and the body is seriously injured, they can still appear from other places. If one is unlucky, not even a piece of wreckage can be found?" Daoist Xiao is right. Jiang An said with a bitter smile. Moreover, what Daoist Xiao said is the outside of the spring-penetrating forbidden sea. This old man has never heard of any member of the sea race entering the inner sea of the spring-penetrating forbidden sea and being able to safely leave. And this time, we are probably in the inner sea of the spring-penetrating forbidden sea. Motherfucker, how is this possible? Xiaohua almost cursed. Jiang An explained, On normal days we don't need to enter the inner sea of the spring-cleansing Forbidden Sea. We've already been torn apart by the Forbidden Sea. This time he probably borrowed the power of the Scarlet Explosion to enter the Forbidden Sea. But since we've entered the inner sea of the Forbidden Spring Sea, I think we won't have the chance to leave. It doesn't matter if I don't go out. Xiaohua looked around. Although he was slightly flustered, he still smiled and said, "There doesn't seem to be any dangers in the Forbidden Ocean. It's not bad for us to cultivate here." Jianghu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Spiritual Master Xiao, don't be too optimistic. Since the members of the sea race who entered this place couldn't survive, how can we live? Presumably, the dangers in the Forbidden Sea have been destroyed by the Scarlet Explosion, so they won't show their ferocity for the time being." At this point, Jianghu seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also shocked. The man and the dragon looked at each other and shouted at the same time, "That's right. If we want to escape, we have to take advantage of the fact that the Forbidden Spring Sea hasn't recovered and rush to the edge of the Forbidden Sea to see if there's a chance to escape. If we're late, we won't have the chance to rush to the edge. I can't recognize the direction in the North Sea." "I'll listen to you," Xiaohua hurriedly shouted. "We don't need to look for Aoshur anymore. It's better to leave this place quickly. Let's go." Jianghu nodded. He didn't care about looking for Long Bay anymore. With a loud roar, his body swayed and dived into the sea. Why aren't you flying?" Xiaohua was surprised. He was about to send a voice transmission to ask, but when he saw Jianghu's speed in the sea was much faster than when he was in the air, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Judging others by his own standards was really laughable. The dragon race was originally a member of the sea race. Of course, they were much faster in the water than in the air. Moreover, the inexplicable restriction in the sea was a bit weaker. Why didn't Jianghu go under the sea? Fortunately, Xiaohua's water escape technique had already been cultivated to a high level. Under the urging of his magic power, he was able to catch up with Jianghu in the sea. The situation was dangerous. Xiaohua could already feel the sharp teeth gradually recovering in the Forbidden Spring Ocean. At this moment, he was really regretting that he didn't take advantage of this period of time to go to the edge of the Forbidden Spring Ocean to take a look. Maybe he had already escaped by now. Fortunately, one man and one dragon flew for a full 3 days and 3 nights. Other than the strange phenomena in the sky, other dangers didn't appear. Moreover, in the sea, waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with the sound of thunder gradually appeared and began to obstruct Xiaohua and Jianghu's escape. Boom. Just when Xiaohua and Jianghu were hesitating whether to continue forward or not, a fist-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of Jianghu. This whirlpool flickered with dark green crystal threads. Between the crystal threads, there were gray-white spatial cracks. At the edge of the whirlpool, there were even layers of thunder that were silently vibrating. This whirlpool was really too sudden. Jianghu didn't have time to dodge, and his dragon claw grabbed towards the whirlpool. Gotcha. Long before the dragon claw touched the whirlpool had already begun to expand. The thunder at the edge of the whirlpool struck the dragon claw, and a small half of the dragon claw was immediately shattered. Moreover, as the whirlpool expanded, a powerful suction force pulled Jianghu, and he was about to fall into the whirlpool. Roar! Jianghu roared loudly. His dragon body danced with all his strength trying to dodge the whirlpool. However, Jianghu was in a hurry to escape and didn't slow down. Moreover, his dragon form couldn't be compared to his human form, and it was difficult to dodge in a hurry. Seeing that the edge of the whirlpool was about to shatter the dragon claw, if Jianghu fell into the whirlpool, the consequences could be imagined. At this critical moment, Xiaohua waved his big sleeve, and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Jianghu's dragon tail. He urged his true essence to pull, and it just happened to be balanced with the suction force of the whirlpool. Jianghu sensed it and his dragon body twisted. Boom! With a sound, he flew out of the sea and landed in midair. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Jianghu saw Xiaohua also fly out and bowed with lingering fear. You're welcome. Xiaohua's face was gloomy. Looking around, he waved his hand and said, Let's find a way out first. Jianghu nodded and narrowed his eyes to look around. He saw that the whole world was filled with that kind of dark green thunderbolt, and around this dark green thunderbolt, there were numerous whirlpools. These whirlpools were either circular or rectangular, and there were even some irregular shapes. What was special was that between these whirlpools, whether it was the sea water or the air, everything was distorted by the fluctuations between the whirlpools. In this distorted space, light and shadow were elongated or compressed, and the sound also underwent extreme changes. The sound of thunder was sometimes like falling rain, sometimes like burning fire, sometimes like war drums, and sometimes even without sound. Looking at the earth-shattering whirlpools as well as the black and white crystal threads within the whirlpools, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He was stunned in his heart and seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a sea map appeared in his hand. Xiaohua glanced at it, then looked at Jiang'an who was standing in front of him. At this time Jiang'an also said with some joy, "Daoist Xiao, this place has already reached the inner layer of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. This old man has seen a sea map before, and it seems to be the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Follow this old man. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to walk out of this Forbidden Sea. Once we are out of the Forbidden Sea, this old man will bring Daoist Xiao back to Yuling Bay." "Great." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It seems that waiting for fellow immortal for more than a month was indeed the right choice." Of course. Jiang Yin laughed heartily and confidently flew towards the light and shadow between the whirlpools. Whoa. Wherever Jiang Yin flew past, a strange whistling sound would be produced. Jiang Yan's body was also stretched to an extreme extent. Xiaohua followed behind, and of course he also felt the abnormality in this distortion. He also knew in his heart that if it was not the correct path, the light and shadow might be a whirlpool, and even after the light and shadow, there might also be a man-devouring whirlpool or thunderbolt. After walking like this for a full 2 hours, the surrounding whirlpools really began to reduce, and the dark green thunderbolt also weakened. Jiang'an smiled and pointed to the 2 whirlpools in front of him and said, "Daoist Xiao, after leaving these 2 whirlpools we should have walked half of it. The rest is the true outer layer of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Although there are still some thunderbolts, their power has already decreased a lot. With our strength we shouldn't be affected anymore." "Aha, thank you fellow immortal." Xiaohua laughed and his heart was bursting with joy. He cupped his hands and said, "If not for fellow immortal, this Xiao really doesn't know how to get out of there. Alas, actually it's also a fluke." Although Jiang'an sighed, his tone was also proud. First, the scarlet storm weakened the inner sea of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea, and we were able to easily come into contact with the outer sea. Second, our luck was good and we immediately found a place this old man is familiar with. If it was a few dozen li away, this old man wouldn't have been able to find the way out so easily. "Fellow immortal, please?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Let's talk after we get out." "All right." Jiang'an nodded. "Daoist Xiao, please follow this old man." As he said this, Jiang'an urged his figure to enter the light and shadow between the 2 whirlpools. Seeing Jiang'an's figure elongate, Xiaohua also flew in like before. However, just as Xiaohua's figure entered the light and shadow, a huge force suddenly appeared and hit Xiaohua's body, forcefully pushing him towards the distant whirlpool. This strange change appeared in a hurry. If Xiaohua fell into the whirlpool he would definitely die. At this critical moment, Xiaohua seemed to have already predicted this. His body suddenly spun rapidly, and like a spinning top, that force was instantly pushed to the side by him. At the side of his body, Jiang'an's awkward and unbalanced dragon body was revealed. Rumble. A green light appeared between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, enveloping the light and shadow between the 2 whirlpools. In a few breaths' time, Xiaohua and Jiang'an's figures gradually became clear within the light and shadow. The 3 corpses in lightning actually propped up a dark green space. Chapter 3979. You. Jiang'an panicked as he looked at the space covered by lightning. He didn't dare to barge in recklessly. "What are you doing, spiritual master Xiao? I was in a hurry to deal with the situation, but I didn't expect to accidentally injure you." "Oh sure." Xiaohua looked at Jiang'an coldly and said, "Why are you still hiding it?" You already knew about it?" Oh sure was shocked. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief and asked, "How did you know?" What's so difficult about that?" Xiaohua said coldly. Jiangxia said it clearly. She regretted not sending a powerful dragon general to follow Ao Shi, which means that Jiang An's strength is very ordinary. But when I saved you just now, I already sensed that your strength is comparable to Ao Xian's. If Jiang An had this strength, he wouldn't have followed you to the North Sea Dragon Palace, right? You. Ao Shi didn't expect this seemingly kind human to be so meticulous. Also, Jiang Hong was hidden in the dragon shell by the North Sea Dragon Palace. As a dragon of the Heavenly Paradise River, Jiang An couldn't have known. He just entered the ship as a dispensable chess piece, but you actually mentioned the dragon shell twice. I can't help but be suspicious. Xiao Hua ignored Ao Shi and said, do you know a saying of the human race? 300 taels of silver here. Ao Shi shook his head. This is nothing. My dragon race captured criminals and placed them in the dragon shell. What you said is too far-fetched. So, the dragon shell is still with you? Xiao Hua asked meaningfully. Unfortunately, Ao Shi didn't answer and didn't show any strange behavior. The most important thing is that I obtained a sea map by chance. I bought it from the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yazi auction house. Xian Kong said that it was only recently drawn by the North Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. If you are a dragon from the Heavenly Abode River, how do you know about this sea map? So, you can only be a sea general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Of course, I don't know the name of the Heavenly Paradise River's sea race. Since you know and still pretend to be a dragon, obviously, you're the dragon general who killed Jiang An. If you're not Ao Shi, who else can you be? Since you already suspected it, why haven't you made a move yet? Ao Shi sneered. Xiao Hua sighed and said, although Xiao Hua suspected you, I didn't intend to expose you. Because you and I can be considered friends in adversity. If you and I can safely walk out of this forbidden spring sea, this Xiao will be indebted to you and this Xiao will not attack you. Of course this Xiao will definitely obtain the Long Bay on you. Other than that, I won't have any other requests. I originally had the dragon shell on me. Unfortunately, it was lost in the Scarlet Storm. Even if you capture me, you won't be able to get the dragon shell. Xiao Hua smiled. Hee, if fellow immortal had directly admitted that he was Ao Shi from the beginning, I might have been able to believe you. But you refuse to admit your identity. It's obvious that you're afraid of arousing my suspicion. You're afraid that I'll find Long Bay on you. In the eyes of the human race, this is a blatant attempt to cover up your identity. Umph. Ao Shi sneered. The human race has always been cunning. Now that things have reached this point, this old man will not let you and Jiang Hong live even if I have to risk my life. And to tell you the truth, even if you obtain the dragon shell, you won't be able to awaken Jiang Hong within it. How can a human like you know the restriction secret technique of my North Sea Dragon Palace? Haha. Xiao Hua flipped his hand and took out the sword gourd. He laughed and said, if you don't risk your life, you can still keep your life. But now, whether you live or die, it's no longer up to you to decide. Besides, Jiang Hong's restriction, not to mention this Xiao has the Heavenly Abode River behind him, even if the Heavenly Abode River can't do anything, this Xiao can still easily capture it. If you want to use this to threaten this Xiao, then you're making a big mistake. Roar? Amidst the lightning, Ao Shi roared. His entire dragon body expanded. His bald dragon horn flashed with a strange brilliance as he charged toward Xiao Hua. He had a good plan. He was prepared to fight between the two whirlpools and find an opportunity to knock Xiao Hua into one of the whirlpools. If it was an ordinary human cultivator, of course they wouldn't be able to compare to Ao Shi's dragon body, but how could Xiao Hua be an ordinary human cultivator? Moreover, Xiao Hua had already tested Ao Shi's strength before. It was only similar to Ao Xian's, and after Ao Shi was ravaged by Qi Bao, he had yet to recover from his injuries. His strength was greatly reduced, so how could he be Xiao Hua's opponent? Xiao Hua roared coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Ao Shi like a giant hand. Ao Shi. Xiao Hua shouted coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Ao Shi like a giant hand. Roar. Ao Shi frantically struggled. The green light between Xiao Hua's eyebrows flashed again and again, and the groans of the gods and ghosts within the lightning became more and more intense. The lightning not only imprisoned Ao Shi, but also shattered the light between the two vortexes. Waves of soul technique fluctuations appeared along with the thunder and lightning characters, and from time to time, they spread around the Forbidden Spring Sea. This spread was extremely fast, and in a moment, it had already covered more than 100 li wherever the fluctuations swept. The originally inexplicable fluctuations in the Forbidden Spring Sea were disturbed, and the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Xiaohua coldly looked at Ao Shi, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword gourd and said, "Quick, so." A silver-white thing with a nose and eyes appeared in the mouth of the sword gourd. As that thing's eyes moved, a faint white thread flew out and landed on Ao Shi's dragon head. Woo-woo. Above Ao Shi's dragon head, a five-colored light flashed. Within the light, a faint little dragon emitted a golden light and did its best to resist the white thread. However, when the white thread fell, the light was like a bubble being pierced by a needle, and when the light disappeared, the white thread really nailed itself between the little golden dragon's eyebrows. The little golden dragon instantly stopped struggling, and disappeared into the dragon head. Looking at Ao Shi again, he also stopped struggling, and the originally ferocious dragon eyes showed a rare sluggish look. Xiaohua coldly looked, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered, "Dragon clan." As expected of a proud son of heaven, this Ao Shi is just an ordinary dragon general, and he has the power of heaven and earth to protect his soul. If this Zhao's soul-slaying Yuan light hadn't been refined by the two-wing spectrometer and then tempered by the lightning water, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to succeed. While speaking, two faint green and red soul-slaying Yuan light flew out from the sword gourd. As soon as the Yuan light appeared, the entire light shadow and lightning light began to crack. When the soul-slaying Yuan light fell on Ao Shi's huge dragon head, it spun gently. Puff. Blood splashed out, and a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace was killed by Xiaohua so easily. Quick. Without waiting for the huge dragon body to return to its original form, Xiaohua hurriedly formed a seal to restrict the dragon body, and at the same time he urged his mind power. Bing. The Buddhist 9 syllables mantra came out of his mouth. However, just as Xiaohua's brows relaxed and was about to reach out to grab Ao Shi's corpse, a huge roar suddenly came from all around Xiaohua. Tens of thousands of whirlpools whimpered at the same time. Each whirlpool flickered with dark green light strands. These light strands converged with the light strands of Xiaohua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they converged towards Xiaohua. Oh, not good. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that his soul technique had caused a change in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He released his mind and covered the dragon corpse, and instantly put it into the space. As soon as the gigantic dragon's corpse disappeared, "Kacha kacha?" A series of crisp sounds rang out. Xiaohua's 3 corpses in thunder suddenly exploded in the surroundings. A kind of irregular ripple appeared in the light and shadow. This ripple seemed to pull open the curtain of the void. Those tens of thousands of vortexes were like tens of thousands of small hands, tearing the void apart. Whoa. Behind the tearing void, tens of thousands of green seal characters were circulating, and tens of thousands of lightning were wreaking havoc. The huge sound was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, and the chanting of gods and ghosts. All of a sudden, all the seawater, all the light shadow and everything of Xiaohua, including his thoughts, eyes, body and so on, were pulled into it. There was no way for Xiaohua to resist. A tearing force that was 3 times more powerful than the blood of gods and demons was born from these green seal characters, crushing Xiaohua's body. Every green seal character was like a huge fist, hitting Xiaohua with all their strength. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He urged his holy bloodline to speed up the fusion, and also used the sky infusion technique to block the strongest attack of the Forbidden Spring Sea. Granny. Xiaohua once again fell into the tofu grinding state. His thoughts couldn't move in the green seal characters. This Xiao finally understands why the Forbidden Spring Sea is so feared by the sea race and the dragon race. This is probably the ruins of soul cultivators. They are afraid of soul attacks. Isn't this their tomb? Moreover, the tearing force of these green seal characters is so terrifying even the dragon race. I'm afraid they can't deal with it. That's right, why aren't there any soul attacks here? However, Xiaohua once again struggled to move his eyes. He suddenly realized that he hadn't completely retracted the soul strands he used to cast the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique. When the whirlpool produced the soul force of heaven and earth, these soul strands covered his body. Originally there was some lightning in these soul strands. When they came into contact with the green seal text in the whirlpool, the text naturally wouldn't reject them. The green seal characters around Xiaohua's body were like a huge mill, and also like a huge river. While crushing Xiaohua, they also urged him to flow forward. After an unknown amount of time, It seemed to have reached the end of the river, or perhaps the gods and ghosts pushing the mill were tired. All the green seal characters suddenly stopped, and then all the green seal characters seemed to transform, shrinking and splitting. Not long after, the entire space was filled with green seal characters, each one of them flickering like stars. Chapter 3980. Oh, that's the most basic green seal script. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as if he had grasped something. However, before he could think any further, an extremely obscure sound resounded in the air. After that, the green seal text instantly shattered, and the entire sky turned pitch black. Then, a green light flashed, and an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth surged out explosively. Wherever the aura swept past, the green seal text would appear again. However, the green seal text was extremely lively, and they started to collide with each other to form new green seal text. Seeing such a terrifying scene, how could Xiaohua, who had cultivated as a Confucian cultivator, not know that this green seal character was about to give birth to a new green seal character? This green seal character possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and he was likely the target of this green seal character's attack. Although Xiaohua really wanted to see what this green seal text was, how could he let it take shape? Soul Cultivator friend, quickly help me. Xiaohua roared without hesitation and hurriedly pulled Soul Cultivator Xiaohua out of the mysterious dark cloud. See. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he entered the space. His body trembled like a sieve. Fellow Taoist, who did you provoke? Is it the 12 gods? Before Xiaohua could finish his sentence, an intense light burst out from his body. Hundreds of millions of soul strands flew out from the light, each carrying a small green seal script. They flew towards the green seal script that was struggling to form in the air. Swish swish swish. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua no longer looked like a human. It was as if the green light in the entire space was his figure. Moreover, every time the soul strands flew out, the green seal script that had just been formed quieted down and slowly disappeared. It was as if it had turned into nothingness along with the green seal script released by Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He already understood that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was using different syllables of the green seal script to cancel each other out and prevent new ones from forming. However, seeing Xiaohua's green light gradually weakening, Xiaohua's vigilance rose again. After all, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was only a soul-sealing sorcerer. If he hadn't reached the peak of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, he wouldn't have been able to grasp all the basic green seal script. However, the green seal script of Yuanshu Sky and Solitary Sky, as well as the legendary Beyond the Heavens, were extremely powerful. Even if Soul Cultivator Xiaohua used all his strength to destroy the green seal script, he knew the remaining green seal script would definitely attack him. Roar! Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Golden light burst out from his body, and the heavenly phoenix demon form appeared. Boom! Xiaohua's Soul Cultivator Xiaohua heard a thunderclap in the air. Xiaohua's figure again, but this time his appearance was incomparably thin. When he looked at the space again, a huge green seal character had already condensed and was falling towards Xiaohua like a meteor. Just as Xiaohua was about to urge his divine sense to resist, he heard the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's uncontrollable ecstasy and whispered, "Fellow Taoist, don't resist." Xiaohua couldn't believe it. This is the rhythm of smashing you and me into mincemeat. If I hadn't come out before, you definitely wouldn't have been able to resist this green seal script. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua looked at the green seal text that was getting closer and closer. Green light flickered in his eyes. But now, the majority of the green seal text has been destroyed by this poor Taoist. This green seal text's power is less than 30%. You should be able to resist it with your body. Also, don't forget that I haven't cultivated these green seal script, and there are even some that haven't been recorded in the sorcerer's canon. I have a premonition that if I face these green seal script head-on, I might be able to see the so-called Beyond the Heavens. Are you sure? Xiaohua had already sensed the extreme danger and asked. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua shook his head. It's just a premonition, I'm not sure. But don't you think it's worth the risk? All right. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and nodded. I understand. You probably want to see the great terror between life and death, right? Perhaps. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua declined to comment, but he didn't have the luxury of time to say anything. As soon as the huge green seal character fell down, an unparalleled suction and repulsion force was born at the same time. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's thin body turned into a green light that was torn apart by this tremendous force and rushed into the green seal character. The green seal script smashed into Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, but it didn't stop at all. Then it fell on Xiaohua's body. The tremendous impact smashed Xiaohua's demonic body into a thin sheet of paper. Many parts of his demonic body were torn to shreds. It seemed like this sheet of paper was just a hair away from being smashed into 130-200 tiny dots. The moment Soul Cultivator Xiaohua came into contact with the green seal script, layers of strange images rushed into his mind. These images were somewhat similar to the 9 heavens of spirit origin, but there were also essential differences. Xiaohua couldn't explain why, but he couldn't. Along with a huge rumble, the green seal text brought Xiaohua to the bottom of the space, passing through thousands of layers of abyss, passing through layers of lightning, passing through layers of light and shadows. Pa! Xiaohua's entire body shook, his mind turned black, all the primordial spirit in his body fainted at the same time. He looked at the huge green seal text again, it was like a melting snowball, it was about to disappear, but just as the green seal text dissolved, a green light flashed inside the green seal text. A strand of crystal light dragged all the green seal text into the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Haha! Just as the light image entered, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. Before his body moved, he spoke first. You're all unconscious, right? Damn it, at the crucial moment, you still have to rely on I. Wasn't this the voice of the green-robed Xiaohua? Oh, why is my body so tattered? The green-robed Xiaohua moved, then cried out in surprise. Fellow Taoist, your body isn't just yours, it's also mine, Fairy Hong Xia's and XNXIN's. Why don't you cherish it? See, what is this place? Why are there so many bones, so many? Ah, I'm rich. Xiaohua's body seemed to have never suffered such serious damage before. It was almost like a meat patty. Moreover, under this meat patty there were many white bones. These white bones were stacked in layers, and the place where these white bones were piled up was an enormous basin. Around this basin there were countless mountains. On each mountain peak there was a strange building. Among these countless mountains, there were 13 giant pillars that pierced the sky. Each of these giant pillars was incomparably huge. However, everything was submerged in the sea. The towering pillars were also hidden in this mysterious seabed. In addition to these 13 pillars being particularly eye-catching, near the edge of the pillar in the middle, there was a building on top of a mountain peak. Countless tiny green lights were constantly emitted into the sea like shining stars. Green-robed Xiaohua was looking at the countless heaven and earth bangles, demon weapons, magic treasures, and other items within the white bones. Needless to say, these were the remains left behind by the demon clan, sea clan, and human clan who had fallen into the forbidden spring sea over countless years. The treasures within must be something that even the immortal palace would drool over. I have to take away all the treasures. The green-robed Xiaohua had a plan in a moment. Whether good or bad, useful or useless, nothing can be left behind. However, before that, I have to repair my body. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Phoenix and that little demon fairy are unconscious, so I can't repair them. Who knows how long it will take to repair them? Take a look at I's Spring Thunder secret art. With that, the green-robed Xiaohua chanted an incantation. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a bolt of lightning that covered Xiaohua's body. As the lightning flashed, the endless water-based world origin qi in the sea frantically poured into the lightning. In a moment, Xiaohua's body was completely covered in lightning. As the lightning flashed, strands of vitality seeped into Xiaohua's body, nourishing his injured body and repairing everything that was damaged. Heavenly thunder was the power of heaven and earth. It was the end of vitality and also the beginning of vitality. Everything in the world was born from thunder and would also die from thunder. The Spring Thunder secret art was precisely the art of thunder that repaired the body. As for the green-robed Xiaohua himself, he simply abandoned his body and controlled the similarly damaged formless nascent soul to fly out from Xiaohua's lower dantian. The formless nascent soul was a spiritual body, so it was much easier to repair it than a physical body. In just a day and a night, the green-robed Xiaohua had already repaired it. Then he took the Kunlun mirror and rushed into the white bones. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light fell and absorbed everything. Even though it was so easy to collect them, it still took 10 days and 10 nights for green-robed Xiaohua to store everything into the Kunlun mirror. It must be known that the Forbidden Sea had existed for countless years and countless monster race and human race had lost their lives in it. The things they left behind were innumerable. Perhaps, these 10 days and 10 nights were the happiest days of the green-robed Xiaohua's life. Every day he would hum, "Sister, you can sit at the bow of the ship, shake the Kunlun mirror, and watch the universe bracelets fly into the beam of light." It was even more enjoyable than reprimanding tens of thousands of disciples. It looked like these nascent divinities didn't learn anything else from Xiaohua, but their greedy and stingy character had been perfected. After collecting everything, the basin had disappeared, and a huge abyss appeared in front of the green-robed Xiaohua. Inside the abyss, except for Xiaohua who was lying there with his body flashing with lightning, it was so clean that it was as if a dog had licked it. After resting for a brief moment, the green-robed Xiaohua once again came to the edge of the abyss. He raised his head and looked at the mountain ridges around him. These mountain ridges were located deep in the ocean and they were quiet. Not even a single fish or a strand of seaweed could be found here. In fact, in many places of these mountain ridges, there were plants and millet plants that were very similar to the millions of Ming mountains. Chapter 3981. Just as Xiaohua was about to move, Xiaohua's voice rang out. "Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist I. This should be the Soul Cultivator ruins covered in seawater. You're in a spirit body right now. If you're attacked by a hidden soul formation, you'll suffer immeasurable damage. Why don't we go together after my body is repaired?" Xiaohua shrunk his neck and stuck out his tongue like a child who was caught doing something naughty. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Whatever you say, fellow Taoist." Now that Xiaohua had woken up, the heavenly phoenix Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua had also woken up. They began to cast their own secret techniques to complement the green-robed Xiaohua's lightning technique, and began to repair their bodies. Xiaohua was worried about the soul cultivator Xiaohua, so he hurriedly sent his consciousness into the mysterious dark cloud. After entering the soul seal sky, he discovered that although the soul cultivator Xiaohua had almost disappeared, and only a faint green core was left, this green core was obviously much more solid than before. Furthermore, inside the soul seal sky, the green seal script of the Magus Codex was constantly entangling the green core with countless soul strands. It seemed that as long as there was enough time, the soul cultivator Xiaohua would recover sooner or later. Xiaohua was relieved, but little white dragon was still complaining about Xiaohua, as if soul cultivator Xiaohua was his childhood sweetheart. It seemed to be very distressed. Xiaohua naturally told little white dragon what happened. Little white dragon knew that soul cultivator Xiaohua's words and actions were correct, and that the flickering green core of soul cultivator Xiaohua made little white dragon somewhat fearful. Therefore little white dragon only warned him a few times and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua came out of the mysterious cloud and focused on repairing his body. He was seriously injured this time, and it was somewhat similar to the monster race in Feather Spirit Bay. Xiaohua wouldn't be easily injured, but if he was injured, it would be very troublesome to repair. It took him 100 days to repair most of his body. Since there were no more obstacles, Xiaohua was ready to leave. Just as he was about to rush to the top of the abyss using the water escape technique, trouble appeared again. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the moment his body moved, an extremely strong repulsive force appeared around him, blocking his escape. His body seemed to be pressed down by a large hand, unable to move at all. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looked at the seawater above his head, and circulated his soul power. Sure enough, the soul cultivator's flying technique was still effective at the bottom of the sea. When Xiaohua landed on the mountain peak and looked up, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xiaohua naturally knew what the green-robed Xiaohua saw, but when he saw it himself, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Million Ming mountains above the 3 continents. There are also soul cultivators' inheritances, but these inheritances have already been annihilated, and Million Ming mountains to be buried under the North Sea. Judging from the difficulty of entering this place, I'm afraid there are not many human cultivators in this world who can enter this place. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked as he recalled the Shaman Kings of Ming Mountains. At that time, the Shaman King had given Xiaohua a crystal skull thumb ring. Elder Wu of Hudu Stronghold had told him that the Shaman King wanted to see Xiaohua, and that the Shaman King was proficient in the art of divine connection. But at that time Xiaohua didn't know that there were 3 continents in the world, and he also didn't know that after he returned from Million Meng Mountains to Imperial Thunder Sect, he didn't have the chance to go to Million Meng Mountains again. Could it be that the Shaman King of Million Meng Mountains already knew that he would come to the lost land of another soul cultivator? Xiaohua's eyes swept across the mountains. The mountains buried deep under the sea were dark and gloomy, and there was an indescribable sense of heaviness and mystery coming from them. When Xiaohua's eyes fell on the big and small mountains and the 13 huge stone pillars, he fell into deep thought. Million Meng Mountains had 12 gods. There are 13 huge pillars here, and one of them is standing in the center while the other 12 are surrounding it. If I'm not mistaken, there should be the ruins of the 12 gods on top of these 12 huge pillars. So, what is on top of this 13th pillar? Xiaohua thought to himself. Furthermore, there is no luster on top of these big and small mountains, but why is there a luster on top of the mountain next to the 13th pillar? If I want to find out, I should check out the other mountains that don't have any luster. Having made up his mind, Xiaohua exercised his flying technique and flew toward the nearest mountain. When he landed on the top of the mountain, he saw that the top of the mountain was flat, and there was a simple and unadorned palace, about 1,000 feet in size, standing there. This palace was very similar to the Hoodoo Palace in Hoodoo Stronghold. However, this palace had been in ruins for a long time, and was in a complete mess. There were only some huge rocks piled up there. What was special was that when Xiaohua walked into this palace, there was also a statue of a god on top of the palace, and behind the statue was a huge stone chair. Behind the stone chair was a collapsed stone wall, and there were some traces of green seal script engraved on it. When Xiaohua saw these ruins, he naturally thought of the Hoodoo Palace, and the Thunderclap Palace in the Misty Mountain. He rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Could it be that each of these mountains represents the inheritance of a soul cultivator? There is a green seal script engraved in the palace of each mountain? When the soul cultivator ruins were flourishing, just how many soul warriors gathered here? Xiaohua immediately went back to the mountain and looked for the other palaces in the nearby mountains. The style of each palace was different, but the layout inside was similar. Xiaohua already knew that his guess was correct, and he couldn't help but look at the mountain next to the central pillar. After all, none of the mountain peaks emitted green light. This meant that the palaces on these mountains were all broken, and the green seal script engraved in them had already disappeared. If Xiaohua wanted to find the green seal script, he would have to go to this mountain peak. Xiaohua urged his soul force to protect himself, and slowly flew toward the mountain peak. Fortunately, when Xiaohua landed on the ground, he saw that the palace was also damaged and nothing strange happened. Although the palace was damaged and the statue inside had also collapsed, the stone chair was still in perfect condition. The stone chair faintly emitted waves of soul force that protected the surrounding 300 feet, keeping all the seawater outside of the ripples. Inside the ripples, there was a green seal script engraved on the stone wall that emitted a faint green light. When he got closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that the green light emitted by the green seal text was very strange. Every strand of light was in the shape of a spiral, and the inside of the spiral was filled with black and white. A kind of faint spatial power leaked out from time to time. Xiaohua knew that the green seal script was a type of soul technique, but when he saw the strange state of the stone chair, he couldn't help but hesitate. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaohua released his soul strands and let them fall on the ripples. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the ripples didn't stop his soul strands at all, and allowed them to fall into the chair. When Xiaohua's soul strands touched the green seal script with trembling fear, boom! The green seal script emitted a resplendent green light, and it seemed as if it wanted to fly out from the stone wall, and an intense impact followed the soul strands into Xiaohua's mysterious dark clouds. Good. Xiaohua's heart leaped with joy, knowing that the green seal script wasn't a trap, but a normal soul technique. With a word of praise, tens of thousands of soul strands rushed out again. Woo-woo. When enough soul strands fell into the green seal script, the entire green seal script escaped from the stone wall and let out a strange groan, and began to decompose in midair. Xiaohua's soul strands didn't hesitate to touch the decomposed green seal script one by one. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire green seal script was decomposed into over 300 basic green seal scripts. Other than the strange green seal script from before, this was the green seal script that Xiaohua had seen formed the most. When all the green seal script was lit up by Xiaohua, the green seal script suddenly began to frantically dance and combine together. Finally, the complete green seal script began to rotate with a boom sound, and strands of black and white emerged from the green seal script. Under the black and white brilliance, the tadpole-like green seal script began to tumble, swell, and swim towards the depths of space. When the green seal script began to stabilize, a transmission channel appeared in front of Xiaohua. This is a soul cultivator's transmission channel. Xiaohua was wild with joy. What a shocking soul technique this is. Just a single green seal script was able to construct the entire transmission channel. This is simply inconceivable. The transmission channel in front of Xiaohua was naturally not a real transmission channel. The end of the channel was sealed, and after Xiaohua's joy, the entire transmission channel began to rotate in the opposite direction, and in a moment, it condensed back into the huge green seal script and landed on the stone wall. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to leave the palace immediately. He sat down cross-legged, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds, turning into a jade archive. Xiaohua began to comprehend the green seal text of the transmission passage. A faint green light flickered between Xiaohua's eyebrows, like a firefly in the dark night. After a few flickers, it gradually became clear, and a tiny, almost inaudible whirlpool gradually appeared. This whirlpool continued to spin like this. After an unknown amount of time, the whirlpool finally dimmed and the green light disappeared. Xiaohua thoughtfully opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "This green seal character is the word transmission. This Confucian cultivation technique also has a nice name, South Opposite North Way." Haha, the common people often say that going north in opposite directions is the action of a fool, but the Confucian cultivator's way of going south in opposite directions is indeed the technique of the strong. Unfortunately, this Zhao Soul cultivation realm is still a bit lacking, and I can't recognize a few key green seal characters, so now I can't use the South Opposite North Way technique. However, it seems that these green seal characters are somewhat familiar. If there is no accident, they should be the ones I encountered when I entered the Soul Cultivator's ruins. When the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's body condenses again, I should be able to comprehend those hidden green seal characters. If this Xiao succeeds in cultivating this South Opposite North Way technique, then with the help of the Soul Consciousness imprint, and this Zhao Soul Cultivation Primordial Spirit is interconnected with the Tao Primordial Spirit, so there is no need for a Soul Consciousness imprint. Divine Sense imprint and Buddhist Sense imprint should also work. With these imprints, this Xiao can create a transmission channel out of thin air, and cross the void to reach the location of the imprint. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more proud he became. This way, this Xiao won't have to painstakingly construct a transmission channel. Hey, speaking of which, isn't this soul consciousness imprint similar to the mark in the Universal Greater Shift token? Could it be that my Dao Sex transmission channel is based on the Soul Cultivator's transmission channel? Chapter 3982. Forget it, who cares who's first? As the saying goes, the one who reaches the apex is the master, and the student surpasses the master. Whoever can execute this spell to the extreme is the one who has the skill. Xiaohua thought, and then looked outside the palace at the towering stone pillars that pierced into the sea. Xiaohua flew out from the palace, but he didn't fly directly to the central stone pillar, instead he flew to the outer stone pillar. When Xiaohua flew to the stone pillar, he could clearly see that it wasn't a stone pillar. It was clearly a huge bone pillar made of white bones. The white bones were like jade and were not eroded by the sea water at all. When his eyes fell on it, a faint dizziness involuntarily appeared. Xiaohua didn't dare to look again. His body flew up slowly, and after flying for a while he finally arrived at the top of the stone pillar. He saw that this was a platform with a radius of several thousand feet, and a tall palace was standing on top of it, intact. Moreover, this palace emitted a faint white color in the sea water. Whether it was the palace door or the pillars, they were all made of white bones. On these white bones, countless strange beast heads and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike and looked extremely terrifying. It was actually the same as the Hoodoo Palace Xiaohua saw in the Hoodoo Stockade in the Ming Mountains. However, this bone palace was several times larger than the previous Hoodoo Palace. The palace door made of white bones was open, and the palace door that looked like the mouth of a beast was emitting a terrifying aura, as if it would swallow Xiaohua as soon as he approached it. Xiaohua's soul sense swept out, but the palace door blocked his soul sense, and he couldn't see the situation inside the palace. Xiaohua stood in front of the palace door, and after a little hesitation he lifted his foot and walked in. Similarly, there was nothing unusual at the palace door. After entering the palace, Xiaohua took a deep breath. There was no sea water in this palace, and it was the same as the ancestral temple of the Huda Stockade, a huge bone palace. There were no pillars in the center of the bone palace. The roof of the palace was made of white bones and skeletons, and the ground was also made of white bones and skeletons. However, the space inside the palace was much larger than what he saw outside. Xiaohua stood in the hall almost like an ant. At the head of the hall, there was a huge throne made of bones. It was empty, and there was no statue of a god as Xiaohua had expected. Behind the throne, there was a bone ball that looked like a full moon quietly floating in the air, not moving at all. This throne of bones. Xiaohua shifted his gaze away from the bone ball and looked towards the throne of bones. He frowned slightly as he came to a realization. Could it be that the statue of a god was placed there before? The size of this space, this palace. Suddenly Xiaohua understood and almost blurted out, could it be that the god and devil puppets from the god and devil blood pool were the god statues enshrined in these bone palaces? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He immediately flew up into the air and approached the bone sphere. He was filled with anticipation. Maybe this mysterious bone sphere would bring him some unexpected surprises. The bone sphere was very big, about the size of 100 Xiaohua. Holding the densely packed skeletons on the bone sphere and the seemingly bottomless darkness in the eyes of the skeletons, Xiaohua released his soul strands. Woo-woo. A formless cold wind suddenly blew, and a faint green light emitted from the bone ball. Moreover, as Xiaohua released even more soul strands, even more green light gradually appeared, until finally an 8-headed, 8-legged, 8-tailed figure of the heavenly Wu great god appeared outside the bone ball. This is the palace to offer sacrifices to great god of Tianwu. Xiaohua thought inwardly. He covered the space with his consciousness and prepared to put the bone sphere into his space. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, although his consciousness covered the bone sphere, this bone sphere seemed to be 10,000 times heavier than metal and wood. Xiaohua couldn't move it at all. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and withdrew his consciousness. The soul strands began to move, and sure enough, the bone sphere moved a little. Xiaohua understood. This bone sphere was most likely a soul tool. Only soul strands could put it away. Moreover, this soul tool could only go to the mysterious dark cloud. But Xiaohua hesitated again. After all, the mysterious dark cloud was very important. If he didn't have full confidence, how could Xiaohua put this inexplicable soul tool into the mysterious dark cloud? Xiaohua thought for a moment and released the soul of Little White Dragon. However, just as Little White Dragon's soul appeared in the air, its body seemed to be burned by fire. The dragon's body twitched and it shouted loudly, "Xiaohua, quickly put me back." Xiaohua put Little White Dragon away and his consciousness followed in. He hurriedly asked, "Little White, what's going on? See, you scared me to death." Little White shouted very nervously, "The aura outside is very strange. It seems like it can kill me at any time. I don't dare to stay in this aura for long. However, this aura is very strong. I feel that if I can stay in this aura for a while, my soul will definitely be more solid. I might even have other gains." "Hey, so that's how it is." Xiaohua was a little depressed. "I still wanted to put this bone sphere into the soul formation sky. Since you don't even dare to touch it, how can I dare to take it?" "Take it, quickly take it. Why don't you take it?" Little White almost roared, "Is this a bone sphere? This thing must be an extremely powerful soul tool. If you take it, it will definitely be useful for your cultivation. Furthermore, if this soul tool enters the soul formation sky, I can use it to cultivate. Quickly, quickly, don't hesitate." Aren't you afraid of this bone sphere's aura?" Xiaohua was a little flabbergasted. Little White urged, "Outside the soul formation sky, I'm naturally afraid. But inside the soul formation sky, I have many soul strands that can resist this aura. Don't say any more, Xiaohua, quickly take it." Xiaohua nodded and released his soul strands. They wrapped around the bone sphere and pulled it towards his forehead. The bone sphere was naturally as heavy as 10,000 caddies, but Xiaohua also had many soul strands. Under the urging of his soul power, it actually moved little by little. The closer it got to Xiaohua's forehead, the smaller the bone sphere became. In the end, Xiaohua waited until the bone ball had shrunk to the size of a thumb before he released his soul bridge. One end of the bridge landed on top of the bone ball while the other end landed on top of the mysterious cloud. Seeing that the cloud was about to open up a passage, Xiaohua gritted his teeth and used the last of his soul force to drag his soul bridge and the bone ball into the passage. Phew. Xiaohua let out a long breath and almost collapsed on the ground of the bone palace. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua endured the unspeakable headache and entered the soul formation sky. At this time, he saw that the bone sphere had already turned into a divine statue of the heavenly Wu great god. It stood proudly at the top of the soul formation sky. Countless green rays of light were emitted from the divine statue like sunlight. Although Xiaobai was afraid of the divine statue, it still dragged the soul cultivator Xiaohua who only had a green core left. It did its best to resist the green light of the heavenly Wu great god. Unexpectedly, the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body condensed faster in the green light. In particular, the green light of the heavenly Wu great god seemed to contain something else. When it landed on the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Although he didn't know what this feeling was, it was clear that the bone sphere of the heavenly Wu great god was harmless to him. Xiaohua escaped from the mysterious dark cloud and rested for several days. Then he went to the nearest bone pillar. It took Xiaohua more than 2 months to collect all the bone spheres in the 12 bone palaces into the mysterious dark cloud. Inside the soul formation sky, the 12 bone spheres transformed into 12 gods. They were like 12 stars that surrounded Xiaohua and Xiaobai. Layers of green light covered the two of them. Xiaohua trembled violently, and Xiaobai's dragon body also swelled. Xiaobai even urged the soul strands to turn into clouds in front of him to protect him. From the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's understanding entered Xiaohua's body. It seemed to be some kind of soul technique but also some kind of curse. In short, it was somewhat strange. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a long time, but he couldn't understand it. He simply ignored it. Looking at Xiaobai's painful and happy appearance, he withdrew from the mysterious dark cloud. Then Xiaohua urged the flying technique to rush to the last bone pillar. This last bone pillar was several times taller than the other 12 bone pillars. But strangely, there was no white bone palace on top of this bone pillar. Instead, there was a rhombus-shaped crystal floating in the air. The crystal was the size of a fist and there was another thing embedded in it. When Xiaohua saw the thing inside the crystal, he couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the crystal skull thumb ring that was given to him by the Witch King of Ming Mountains. Xiaohua held the thumb ring in his hand and looked inside the crystal again. There was another crystal skull thumb ring in front of him. The 2 crystal skull thumb rings were exactly the same. Buzz, buzz. Xiaohua took out the thumb ring. The thumb ring immediately emitted a dark green brilliance. The thumb ring inside the crystal also emitted a brilliance, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua placed the thumb ring on the crystal, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua then released his soul strands, but the crystal still didn't move. Moreover, he couldn't drag it. Even when Xiaohua urged the hammer of divine will and waved the wishful staff, he still couldn't cause any damage to the crystal. In the end, Xiaohua was like a defeated rooster. He stared at the thumb ring inside the crystal dejectedly, his eyes full of frustration. Damn it, this Xiao is going to waste time with you. I don't believe that there is something in this world that this Xiao can't get. Then Xiaohua sat cross-legged in front of the crystal, closed his eyes and meditated. Every time he thought of a method he would immediately use it on the crystal. For more than a month Xiaohua failed again and again. He didn't know how many methods he had used. Ouch. In the end, the green-robed Xiaohua couldn't stand it anymore and complained secretly, Damn it, fellow Taoist, why don't you try your blood? This blood refining method can be used by all races. Isn't it just the power of blood in the bloodline? Chapter 3983. Humph, you only know how to waste I's blood essence. Xiaohua snorted angrily, but he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. In the early years, Xiaohua didn't know how precious his blood essence was, so he used a lot of it. But after he obtained the blood drop paradise, Xiaohua rarely used his blood essence. Last time, in the blood pool of gods and devils, Xiaohua used 9 drops of his blood essence all at once, causing him to be unable to recover. Therefore Xiaohua never thought of using his blood essence. But since it had come to this point, blood essence might be a method. Xiaohua had no choice but to give it a try. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, when the essence blood landed on the crystal, the essence blood flowed for a moment, then seeped into the crystal. The crystal was silent for a few breaths of time, then countless strange green seal characters flashed within the crystal. Within these green seal characters, the crystal began to melt, and the crystal skull's thumb ring emerged from the crystal. Looking at Xiaohua's essence blood, there was a trace of Xiaohua's essence blood that had landed on the crystal skull. However, the crystal skull seemed to be untainted, and it did not allow the essence blood to seep into it. The trace of blood slid on the crystal skull and fell back into the crystal. Xiaohua raised his hand, and the crystal skull thumb ring fell into his hand. With one in each hand, Xiaohua looked left and right. These 2 thumb rings were exactly the same, and he couldn't see any difference. Looks like. Xiaohua thought to himself, if I want to know the origin of this thumb ring or its use, I can only find out when I meet the Shaman King of Ming Mountains in the future. And all of a sudden Xiaohua quivered again, a crazy thought uncontrollably flashed through his mind. The Shaman King has the ability to connect to the gods. Since he gifted this crystal skull to me, he must know that I can meet with him. Now that I'm in the hidden immortal continent, if I meet him, doesn't that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? Since he knows that I can meet him, does that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? When he thought of returning to the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua's heart was burning with passion. The longing for Fairy Hongxia, the longing for Imperial Thunder Sect, and the longing for Jiuxia and the others, involuntarily surged up like a tide. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's mood calmed down. He mocked himself inwardly, damn it, even if I can return, who knows when I can return? Who knows how to return? Forget it, don't think so much, cultivate diligently, I'll think about it when I have the chance. After Xiaohua put the 2 crystal skull rings into the space, his gaze fell on the crystal. At this time, the crystal had already returned to its original state, but it was now empty. Xiaohua's drop of essence blood floated on the surface of the crystal. It seems like the crystal didn't absorb the essence blood, but instead used the essence blood to see if Xiaohua was qualified to take out the crystal skull rings. Then to check, he to go to the other to search to define to use. Some of the places is to. There to the to define some place to defined. T defined to define find. To be defined find defined. Define could find. Some. To a defined. To the left to test define found. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that although the Soul Cultivator's ruins were vast, the most important thing was the 13 bone pillars. There was nothing useful in other places. Therefore Xiaohua didn't plan to look any further. Activating his flight technique, Xiaohua flew towards the mountain peak closest to the central bone pillar. Back when he was comprehending the going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going south, going south, going south, Xiaohua had already figured out that there was a green seal character engraved on the stone wall of the palace. Furthermore, there was an extremely large amount of green light radiating from the palace. When he thought about the numerous whirlpools and tiny teleportation tunnels in the Forbidden Spring Ocean, Xiaohua knew that if he wanted to leave this place, he would have to rely on the green light radiating from the palace. As for which green light he would use to leave this place, Xiaohua wasn't sure. Speaking of luck, Xiaohua believed that with the dragon vein and dragon chi in his body, if he said that his luck was second in the hidden immortal continent, no one would dare to say that they were first. Flying to the top of the mountain, Xiaohua looked around. The soul strand between his eyebrows moved like a big hand to grab one of the green lights. Suddenly, another cluster of green light emerged from the palace and covered Xiaohua's body in a flash. As soon as the soul strand came in contact with the green light, it immediately fluctuated violently. Green seal characters that looked like ants surged out of the green light and tumbled to form a simple transmission channel. Amidst the gray-white spatial folds, Xiaohua's body disappeared from the Soul Cultivator's ruins. It was impossible to say how many years had passed since any human or demon had appeared in the ruins of the Soul Cultivator. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the depths of the abyss where Xiaohua had been first smashed by the green seal text. Immediately afterward, a shattered ship as well as countless pieces of flesh and bones emerged from the depths of the sea and fell straight into the abyss. The entire mountain peak trembled slightly, but after a moment, it went completely silent. When Xiaohua fell into the transmission channel, he immediately felt that something was wrong, because the transmission channel was not complete and was filled with the tearing force of space. Xiaohua activated the Dharma embodiment technique and took out the Grand Shenkuan teleportation token at the same time. Taoist magic treasures were indeed wonderful. As soon as the Grand Shenkuan teleportation token was taken out, the space in the transmission channel immediately stabilized. At least, the tearing force of space a few feet around Xiaohua had weakened. In just half a cup of tea's time, light appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Then a strong pressure appeared around his body. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body flashed extremely brightly. Finally, with a sharp whistle, Xiaohua's figure flew out of the transmission channel like a meteor. Roar! Xiaohua's figure appeared from the teleportation channel. He immediately let out a long laugh and used the wind escape technique to leave the channel. After Xiaohua flew out 1,000 feet, he looked to his left and saw that he was at the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea. There were green lightning bolts and whirlpools of different sizes on the sea surface and in space. With a smile on his face, Xiaohua released his soul consciousness to explore. Then he took out the sea map of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After a while, Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. Good. This Xiao's luck is really unparalleled in the world. Although this is not the place where this Xiao entered the Soul Cultivator ruins, it is still at the edge of the sea map. This Xiao only needs to follow the map and fly out of the Forbidden Spring Sea. However, even though Xiaohua had a sea map, and even though this place was already the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea, with Xiaohua's sense of direction, it was still somewhat difficult for him to leave the Forbidden Spring Sea. After waiting for a day and a night, Xiaohua, who was in a rather sorry state, barely managed to squeeze out of the two whirlpools. Looking at the boundless blue water in front of him, and the faint thunderbolts and whirlpools behind him, Xiaohua activated the water escape technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua was afraid that even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't tell others about his experience in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Half an hour later, Xiaohua saw a small island on the surface of the sea. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and took out Ao Shi's corpse. After scanning it with his divine sense, he doubtfully waved his hand and peeled off a dragon scale from Ao Shi's tail. Xiaohua looked around and said with a bitter smile, "Everyone says that the human race is cunning, but look at the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. This dragon shell was actually inserted into Ao Shi's body. If this Xiao didn't use the soul summoning technique to explore Ao Shi's soul, how could I find this dragon shell so easily? Maybe I was really deceived by him and thought that the dragon shell was lost in the Scarlet Storm." There was naturally Jianghu in Longbei. However, Jianghu was not in human form at this time. Instead, she was a small dragon about 10 feet long. The small dragon was snow white and looked very crystal clear. On the pure white dragon body, there was a purple-red chain binding Jianghu. Jianghu's eyes were closed, and her dragon body was stiff. She didn't move at all, no different from being dead. Xiaohua didn't dare to act rashly. He searched the dragon shell again but didn't find anything special. After thinking for a while, he first put Ao Shi into the space and then pulled Lui out of the space. Lui didn't have time to greet Xiaohua before he saw Jianghu. A strange expression appeared on his face and he hesitantly bowed and asked, "Disciple greets master, is this little Yun?" Xiaohua saw Lu Yi's strange expression and couldn't help but think of the snake spirit and the old scholar in the feather spirit bay. He said with a smile, "Yes, this is little Yun. She is the little princess of the heavenly abode river, Jianghu." Alas! Lu Yi sighed, and his gaze fell on Jianghu's dragon body again. He said, "Although Disciple has always been fantasizing about meeting little Yun, I still didn't expect that we would meet in such a way. This is little Yun's original body, right?" "Indeed. Since little Yun is a dragon of the heavenly abode river, this is naturally her original body." Xiaohua nodded, However, Master can't be sure if this is little Yun for the time being. Yes. Lu Yi's answer surprised Xiao Hua. Disciple can feel that this should be little Yun. You can feel it? Xiao Hua asked in surprise. Yes, I can't explain it. Lu Yi looked up and down at the strange race's body that was much bigger than him. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Hua whispered, "What did you see?" "I didn't expect Yun Er's original body to be so beautiful." Lu Yi stared at the dragon body and praised. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and shook his head vigorously. He didn't expect Lu Yi to say such words. "Isn't it, Master?" Lu Yi raised his head strangely. When Disciple saw the dragon body, he was only surprised and shocked. But thinking that this is Yun, Disciple felt that she was very beautiful. "I didn't expect the demon race to be so beautiful." Chapter 3984. Xiao Hua was completely defeated. He firmly believed that even if Lu Yi was lying on top of this dragon body, Lu Yi would not be scared to death by Jianghu. "It's like this, Disciple." Xiao Hua recounted everything Ao Shi had told him as well as everything he'd done. In the end he said, "Although I've already rescued Jianghu, she's been imprisoned by the North Sea Dragon Palace. Perhaps the chains binding her are easy to break, but I don't dare to rashly attempt to break through the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic arts. You still have to wait for me to send her back to Yuling Bay and see what to do with the Heavenly Abode River." Actually, the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace was attacked, and I was lucky to escape. As for the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River, I really don't know what their fate is. "The Master," Lu Yi said with a smile, "do you think I am the key to awakening Xiao Yun? Can this disciple kiss little Yun awake?" Xiao Hua reached out and hit Lu Yi's head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you think Xiao Yun ate an apple? I don't think it's Xiao Yun who has a problem, it's you. You've heard too many stories and you've gone mad." Hee. Lu Yi touched his head and said, "Master, I was just joking with you. Since the most difficult thing has been done, you don't have to be too anxious to wake Xiao Yun up. Let's wait until there is an opportunity in the future. Now, I understand that little Yun is a member of the dragon tribe and the little princess of the Heavenly Abode River. I'm afraid that her responsibilities far exceed my expectations. To be able to meet her, I'm already satisfied. Let's talk about the future in the future." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "How can you just meet her? Let's put Xiao Yun in the Kunlun Wonderland. You take good care of her. If possible, you can ask Fu Jiwen. He has some experience in this area." "What experience does senior brother Fu have?" Lu Yi didn't understand. Naturally, Xiao Hua wouldn't directly tell Lu Yi about the knockout powder. He just chuckled and took Lu Yi and Jianghu into the space. At this moment, Jianghu was no different from a naked human woman. As for what to do, that was Lu Yi's problem. As for whether or not these things had anything to do with eating apples, Xiao Hua didn't have to worry about it. Then Xiao Hua looked at the long bay in his hand. There were indeed some things from the North Sea Dragon Palace inside, but how could he dare to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This time he had offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was already good enough that Ao Jing didn't ask the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King to kill him. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua looked at the sun, thought about the direction, then turned into a gust of wind and flew in the direction he thought was right. However, after flying for an hour, Xiao Hua suddenly felt a faint green thunderbolt appear in the distant horizon. Moreover, layers of spatial aura uncontrollably overflowed. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly raised his head to look at the sky. Previously, the scorching sun was overhead, but now, it was covered in dense clouds. How could he still recognize the direction? Motherfucker. Xiao Hua cursed angrily. Needless to say, he must have flown until he lost his way, and returned to the vicinity of the Forbidden Spring Ocean. How can this be? Why don't I ask Fu Jiwen to come out? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, rumble? A loud sound of water came from dozens of miles away, and a water column shot straight into the sky. Then, a muffled dragon roar sounded from the water column, and a blood-red dragon nearly 100 feet long rose up from the water column. After accumulating power, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, then pounced into the water. Isn't this the bloodline Dharma body of the true dragon bloodline? Is this Ao Zhantian? Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly released his divine sense, and urged his body to fly toward the water column. Before his divine sense could sweep across the water column, a sharp howl sounded, and a figure flew out from the water. This figure was wearing a suit of armor, but the armor had already been shattered, and the flesh on the body was covered in blood. Blood was still flowing from the lacerations. Looking at the bloodline Dharma body that had just charged into the water, Xiaohua saw two pitch-black tentacles reaching out from the blood dragon's body. Wisps of demonic clouds flowed from the tentacles, causing the blood dragon to become extremely dim. Looking at the human figure that had just appeared, Xiaohua also saw a huge gash on his face, and half of his face was covered in blood. However, Xiaohua could see clearly that this was Ao Zhantian. Roar! The situation was truly dire, and before Xiaohua had a chance to say anything, another enraged roar erupted from the bottom of the ocean. A tentacle that was several dozen feet in size hurtled directly toward Ao Zhantian's chest like a heavenly staff. There were small claws protruding from the tip of the tentacle that were flashing with crimson light. If this tentacle hit Ao Zhantian, it would probably dig out his heart in an instant. Ao Zhantian's figure retreated rapidly, and a 3-feet-long nascent soul silently appeared above his head. The nascent soul held a dragon halberd in its hand, and with a wave of the halberd, it sliced off several feet of the tentacle. However, where the tentacle fell, a wave of pitch-black ink covered the sky and fell toward Ao Zhantian's body and nascent soul. Ao Zhantian's blood-red nascent soul seemed to be afraid of the ink, and it hurriedly hid in his body. Behind Ao Zhantian's retreating figure, another pitch-black tentacle silently appeared. This tentacle was hidden in the splashing waves, and it was very well hidden. Brother Ao, be careful. Seeing that Ao Zhantian was fleeing in a hurry, and didn't even notice the tentacle behind him, Xiaohua was shocked. He instantly teleported to Ao Zhantian's side. Xiaohua? Happiness came too suddenly, and Ao Zhantian almost didn't dare to believe it. While Ao Zhantian was shocked, the tentacle had already activated the wave of water, and it slammed into Ao Zhantian's back. Xiaohua didn't have time to reply to Ao Zhantian. He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning like a flying sword streaked across the sky, quickly striking the tentacle. Zalala. A section of the tentacle that was over 100 feet long was chopped off by the lightning. Pooh! The ink in the tentacle splashed out, and without any suspense, it landed on Ao Zhantian's back. At this moment Ao Zhantian finally came to his senses. He roared angrily and light flashed around his body, and he suddenly flew forward. Although it couldn't compare to Xiaohua's teleportation, it was still abnormally fast when he used all his strength. Although Ao Zhantian was fast, the ink wasn't slow either. In fact, Xiaohua even felt that this ink was a method that the sea beast used to attack its enemies. Zalala. A chaotic sound rang out, and a few drops of ink had already landed on Ao Zhantian's back. When Xiaohua heard the sound, he looked at Ao Zhantian's back again. The ink quickly seeped into the exposed skin outside of the battle armor, and a patch of blackness mixed with blood and pus spread out. Ao Zhantian's face contorted from the pain. He waved his hand, and a large patch of flesh fell to the ground, and clean blood seeped out again. When he looked at Ao Zhantian's face again, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Woo-woo! A sound like a tsunami came from the bottom of the sea, and 1,000-feet-long water pillar shot toward Xiaohua. There was also another tentacle in the water pillar. Moreover, as the water pillar shot out, the surface of the sea bubbled, and a sea beast that was over 1,000 feet long rushed out. Fight! How could Xiaohua be afraid of this sea beast? With a wave of his hand, the seal of overturning the sea flew out, and under the stimulation of his transcendence energy, it turned into a seal that was over 1,000 feet long. Layers of illusory images smashed down like huge mountains. The first layer of illusory images sent the water pillar flying, and even the tentacle rapidly retreated. Then the second and third layers of illusory images landed on the sea beast's body. The sea beast was similar to a squid, and there were dozens of tentacles on its body. Every time the tentacles moved, the sound of waves would be heard. Moreover, there were also sharp barbs on the tentacles, and they looked very sharp. The sea beast had 4 eyes, one on each side of its head. There was also a strange sarcoma on the top of its head, and this sarcoma was faintly shining. Seeing that the seal of overturning the sea was so powerful, the sea beast's tentacles moved in succession. Woo-woo! Not only did the seawater condense into blocks and rush into the air, but even the water attribute Yuan Qi of heaven and earth rushed into the blocks of water, wanting to resist Xiaohua's seal of overturning the sea. What was special was that the sea beast had too many tentacles, and at the same time 7 or 8 of them shot out from under Xiaohua's body like giant pythons. Taoist Master Xiao, be careful? Ao Zhantian stood in the air, and he had already taken a pill. The new wound on his back was starting to heal. He knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was very high, but he couldn't help but remind him, this thing is called the water rhinoceros. Most of these tentacles are soft, and there is poison hidden inside. There are also a few tentacles that are extremely tough, and these tentacles can't even be damaged by ordinary magic treasures. Most importantly, before Ao Zhantian could finish, the 7 or 8 tentacles had already landed in front of Xiaohua. The barbs on the tentacles shone with a pitch-black light, and they whistled through the air. Whoosh! Xiaohua's body didn't move at all. With a wave of his sleeve, the soaring dragon shears turned into a golden light and flew out. It was like a butcher's knife, and all the tentacles were cut in half. Of course, it was just as Ao Zhantian said. When one of the tentacles came into contact with the soaring dragon shears, it actually let out a clang sound. However, this tentacle still wasn't a match for the soaring dragon shears. Whoa! At this moment, the seal of overturning the sea once again displayed its might. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 li of the seal of overturning the sea beast rushed over, and with boundless power, it fiercely smashed towards the water rhinoceros. Roar! A loud sound that made Xiaohua feel a little dizzy came from the water rhinoceros's body. Then, to Xiaohua's surprise, the sarcoma on the water rhinoceros's head flashed with a water-blue brilliance, and rings of light suddenly formed, and rushed towards the seal of overturning the sea. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the seal of overturning the sea was slightly flipped over from the impact. The coiling dragon's body was slightly distorted, and the water rhinoceros was smashed to the bottom of the sea. Even the water around the water rhinoceros was smashed by the seal of overturning the sea. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic treasure was actually so powerful, Ao Zhantian was flabbergasted, and he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Chapter 3985. Although the sea beast named Aquarino had yet to transform, its intelligence was not inferior to those demonic beasts that had transformed. Seeing that it had met a tough opponent and was smashed to the bottom of the sea, the sarcoma on its head once again produced a water-blue halo. This time it was different from the previous time. The halo spread out in circles, and with a strange fluctuation, the Aquarino was actually going to use the water escape technique in the sea. Taoist Master Xiao? Ao Zhantian shouted, quick! Don't let it escape. This sea beast is the prey that I've chosen this time. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He rubbed his hands and several rays of light fell into the sea, instantly sealing the area within a few miles. The water rhinoceros frantically waved its tentacles, and the tumor on its head moved again and again. Several light circles appeared one after another, but its several 100-feet-long body couldn't even move half a foot. Ao Zhantian opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end he shook his head with a bitter smile. He flew over and bowed. Taoist Master Xiao, it's only been 10 years. Your cultivation has become even more unfathomable. I don't know what to say. It's just some rare fortuitous encounters. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand modestly. Ao Zhantian replied sourly, just some fortuitous encounters? Taoist Master Xiao worshipped true monarch Qingyuan and defeated 100,000 immortal soldiers. How can this be explained by some fortuitous encounters? Let's not talk about this. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the water rhinoceros in the sea and said, it's better to be early than early. I've been feeling guilty for missing my appointment with Taoist Ao. Who would have thought that we would meet here today? Taoist Master Xiao not only saved me again, but also helped me complete the selection. I have to say, Taoist Master Xiao is my lucky star. Ao Zhantian sighed with emotion before Xiaohua could finish. Xiaohua smiled and asked again, your selection mission is to kill the water rhinoceros? No wonder you're clearly no match for the water rhinoceros, but still want to tangle with it. There's no need to kill it. Ao Zhantian knew that Xiao Hua was a kind person and said with a smile, "I just need to take the Shiting treasure on its head." "Oh, that's it." Xiao Hua looked at the tumor on its head and shook his head. "This Shiting treasure is the water rhinoceros's life. Taking it is no different from killing it." "That is true." Ao Zhantian replied. "However, after the rhinoceros treasure is plucked, it will be born again after 1,000 years. The water rhinoceros just needs to hide for 1,000 years." 1,000 years? Xiao Hua looked at the aquamarine scar on the water rhinoceros's forehead. This Shitingbao was born from the water rhinoceros's body. Chopping off the top would not kill it. However, looking at the water rhinoceros's crazy appearance, he could not help but frown. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a rejuvenation pill from the space. He threw it into the water rhinoceros's mouth and said in a low voice, "Immortal friend, don't blame me. After all, your Shitingbao is useful. After I take it, I will give it to you. Perhaps it will be useful for your cultivation." Taoist? Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. In his eyes, Xiao Hua's actions were even more pedantic than the Buddhist disciples. Although the water rhinoceros was born with divine abilities, it is already at the 4th grade of essence force like me. However, it does not have the intelligence of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. How can it understand a Taoist talking to it? Xiao Hua smiled and handed the Shitingbao to Ao Zhantian. "Whether it understands or not is its problem. Whether I say it or not is my problem." "All right." Ao Zhantian carefully put the Shitingbao away. Ao. At this moment, under the water, there was a faint flash of lightning. The water rhinoceros actually stretched out its tentacles and let out a low roar. The tentacles' movements looked very gentle. Ao Zhantian was shocked again. He did not understand what kind of pill Xiao Hua gave the water rhinoceros. Ego. Xiao Hua naturally did not understand the water rhinoceros's voice. With a wave of his sleeve, he removed the seal. The water rhinoceros bobbed up and down on the surface of the water a few times before obediently sinking to the bottom of the sea. "Damn it." Ao Zhantian did not know whether to laugh or cry. "This is the first time I have seen such a well-behaved water rhinoceros. If Taoist had come a few hours earlier, the other immortals would not have died at its hands." "You and the others are all participating in the selection?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Then, what about the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Are they nearby?" Ao Zhantian nodded. "That's right. We are all participating in the selection. The one who can get the Shitingbao wins and the others lose. As for the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace, they have already returned after leading us here." Ao Zhantian then explained the selection. Ao Zhantian waited for a long time, but Xiao Hua did not come. Helpless, he could only follow the dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the humans and dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace had gathered, they would be sent to different selection locations by the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the selection candidates were selected, these candidates would bring the selection certificate to the designated location on the Dragon Island. As for how many humans and monsters would pass, the North Sea Dragon Palace would not ask too much. After all, they only cared about the candidates of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Speaking of Ao Zhantian, there were 3 scholarly cultivators and 2 monsters with him. The 6 of them did not know what their mission was at first. Only after arriving here did they realize that they had to obtain the Shitingbao. All 6 of them knew how powerful the water rhinoceros was. The water rhinoceros could hide in the sea with the help of the Shitingbao, making it extremely difficult for humans and monsters to detect. The 6 of them searched for a long time and finally found traces of the water rhinoceros. After killing one of the demons, the 5 of them tried their best to trap the water rhinoceros. However, just as they were about to kill it, they encountered another change. The spring-cleansing Forbidden Sea suddenly expanded several times and covered them and the water rhinoceros in the Forbidden Sea. The water rhinoceros seemed to frequently enter and exit the Forbidden Spring Ocean. It took advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the last monster and scholarly cultivator before severely injuring Ao Zhantian. The other 2 scholarly cultivators could not avoid the whirlpool in time and were dragged away by the green light. Ao Zhantian did not know whether they were torn apart or teleported somewhere else. In the end, after the Forbidden Spring Ocean shrank, Ao Zhantian tried to escape in order to save his life. However, the water rhinoceros gave chase. Ao Zhantian took pills as he fled. When he felt that he had recovered a little, he began to attack again. However, he was still no match for the water rhinoceros. If Xiao Hua had not appeared, he would have been torn apart by the water rhinoceros. After hearing Ao Zhantian's words, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The fighting in this world never stops. It's not just you and the water rhinoceros. It seems, there are also secret fights between you. AI indeed. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. There is only one Shi Tingbao, 3 scholarly cultivators and 2 monsters in their own alliance. If I had not gotten close to the 2 monsters and needed my help to kill the water rhinoceros, I would have been killed by them long ago. This selection is much more difficult than before. Now that fellow Taoist has obtained the pass to enter Dragon Island, I have fulfilled my promise. Xiao Hua smiled. I just don't know, can I still go to Dragon Island with fellow Taoist? Xiao Hua had originally planned to go to Dragon Island with Ao Zhantian. Now that they had coincidentally bumped into each other, he naturally had to ask. Especially when he heard that the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were not nearby. His enmity with the North Sea Dragon Palace would not be discovered by the dragon tribe. Of course you can. Ao Zhantian raised his brows. When I was reporting to Long Su, I had already reported your name to him, Io. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, fellow Taoist, you didn't report my name, did you? Hehe, of course not. Ao Zhantian did not know that Xiao Hua had already offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. He thought that Xiao Hua was worried about the Immortal Palace. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you are my follower. Of course, you are only a cultivator of the Tao sect. However, there is no need for you to worry. Once you reach Dragon Island, even the Immortal Palace will not be able to do anything to you. Xiao Hua smiled and did not explain. He said, then can we go to Dragon Island now? Of course not. Ao Zhantian replied, I've obtained the right to enter Dragon Island, but I haven't decided where I'll be going to train on Dragon Island. Furthermore, we can only wait for the dragon tribe to arrive at the designated location on Dragon Island. How can we go directly to Dragon Island? All right. Xiao Hua nodded. Then let's go. All right. Ao Zhantian was in an extremely good mood. This was the first time he had obtained the right to enter Dragon Island. It was not that he did not have the opportunity to enter before. However, there were very few cultivators of the Tao sect with the Dragon Tribe bloodline. He was always pushed aside by other Confucian cultivators or monsters. Today he could finally hold his head high. Then Ao Zhantian raised his hand and took out a flying boat. He said respectfully, Taoist Master Xiao, please? Hehe, I am your follower. This flying boat should be controlled by me, right? Xiao Hua stepped onto the flying boat and asked with a smile. Ao Zhantian waved his hand and said, everyone knows that I am a follower. There is no need to hide it. Just give them some face in front of the Dragon Island's dragon clan. As you wish. Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He seemed to be meditating. Ao Zhantian wanted to ask something, but when he saw this, he did not say anything. Xiao Hua's consciousness entered the space. What greeted him was a mountain of white bones that was as large as a mountain. It was green-robed Xiao Hua. He had taken out the Kunlun mirror and piled up all the treasures in it in a desolate place. Fellow Taoist green-robed. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua said helplessly, you can just take these treasures from the bottom of the sea. Why did you take so many bones? Chapter 3986. Hehe. Green-robed Xiao Hua waved his hand, and some damaged or rusted unknown magic weapons appeared in his hand. Even more bones were thrown to the side. When he looked at the collected treasures with a smile, he said, who knows if these bones are useful or not? Didn't you see that under the immortal beheading stage, the bones you casually picked up have already become a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms? Even you didn't dare to put the last triangular blood bone on it. Perhaps this poor Taoist can also piece together a monster from these bones. How is that possible? Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a wry smile, these bones were obviously lost in the Soul Cultivator ruins. How high can their cultivation be? Green-robed Xiao Hua's neck stiffened and he retorted, Even if these bones are useless, fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator has already obtained the Soul Cultivator inheritance. In the future these bones will be useful in his hands. Oh, fellow Taoist, don't forget, don't you want to repair the Nether Passage mirror? Don't you still need these bones? Xiao Hua nodded. In that case I still have to thank you. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Green-robed Xiao Hua's tail curled up. There are really many things in the Soul Cultivator ruins. In order to avoid the situation where you lost the Kunlun mirror fragment last time, I decided to search slowly. Jade Archive, Xiao Hua said with displeasure. Fellow Taoist seems to have mentioned the Kunlun mirror fragment more than once, right? I mentioned it in the past, I mentioned it now, and I will mention it again in the future. It is necessary to guard against mistakes and not let you make the mistake of being empirically careless. Green-robed Xiao Hua's words were one after another. What about the Thunderbolt technique? You don't seem to have finished comprehending it yet, right? Jade Archive, Xiao Hua asked again. Fellow Taoist, don't pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons, making a fool of yourself. Does fellow Taoist think that the Thunderbolt technique can be comprehended in 100 or 1,000 years? Green-robed Xiao Hua asked with a smile. If you don't take a few steps, you won't be able to reach 1,000 miles. Even if it takes 10,000 years to comprehend, it still has to be done little by little. Jade Archive Xiao Hua knew what the green-robed Xiao Hua was thinking and immediately replied. Green-robed Xiao Hua made another move and took out a diamond-shaped box from the pile of bones. He looked around and said, I know that you are jealous of Ai's wisdom and farsightedness. Both times I have done things extremely well and picked up a big bargain for you and me. Forget it, forget it. Looking at the narcissistic green-robed Xiao Hua, the Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, do as you wish. Sort these things according to your wishes. If your disciples can use them, then use them. Leave the rest for the Fortune Gate's disciples on the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. I know. Seeing that Xiao Hua no longer cared about the Jade Archive, the green-robed Xiao Hua smiled. I have decided Ai's sect will also be called the Fortune Gate. Picking up the wisdom of others, can't you make your own Leitang sect? Jade Archive Xiao Hua curled his lips and replied. Green-robed Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator, and I thought of many names, but none of them fit Ai's meaning. Haha. Jade Archive Xiao Hua laughed. He knew that the two primordial spirits were arguing back and forth in the space. Each of them came up with hundreds of names, but none of them could convince the other. In the end they could only use the Fortune Gate as the name. Is the sect formed now? Although Jade Archive Xiao Hua knew about the changes in the Fortune Gate as soon as he entered the space, he still asked in a low voice. Green-robed Xiao Hua seemed to like Jade Archive Xiao Hua's respect and replied, good to let fellow Taoist know, the Fortune Gate is already in its embryonic form. However, these children are still young, so let them cultivate first. When their aptitudes are determined, some disciples will be assigned to manage the sect's internal affairs. Right now I can't see anything. And indeed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the space and said, normally this space is different from the outside, so the time inside should also be different from the outside. However, because Ai's physical body is outside, the time inside the space is the same as the hidden immortal continent outside. If you and I are strong enough, we can control the time inside this space and speed up the disciples' cultivation. That's time, fellow Taoist. Green-robed Xiao Hua curled his lips and said, unless you have a great divine ability, you can't control it. Right now, you and I can't even comprehend the power of space, so how can we dare to covet time? If you have this free time, why don't you use it to comprehend the Crimson Infant technique and quickly match your meridians with your nascent soul realm? Otherwise, if you and I cultivate to the crossing tribulation stage in the future, it will be even more troublesome. I know this. I already have some ideas. It won't be long before I can truly advance to the spirit-severing stage after taking the dark-breaking pill. Jade Archive Xiao Hua replied. Then he looked at Xiaogua, who was excitedly refining pills, and asked, how did Xiaogua's alchemy technique advance so quickly? Damn it, don't mention this little guy. Green-robed Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth in hatred. You taught him some alchemy techniques. Every day after taking care of the spiritual herbs, he would refine pills. You also know that he's not much slower than me in taking care of the spiritual herbs, so he has a lot of time to refine pills. This alchemy is like his beloved game. He plays it every day, all the time, all the time, all the time. Later, when you stopped coming, he felt bored and came to bother I every day. I was annoyed to death by him, so I simply taught him all my alchemy techniques. So that's how it is. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, this Xiaogu is also very talented. It seems that my fortune gate won't lack pills in the future. Yes, you're right. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Currently, my fortune gate's pills are all produced by Xiaogua. What about that dyer? Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Green-robed Xiaohua's face showed a rare serious expression as he replied, this duckling is different from other spiritual insects. She should have an inheritance. After going through the separation of yin and yang in the space, her entire body has changed. She seems to be completely different from when she first entered the space. The aura on her body is increasingly similar to that of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, and there are even signs of it surpassing her. It seems that her presence here is also a troublesome matter. What? Is fellow Taoist going to ruthlessly destroy a flower? Green-robed Xiaohua asked with a smile. What about that seven-colored conch? That thing didn't change much. After all, it didn't go through the separation of yin and yang. Green-robed Xiaohua stopped smiling and replied, however, the aura inside it seems to be extremely powerful. If fellow Taoist wants to deal with it, it's better to deal with it as soon as possible like the duckling. I want to deal with it as soon as possible. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But how do I deal with it? Throw it in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? That's true. Green-robed Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. When this seven-colored conch entered the space, the deity statue flew out from the Empress's restriction. Presumably, this thing is related to the Empress. Moreover, this deity statue is also very mysterious. It's different from the 12 great deities. If you don't find out the truth, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied, right? Of course I won't be satisfied. Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Shang Huaming's sect is very strange. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of strange things. Especially in the cultivation method, there are faint traces of the demon race. This deity statue should also be hiding a big secret. I'm afraid all of this will have to start from this seven-colored conch. Let's increase our cultivation first. Green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Right now what we lack is time. After returning from Dragon Island, it's best to go into seclusion. Moreover, it's a long period of seclusion. I also want to go into seclusion. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. That inexplicable warning sign is still nowhere to be seen. If we can encounter it on Dragon Island, that's naturally good. In the future, I will definitely go into seclusion with peace of mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Talking about it makes me cry. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand again. A pearl fell into his hand. As he carefully rubbed it, the pearl gave off a cloud-like brilliance. Which of the other cultivators aren't in seclusion? When have I seen fellow cultivator in seclusion? Fellow cultivators have worked hard. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled. After I finish the matters on Dragon Island and remodel Little White's body, I will go into seclusion. I hope so. Green-robed Xiaohua carefully hid the pearl and faintly said. Fellow cultivator always says you will go into seclusion, but when has your wish ever come true? Green-robed Xiaohua finished speaking. With a wave of his hand, another pile of bones was thrown to the side. He no longer paid any attention to Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua faintly smiled. His figure entered the dark side of space. He looked at the death aura of the underworld fruit tree, then looked at the underworld lotus and the others before entering the soul formation sky. The soul formation sky didn't change much from before. Little White had shrunk extremely small under the light of the 12 divine shadows, and Soul Cultivator Xiaohua had condensed a little under the green light. It seemed like Soul Cultivator Xiaohua wouldn't be able to fully recover without a long period of accumulation. Xiaohua's consciousness left the space. When he opened his eyes, he saw faint clouds hovering on both sides of the flying boat. The flying boat seemed to be cutting through the clouds. Fellow Cultivator AO. Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhantian, who was focused on driving the flying boat. He took out a pill and handed it over. This is a pill refined by me. Your injuries aren't light, so it's better for you to take it as soon as possible. Many thanks, Spiritual Master. Ao Zhantian didn't care about this pill. He originally wanted to put it away, but after hesitating for a moment he still took the pill. Just as the pill entered his mouth, Ao Zhantian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. He didn't even care about the flying boat. Xiao Hua stood up and released his divine sense. He slowed down the speed of the flying boat and leisurely shuttled through the clouds as if he was sightseeing. After a full hour, Ao Zhantian finally opened his eyes. He looked at Xiao Hua with great admiration and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, I really didn't expect you to be able to refine such a good pill. The quality of the pill just now is the first I've seen in my life. And here are a few more." Xiao Hua took out the pill. Couldn't he understand the meaning behind Ao Zhantian's words? With a wave of his hand, he took out a few more jade bottles and handed them to Ao Zhantian. He said, "This trip to the Dragon Island is very dangerous. If you have a few more pills, you'll be able to guarantee your safety. Many thanks, Spiritual Master." Ao Zhantian happily accepted the bottles and put them away. Chapter 3987. Fellow Taoist, please take control of the flying boat. At the side, Xiao Huarang said with a smile, taking advantage of this period of time. "Fellow Taoist, can you tell me the specifics of your experience on Dragon Island?" "Sure." Ao Zhantian took over the flying boat and explained, "After passing the selection you'll be qualified to enter Dragon Island. However, there are many training grounds on Dragon Island, and the dangers are all different. Therefore there's a test before entering Dragon Island. This test is very simple. It's to see how strong the descendants of the dragon bloodline are and how pure their bloodline is. According to the results of the test, they'll be assigned to different training grounds. Of course, the more dangerous the training grounds are, the more benefits you'll get. However, I don't have any special plans. As long as I can enter Dragon Island, I'll get whatever benefits I want. As long as I leave Dragon Island, the Immortal Palace will be wary of Dragon Island's influence and won't force me too much. Since Taoist priest also left Dragon Island with me, the Immortal Palace will also consider this relationship." At this point Ao Zhantian was suddenly shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua and smiled bitterly. Actually, Taoist priest's current strength has already exceeded the limits of the Immortal Palace's tolerance. Furthermore, Taoist priest defeated perfected cultivator Qingyuan earlier. I'm afraid that in the future, even Dragon Island can't go against the Immortal Palace. Unless Taoist priest has an extremely pure dragon bloodline. That's impossible. Xiao Hua pinches his chin and says with a smile, "Previously I wanted to lend you a hand, but now I want to take a trip to Dragon Island. As for the Immortal Palace, I naturally have other ways." "That's good." Ao Zhantian smiled. "Taoist priest's cultivation is too high. What I promised you earlier." At this point Ao Zhantian was shocked again. He looked at Xiao Hua in surprise and said in a low voice, "Taoist priest Xiao Yu, could it be that you want to go to Dragon Island, to avoid the Immortal Palace?" Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Ao Zhantian with a faint smile and asked, "What? If I do that, won't I implicate you?" "Not necessarily." Ao Zhantian bit down on his lower lip as he replied bitterly, "There are humans and demons who die on Dragon Island every time we train. As my bodyguard, it's normal for you to die on Dragon Island. If Taoist Master has the means to avoid the Dragon Island's dragon clan, that would naturally be good. However, I'm afraid that you'll overeat yourself and be killed by the dragon clan." "Well, since fellow Taoist Ao mentioned this, then I won't hide it from fellow Taoist. I do have some matters to attend to on Dragon Island. But don't worry, fellow Taoist Ao, this matter absolutely won't cause any trouble for you." How could Ao Zhantian be at ease when he saw Xiao Hua's confident expression? But now he couldn't turn back. After all, he was the one who invited Xiao Hua. Moreover, Xiao Hua had helped him obtain the qualifications for the selection. Xiao Hua's strength far surpassed his. He simply didn't have the ability to stop Xiao Hua. Seeing that Ao Zhantian was a little unwilling, Xiao Hua wanted to tell him about his disguise technique and the dragon tribe's invisibility technique. However, these were all Xiao Hua's own secrets, and he couldn't possibly tell Ao Zhantian. Isn't this similar to when this Xiao was forced to go to Inkcloud Black Forest?" Xiao Hua sighed. This Xiao clearly knew that it would be disadvantageous for him, but he still had to go. Things have changed with the passage of time. It's just that the foundation establishment stage has been replaced by the nascent soul stage Ao Zhantian, and the golden core stage Xie has been replaced by the current Xiaohua. As the saying goes, I'm a fish on a chopping board. With these grudges, Ao Zhantian seemed to have something on his mind. He lowered his head and steered the flying boat without saying anything. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more about Dragon Island, but seeing this he could only give up. After flying for another dozen or so days, aside from a few sea beasts that were far more powerful than Ao Zhantian, there were also many violent storms. The storms in the depths of the North Sea were even more ferocious than the Crimson Explosion. However, the storms didn't have the corrosive power of the Crimson Explosion. With Xiaohua's assistance, Ao Zhantian's flying boat didn't encounter any particular danger. Even so, Ao Zhantian's flying boat was slightly damaged when an irregular reef appeared in the boundless sea. After flying above the reef, Ao Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiaohua with a complicated expression and said, "This is truly beyond my expectations. Aside from the powerful sea beasts in the depths of the North Sea, the storms are also so ferocious. If it weren't for the Taoist master, I wouldn't have been able to survive the onslaught of the sea beasts. Even this storm would have been able to reduce me to ashes." Fellow Taoist Ao. Xiaohua waved his hand with a smile. Although these sea beasts and storms are powerful, they aren't enough to take your life. The dangers of the North Sea shouldn't lie here, but rather in its boundlessness. This boundlessness far surpasses that of the hidden immortal continent, and the powerful beings in this sea also far surpass that of the hidden immortal continent. When we entered this foreign world, danger came one after another and there was no end to it. Ai, that's right. Ao Zhantian sighed. In my early years I was successful in my cultivation and felt that I could go anywhere. However, after leaving the Yong prefecture, I discovered that the hidden immortal continent actually had the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures were filled with powerful beings and I really wasn't much. When I traveled the 9 prefectures, I heard about the strange stories of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm and the pure land of ultimate bliss. I also discovered that the 3 continents were even bigger. I was really just a drop in the ocean. When I participated in the first selection of the Dragon Island, I discovered that the 4 seas were incomparably vast compared to the 3 continents. Just like when I entered the nascent soul realm from the Golden Core realm, there were even more unknowns before my eyes. After saying this, Ao Zhantian raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. After a long time he said, "However, after the selection I came here again. After a short 10 days of experience I realized that the road ahead would be even more difficult. If I want to see the beautiful scenery in the distance, I can only use this trip to the Dragon Island to raise my strength to a new height." Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Ao, I'm afraid that this kind of spirit is the fearless spirit of our Taoist cultivators. Only a cultivator with this kind of spirit can stand out among the numerous Confucian cultivators. I'm sure that in the future, fellow Taoist Ao will be able to stand out among the hidden immortal cultivators." I'm ashamed. Ao Zhantian's face was burning as he said, "Only an enlightened master has the ability to stand out among the hidden immortal cultivators. If I rely on the power of the Dragon Island to escape from the control of the Confucian cultivators, it's already not bad. As long as you have the belief, it will come true sooner or later." Xiaohua said with a faint smile. "Alright, I'll take your blessings. I hope that one day I'll be able to surpass you." Ao Zhantian's mood was slightly relaxed as he said with a smile, "Enlightened master, please sit tight." "Do we still need to fly?" Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He thought that this reef was the place where he had agreed to meet with the dragon tribe. "Ha ha ha." Ao Zhantian laughed and said, "This is only a transit point. We're still far from where the Dragon Island emissary wants us to go." "Alright." Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and said, "I'll listen to fellow Taoist Ao's arrangements as a guard." Ao Zhantian rubbed his hands together and struck the flying boat with several spell seals. The entire boat flashed with a blue light. This light was different from before, it was thicker and smoother. Then, as Ao Zhantian made a series of hand seals, the flying boat soared into the sea and headed in another direction. The flying boat flew for another 10 days or so. During this time the entire seabed was extremely peaceful. The storms and sea beasts that they had encountered before had all disappeared. The entire seabed was filled with leisurely swimming fish. The beautiful and exotic scenery made the two Taoist cultivators gasp in amazement, and the displeasure in Ao Zhantian's heart gradually faded. On this day, just when the flying boat passed by an undercurrent in the sea and was about to adjust its direction, a valiant primordial thought swept over from afar with the help of the seawater. A cold voice asked using the dragon language, "Are you the human practitioners who passed the selection and came to the Dragon Island to gain experience?" Ao Zhantian was shocked and didn't dare to control the flying boat. He stood on the boat and bowed respectfully. "I am Ao Zhantian from the North Sea Dragon Palace selection area. I have already obtained the Shi Tingbao, please inspect it." As he spoke, Ao Zhantian took out the Shi Tingbao and held it in his hand. Xiao Hua stood to the side and bowed slightly. He didn't say anything as he listened to Ao Zhantian's somewhat clumsy and error-filled draconic language. The Dragon Island envoy didn't understand Ao Zhantian's draconic language, but he looked at the Shi Tingbao in his hand and replied, "You're finally here. You're the last one. You actually made me wait for half a month." As he spoke, the flying boat flew into the distance without needing to be controlled. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a dragon tool that looked like a water droplet appeared in front of Xiao Hua and Ao Zhantian. This dragon tool was tens of thousands of feet long and was azure in color, similar to the color of the sea. An armored dragon stood on top of the dragon tool. Before Xiao Hua and Ao Zhantian could get close to the dragon tool, a powerful draconic aura came from the dragon tool and the dragon tool, forcing the two of them to use their auras to resist. Ao Zhantian knew that the Dragon Island envoy was getting impatient from waiting. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'll let you know, Lord Envoy. I encountered Qi Bao when I was killing the water rhino and was trapped in the Forbidden Spring Sea. That's why I came here. Please forgive me, Lord Envoy." "You encountered Qi Bao from a few days ago? Hee, how unlucky." The Dragon Island envoy's cold dragon face became slightly livelier after hearing this. He raised his hand and put away the Shi Tingbao that Ao Zhantian handed over. He then looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Is this the guard you mentioned in the dragon stratagem?" "This." Ao Zhantian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "That's right. According to the rules of the Dragon Island, I can bring guards to participate in the training. He is the guard I reported to at the Dragon Island. And your guard's strength is not bad." The Dragon Island envoy didn't even ask for Xiao Hua's name. He waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and enter the Dragon Island. In a few days, most of the sea will sweep through this region. If we're late, I'm afraid it will be dangerous." Chapter 3988. "Yes, my lord." Ao Zhantian replied respectfully. He put away the flying boat and nodded at Xiao Hua before following the dragon envoy into the travel dragon. Xiao Hua was very careful. He didn't release any of his divine sense or elemental will. He only used the water escape technique to follow behind Ao Zhantian. After entering the travel dragon, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. The interior of the travel dragon was dozens of times larger than it looked from the outside. Apart from some ponds, flowers, rocks, and hills, there were even some pavilions hidden among the hills. It didn't look like a flying boat at all. In fact, not to mention Xiao Hua, even Ao Zhantian was slightly stunned. The dragon envoy landed in midair and asked indifferently, "Ao Zhantian, do you want to live in the pavilion or among the hills?" Ao Zhantian came to his senses and smiled. "I am a human. I will live in the pavilion. And this is the jade token for the pavilion. It was refined with a human Dao spell. Take a look for yourself." The dragon envoy waved his hand, and a verdant jade badge landed in front of Ao Zhantian. There are no other rules in the traveling dragon aside from the prohibition of all fights. If anyone dares to start a fight, I will kill them all. Yes. Ao Zhantian's heart trembled as he received the jade token. The dragon envoy disappeared in a flash. Ao Zhantian released his divine sense and looked at the jade token. He smiled. "Daoist Shao, please follow me." "Daoist Ao, please." Xiao Hua smiled. "I am your guard now. You don't have to be so polite. And this Ao understands. Ao Zhantian nodded. His figure flew forward and Xiaohua followed behind. After flying for a short while, he felt an elemental will sweep over from the pond below him. It just so happened that a large monster that looked like a lizard was lying lazily in the mud beside the pond. Its fist-sized eyes flashed with a ferocious expression. Less than 100 feet away from the pond, a golden python was coiled around an ancient tree. On the python's forehead, there was a single horn that was very eye-catching. This demonic beast's vital intent was extremely powerful, and Ao Zhantian knew that he wasn't a match for it. Thus, he didn't even release his divine sense as he continued to fly past the lake and the ancient trees. By the time Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian arrived at a pavilion near a hill, the two of them had already encountered dozens of powerful demonic beasts. There was even a giant bat hanging upside down from a tree branch. Xiaohua couldn't help but think back to everything he had seen in the Spring Lightning Palace. He wanted to ask a few questions, but when he thought about Ao Zhantian, who also had a dragon bloodline, who knew how his bloodline had been passed down, he didn't dare to say anything more. Ao Zhantian activated his jade badge and unlocked the restrictions on the pavilion. The two of them went in to take a look. The layout of the pavilion was similar to that of an ordinary human's residence. However, there were very few furnishings inside, and it was somewhat similar to a quiet room. Xiaohua took a look and said, "Fellow Taoist Ao, since the Dragon Island's emissary has arranged a pavilion for us, I'm afraid it will take some time to get to the Dragon Island. What plans do you have during this period of time?" Ao Zhantian already had a plan in mind. He smiled and said, "Since it's an experiential training, there will be risks. Before the experiential training, increasing our strength is the most important thing. However, I'm sure there are more than just the two of us in the Travel Dragon Island. If we can make friends with a few of them, not only can we help each other during the experiential training, we can also look after each other when we return to the hidden immortal continent. I'm thinking." At this point, Ao Zhantian suddenly remembered that he had promised to serve Xiaohua for 1,000 years. He didn't know if Xiaohua would be unhappy if he made friends with Confucian cultivators in the Travel Dragon Island. Xiaohua didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Ao is right. During the experiential training I might not be by your side. It would be best if there were a few human cultivators in the Travel Dragon Island. You can do as you wish. I'm going to cultivate by myself." Ao Zhantian was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "If that's the case, then you can go to the quiet room to cultivate. I'll cultivate outside and make friends with other cultivators." "All right." Xiaohua nodded and walked into the quiet room. As he walked, he said, "If you have any problems with your cultivation, you can come and find me." "I understand." Ao Zhantian smiled and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and found a random place. He also sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Boom. Not long after, the entire quiet room trembled slightly. Then, a loud sound of water came from outside the quiet room. Xiaohua understood that the Travel Dragon Island was finally activated. His trip to the Dragon Island had finally come to fruition. Sigh, it's so difficult. Xiaohua thought about how many things had happened since he found out that there was a possibility of Little White's body forming on the Dragon Island. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wanted to tell Little White, but he was afraid that there would be more problems. After all, the dragon cleansing pond on the Dragon Island wasn't an ordinary pond. Anyone could go there. Who knew where the dragon cleansing pond was? Who knew what kind of dangers lay within? Forget it, it won't be too late to tell Little White after we reach the dragon cleansing pond. Xiaohua calculated and began his rare meditation. This meditation lasted for more than half a year. At first, Xiaohua only cultivated the Taoist techniques. However, the more he cultivated, the more profound he felt it was. The nascent soul in his lower dantian felt like it was flying. Xiaohua knew that it was time for him to enter the spirit-severing stage. He didn't dare to advance in the Travel Dragon Island. Therefore, he temporarily put aside the Taoist techniques and began to cultivate the scarlet nascent soul. What puzzled Xiaohua was that under the scarlet nascent soul, his nascent soul began to feel heavy. The profound feeling of flying gradually disappeared. Strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head. If this is the case, then this Xiao will cultivate both the Taoist techniques and the Scarlet Nascent Soul. If the Scarlet Nascent Soul is stronger than the Taoist techniques, then, this Xiao will never be able to step into the spirit severing stage? Of course, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. How is that possible? When water is full, it will overflow. When the realm reaches a certain level, no matter how strong the Scarlet Nascent Soul is, the realm will not advance. At that time, if I forcefully increase the Scarlet Nascent Soul, it will create an imbalance between the meridians and Nascent Soul. This will create pressure on the physical body. The physical body may not be able to withstand the strength of the Nascent Soul, and in the end, the Nascent Soul will scatter. Therefore, when the realm reaches a certain level, it is still necessary to advance. However, this is a new technique that is stuck in the lower realm. If I want to hide it from the Immortal Palace in the future, I might as well give it a try. With this thought in mind, Xiao Hua didn't dare to forcefully cultivate the Scarlet Nascent Soul after reaching a certain level. He looked outside the meditation room. Ao Zhantian would occasionally cultivate and occasionally go out. Occasionally, there would be Confucian and Taoist cultivators coming to visit him. Xiao Hua began to cultivate the lightning technique. After half a year, Xiao Hua's lightning technique had reached a new height. On this day, 2 tall Confucian cultivators came to visit Ao Zhantian in the pavilion. Suddenly a loud woo-woo sound came from outside the pavilion. Then, a voice that was as loud as a bell rang out within the travel dragon. How dare you! This voice was filled with anger. Following this voice, all of the restrictions within the travel dragon disappeared in a flash. Xiao Hua's meditation room was no exception. Oh, fellow immortal Ao, you have other immortal friends in this pavilion? A Confucian cultivator wearing a bright yellow Confucian robe and an ancient Confucian headscarf frowned. He was originally shocked by the loud sound and wanted to stand up. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's figure appear in the meditation room, he couldn't help but ask in a loud voice. Ao Zhantian smiled. Brother Chiron, this is a guard I brought with me. He's the same as your servant. However, he likes to cultivate. He went into seclusion as soon as he reached the dragon form, so I didn't introduce him. Then Ao Zhantian said to Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao, this is immortal friend Ao Chiron of the Qing province and his clan, immortal friend Ao Moran Ao. Come and greet them. This one is Xiao Hua. Greetings, fellow immortals. Xiao Hua fluttered over and cupped his hands in greeting. When the 2 immortal friends heard Xiao Hua's name, they didn't have any strange expressions. It was as if they had never heard of Xiao Hua's deeds. They glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded slightly. Fellow immortal friend Zhao's cultivation is not bad. We also like you. Like fellow immortal Zhantian, you were able to benefit from the dragon god's blessing on the dragon island and improve your cultivation. Hee, thank you for your auspicious words, fellow immortals. Xiao Hua saw that the 2 of them didn't return the greeting and were even indifferent to his reputation. He already knew that the 2 of them were arrogant and didn't even put the Immortal Palace in their eyes. He smiled and asked Ao Zhantian, fellow Taoist Ao, what happened? Could it be that we've reached the Dragon Island? Who said we've reached the Dragon Island? Ao Chiron smirked and replied indifferently, how can we reach the Dragon Island in such a short period of time? If it was someone else they might have retorted. However, Xiao Hua only glanced at Ao Chiron and ignored him. Instead he said to Ao Zhantian again, fellow Taoist Ao, from that voice, it should be the Dragon Envoy. There's a hint of anger in his voice. What's more, all the restrictions on the Dragon Island have been removed. If it wasn't for something strange happening, then the Dragon Envoy must have encountered. Before Xiao Hua could finish, the Dragon Envoy called out in a calm voice, you all can come out. Are you telling us to come out? Ao Moran was a little surprised and looked at Ao Chiron. Ao Chiron was also puzzled. However, just as the 2 of them were hesitating, Xiao Hua stepped out of the pavilion first. Ao Zhantian didn't want to offend the 2 of them. He raised his hand and said, fellow immortals, please. Xiao Hua walked out of the pavilion, and saw that the space outside the pavilion was filled with multicolored clouds, and a huge dragon with dazzling brilliance was coiled within the clouds, and a fierce murderous aura was like a flying sword swimming in the entire space. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stopped and looked around with narrowed eyes. He saw that in the surrounding pavilions, in the distant stone beach, ponds and ancient trees, thousands of humans and demons had all revealed themselves. They were all like Xiao Hua and looked around with confusion. No one dared to release their yuan intent. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.